The icy cold dirt Kong bed pressed hard against my back, sending waves of pain through my body. The dim light of the kerosene lamp stretched my mother's shadow on the soot-blackened wall, distorting its shape. Her worn-out padded jacket, patched over and over, had been washed so many times it had turned pale. Silent, murky tears streamed down her face. Little Yaya's face was sallow, her eye sockets deeply sunken. She was as thin as an underdeveloped kitten, so fragile that it seemed a gust of wind could blow her away. Was this a dream? I scanned my surroundings. On the wall hung a plastic calendar, its date striking like a bolt of lightning into my mind. November 9th, 1979. Boom. A surge of icy electricity ran through my body. The heartbreaking memories of my previous life flooded back, relentless as a dam bursting. The four of us siblings. My elder sister married early, her days harder than swallowing bitter coptis. My second sister unmarried yet, bearing the household burdens alongside mother. An 8-year-old little Yaya, so frail that people might believe she was only 6. Our father, Chindashan, once a driver for the transport team, had brought prosperity to our family. But 4 years ago, a traffic accident happened. To save a truckload of collective supplies, he wrenched the steering wheel hard, causing the vehicle to roll into a ditch. His life was spared, but his leg was left crippled. He was clearly a hero, yet he received no compensation for his sacrifice. Instead, he was blamed for improper operation. The medical bills were pieced together from whatever we could scrape up. Back then, work points were still in use. With father injured, he was marked as only half a laborer each day. The backbone of our household had fallen. My mother, a woman with bound, small feet, had become our family's sole full-time laborer. Last year, the policy changed, assigning land directly to households. A draw of lots decided the land allocation. Whatever you drew was final, no second chances. The weakest links in the chain break first, and misfortune always seems to seek out the already suffering. Our family drew just over an acre of barren, arid land. Thin soil, filled with stones, drought-prone in spring and waterlogged in autumn. After handing over the public grain, there wasn't enough left to fill even our stomachs. Shortly after the autumn harvest, the grain bin was emptied. And as for my current unconscious state, it all began with defending a woman named Li Hongmei from the neighboring village. She'd had a conflict with a group of riffraff. Those scoundrels struck my head with a shovel. Though they were unscathed, they forged a disability certificate through their connections at the county hospital, claiming that they were brain damaged for life. They demanded 300 yuan from my family as compensation. If we couldn't pay, they threatened to send me to prison. In the rural northern frontier of 1979, even a strong laborer working an entire year might not save up 100 yuan. 300 yuan was an astronomical amount for my already devastated family. In my previous life, my second sister was married off for a mere 150 yuan bride price to an old widower from the neighboring village, a man whose 2 previous wives had already passed away. She suffered constant humiliation and was never allowed to return to her parents' home. Even with that, the money wasn't enough. They seized my younger sister to settle the debt. The next time we saw her was when her cold, lifeless body was fished out of a river, covered in scars. She had been tortured to death. My father, dragging his crippled leg, sought vengeance but never returned, neither dead nor alive. Little Yaya's death and my father's disappearance broke my mother. That lunar New Year's Eve, she, too, passed away, leaving us. A broken family, lives lost. Nothing could be more devastating. Left with no options, I relied on my father's old comrades to help me make my way to the borderlands. In that harsh, bitter land, I trained like a man possessed, craving revenge. 7 years of bloodshed later, I returned a decorated warrior. But by then, my family was gone forever. The culprits who had destroyed my family, they died far away in 1985. My heart brimmed with unspent hatred, no outlet to unleash it upon. That lifetime, I drifted through life in a daze, ending up alone. But heaven has not abandoned me. I've been given a second chance, and it's before any of the tragedies have happened. This time, I'll make those people wish they were never born. And more importantly, I'll give my family the life they deserve. Yaya. I struggled to sit up, pain exploding in the back of my head, making my vision go black. Winter, you're awake? Are you still in pain? Mother looked up in surprise, her tear-streaked eyes filled with worry. Little Yaya's wax-yellow face lit up slightly as she called out softly, "Third brother." Suppressing the pain, I stretched out my frozen arm and pulled the rushing and frail Yaya into my embrace. So light, so thin, with only a thin cotton jacket separating us, her bones pressed against me, leaving my heart aching in panic. I held onto her tightly, as if trying to merge this fragile, regained body into my flesh and blood, never to let go again. After a long while, I finally loosened my grip and asked Mother, "Mom, did we pay all our grain?" Mother's eyes were swollen red, and her lips trembled as she nodded. Your third uncle had gone out on delivery and won't be back soon. Your second uncle, he got beaten up and could only manage to gather 20 yuan. But they said that's just the interest. The little bit of survival grain at home, the sweet potatoes, the leftover corn stalks, they took every last scrap. They even forced your father to press his fingerprint and write an IOU. They said if we can't pay back the 300 yuan by year end, they'll send you to prison. Mother couldn't hold back her tears any longer. They flooded down in torrents. I clenched my fists tightly, my nails digging deeply into my palms. In my previous life, if I hadn't stubbornly gone to rescue that Li Hongmei, my family wouldn't have ended up in this state. The person I'd risked my life to save had instead testified against me afterward. Along with those scoundrels, she claimed it was me who started the trouble, who harassed her. It was her word that sealed my guilt. Mom, don't cry. Suppressing the fury surging in my chest, I looked at the overcast sky outside the window, estimating it to be around 4 in the afternoon. In a firm tone, I said, I'm heading up the mountain. Up the mountain. Mother was so frightened she shuddered, her face turning white. She grabbed my icy arm tightly. Son, to go up the mountain in this freezing weather, it's as good as death. Your father went to the old village chief to borrow grain. He'll bring some back. Mom, don't worry. I'm not going deep into the forest, just the edges. I'll try my luck. Maybe I'll catch a wild rabbit. I gently pried Mother's frail hand away, speaking with unusual determination. I put on a pair of tattered cotton shoes with exposed toes and stuffing as hard as stone, then headed to the storage room in the west chamber. Among a pile of moldy, broken baskets, I found my father's most treasured possessions, an old hunting bow and a quiver of arrows. The bow was made of superb white waxwood, smooth and polished by father's hands over the years. Its string was crafted from old-fashioned high-strength nylon rope, drawn tight. The leather quiver held 7 or 8 homemade arrows. The feathers on some were damaged, but the tips were sharp and glistening. When I was young, father often taught me how to draw a bow and shoot. Every time he returned from driving his truck, he loved going into the mountains to hunt some game to better feed the family. In my previous life, in that top-secret squadron, whether with firearms or crossbows, I never let anyone usurp my first place in sharpshooting competitions. What I excelled most at, however, were cold weapons, because I had sworn that one day, I'd use my own blade to end my enemies. Under Mother's increasingly anxious gaze, I slung the hunting bow over my shoulder, fitted the quiver to my back, and tucked a gleaming hatchet into the grass rope around my waist. Then I pushed open the door. The rickety wooden door let the cold wind seep through. The biting wind, sharp as a whip laced with shards of ice, slashed harshly across my face. Qinjiatin, a small village nestled right next to the greater Xing'an Range, sat shrunken in the midst of snow and wind. Dozens of crooked adobe houses huddled together in the harsh weather. The entire village was eerily silent, everyone hibernating through the winter. In this weather that could freeze water mid-drip, the wind cut like a knife. Just a gust felt like it could slit your skin open. Struggling with uneven steps, my feet sinking deep into the snow that reached above my ankles, I lumbered towards the looming, silent mountains behind the village. These woods, I knew them as well as the lines on my palm. My goal was clear: pheasants or wild rabbits. With my current state, an empty stomach and a body so frail, it was almost weightless. Encountering any large beast would be a death sentence. If only I had a rifle. I instinctively licked my chapped lips. Nowadays, militia rifles or hunters' makeshift muskets weren't too difficult to get a hold of. There would be chances in the future, but for now, feeding myself was the most pressing concern. The mountain paths were treacherous, the snow piling as high as my calves. After walking for over half an hour, my chest felt like a bellows, each breath burning painfully hot. Black spots danced before my eyes, and cold sweat soaked through my padded cotton jacket. As the wind hit, the chill pierced straight to my bones. I leaned against an ancient pine tree, gasping for air. Suddenly, coo coo cluck. The frantic call of a pheasant came from a thicket of hazel shrubs nearby, where icicles dangled like glass ornaments. My spirit surged. Forcing down my labored breathing, I crouched low, blending into the snow like a shadow, and silently crept toward the sound. This was an instinct of stealth, etched into my bones from a former life. As I drew within 100 meters of the sound, I swiftly pulled an arrow, knocked it on the bowstring, drew, and let go, all in a flash. Twang! The bowstring vibrated, and the arrow shot out like a black streak, slicing through the air. Thud! A muffled impact came from the thicket, followed by the frantic flapping of wings. But I froze where I stood, my pupils shrinking. It wasn't because I'd hit my prey. It was because, before my eyes, a translucent pale blue screen was hovering in midair. The edges of the screen shimmered faintly like rippling water, and on it was a clear line of text. Congratulations, host. You've activated the hunting skill point system. My brain stalled for several seconds. Something straight out of a sci-fi movie. In the frozen wilderness of 1979? I reached out to touch it. My fingertips passed through effortlessly, feeling just a hint of coldness. Coo coo. Caw. Flap, flap. The pheasant, its belly pierced by my arrow, still flapped feebly in the snow, its anguished cries shattering the forest's deathly silence. I snapped out of it. This wasn't the time to examine this strange phenomenon. I rushed forward in a few strides, pinned the pheasant down, and swiftly drew my hunting knife. In a quick motion, I sliced its throat. Warm chicken blood splattered over the snow, freezing quickly into dark red crystals of ice. Pulling out the arrow and cleaning it against the bird's feathers, I returned it to my quiver. Tossing the lifeless bird into my basket, I brushed snow over the bloodstains and lifted my gaze toward the deepening dusk that made the mountain forest seem even more ominous. The deep forests of northern borderlands had always been the realm of wild beasts, wolf packs, wild boars, black bears, and even the revered Siberian tigers deemed lords of the mountains. At night, villagers dared not step out without a club in hand, for the eerie green eyes of scavenging wolves lurking beyond the village were a common sight. A few years back, the commune had organized a militia to fire anti-aircraft guns at the beasts that raided the crops, forcing the larger animals to retreat somewhat. But in this moment, a spark of fire lit within me. I stared at the floating screen and tried to willfully command it. Close. The screen vanished. Open. The screen reappeared. At the bottom of the screen was a small exclamation mark. Focusing my thoughts on it, a detailed explanation unfurled. Hunting skill point system. Core function. Hunting with weapons will increase the corresponding skill proficiency. Unsuccessful hits will grant minimal skill points. Current skill. Archery. Beginner. 1 out of 100. System level. LV.1, 0 100ths. Upgrade by successfully hunting 100 prey. New user reward. System storage space. 10M times 10M times 10M. Operated by thought. Capable of storing non-living objects. The space has static time properties. Simple. Straightforward. Left entirely up to me to explore. But that system storage space made my heart race wildly. With a single thought, the heavy pheasant in my hand vanished instantly. Another thought, and it reappeared. I repeated the experiment several times to confirm. There was no mistake. A storage space with time frozen. A miracle, no matter the era. Experimental impulses made me try pulling myself inside, but nothing happened. It seemed it could only store objects. For now, though, the most urgent matter was to fill my stomach. Across heaven and earth, nothing mattered more than eating. Finding a sheltered hollow among some rocks, I piled a few stone slabs to create a makeshift stove. Plucking the coarse feathers off the pheasant, I left the fine down untouched, troublesome to deal with, but there was no time to waste. I heated a flat stone slab over the fire, scraped out a bit of fat from the chicken's innards, and smeared it onto the scorching surface. Sizzle. Smoke rose as the fat hissed and rendered. I laid the chicken wings and thighs onto the slab. There was no salt, so the taste was predictable. The earthy, slightly burnt aroma of meat dispersed into the freezing air, a deadly temptation to my growling stomach. I grabbed a charred chicken wing and stuffed it into my mouth, chewing twice before swallowing it whole. The rough meat scoured down my throat, and a surge of warmth finally flowed into my ice-cold stomach, momentarily quelling the gnawing hunger. After devouring half the pheasant, some energy returned to me, but the fire in my eyes blazed even brighter. I tossed the remaining half-cooked bird back into the basket, hoisted my knife, and headed further into the forest. Only after a few steps did I remember I had the storage space. With a single mental effort, both the basket and the bough disappeared into the void, leaving me with just the knife in hand, a much lighter load. This time, I remained vigilant for tracks in the snow while swinging the knife to slash at nearby dry branches and vines. Each successful slash resonated crisply in my mind. Plus 1 blade skill proficiency. I opened the interface panel. Name, Shindonga. Skills, Archery, Beginner, 1 out of 100. Basic blade skills, 65 out of 100. Swinging the blade increased experience points. Eagerly, I hacked even more fervently, driven by a burning curiosity about what skill upgrades might bring. Unknowingly, I had ventured over 10 miles deeper into the forest. Towering primeval conifers stood like a black wall ahead of me. The snow-laden dark green branches of the pines sagged under their weight, occasionally collapsing with resounding thuds. This was the edge of the greater Shingon Range. Danger lurked in every corner. My stamina was nearly depleted once more, my legs leaden with exhaustion. Drawing in a cold breath, I gripped the knife handle with both hands, mustering all my might as I chopped down toward a large tree as thick as a man's arm. Thunk! The blade buried itself deeply into the tree trunk, sending a numbing vibration through the grip of my hand. Blade Technique Proficiency +1. Congratulations to the host. Basic Blade Technique has upgraded to Intermediate, 1/1000th. The moment the system's notification sounded, a cold and refreshing stream of energy surged unbidden into my mind, spreading throughout my limbs and body. Following it, countless insights flooded in, about applying strength, angles, muscle coordination, like a divine epiphany illuminating every corner of my understanding. It felt as if I had wielded this firewood knife for over 10 years. Every texture and detail was now ingrained in my consciousness. How to use my entire body's strength effectively, how to drive my arms with my core, and how to achieve maximum impact with minimal effort. All of it had become an instinct carved deep into my bones. The knife in my hand was no longer just a tool. It became a seamless extension of my body. As light as air, yet as weighty as a mountain, it responded to my will without hesitation. This is intermediate level. I stared at my hands in disbelief, and then turned my gaze to the knife embedded in the tree. To think that simply upgrading to an intermediate level could yield such terrifying effects, far surpassing the techniques I had painstakingly trained in my previous life. My control over strength, angles, and timing now felt like a form of exquisite art. But then what about the advanced level? A gleam of fierce determination flashed in my eyes. I casually swung the knife at a nearby dead branch. Swish! The branch fell cleanly, its cut so smooth it glistened like a mirror. Blade Technique Proficiency +1. I glanced at my interface. Basic Blade Technique. Intermediate, 1/1000th. 1,000 successful strikes were required to progress further. As for archery, it had yet to show any response. I pulled an arrow from my quiver and loosed it at a pine tree. Thunk! The arrow sank firmly into the trunk, vibrating violently upon impact. The system panel remained unresponsive. Just then, a gray squirrel, startled by the commotion, darted across a branch overhead. Almost instinctively, I grabbed an arrow, knocked it, and drew. BZZT. The arrow shot through the air like a meteor. Eek! A brief, shrill scream rang out, and the squirrel was pinned to the snowy ground, its limbs twitching. Archery Proficiency +1. A surge of excitement overtook me instantly. But that joy lasted less than 3 seconds, before a hunger, 10 times more intense than before and seemingly piercing into the depths of my soul, swept over me like a tidal wave. My stomach twisted with violent cramps, my vision blurred, and every cell in my body screamed. Food. Immediately. Now. The energy consumed by the upgrade had been enormous. The realization struck me, and my face darkened visibly. Fighting off the wave of nausea and stabbing pain, I staggered toward the convulsing squirrel, swiftly skinned it, disregarding its innards entirely, and started a fire. I skewered the meat on a sharpened branch and roasted it over the flames. This time, the roasting was cut short. The meat was still streaked with blood, its surface charred black. I couldn't care less. Ripping into the half-raw squirrel, I chewed and swallowed the sinewy flesh. The burning sensation in my stomach eased slightly, but it was far from enough. My body felt perilously weak. I knew I couldn't afford further risks. The mountain forest brimmed with danger, and such a heavy stench of blood might already have drawn predators. In my current debilitated state, even a wild boar could end my life. Fortunately, I still had more than half a mountain chicken stored in my spatial inventory. If I could return home before nightfall, at least my family wouldn't have to sleep hungry. The image of my mother's haggard face and my younger sister's jaundiced complexion weighed down my exhaustion with a heavy sense of responsibility. After determining the right direction, I quickened my steps downhill. Tomorrow at dawn, I must venture back into the mountains. But I had walked less than a single mile when an ominous feeling of danger gripped me, freezing me in place. It felt as if an unseen venomous snake had fixed its gaze on me. My feet stopped cold in the snow, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Just now, there was a noise behind me, not the sound of wind. It was the crack of claws snapping a dead branch. I spun around abruptly, my heart sinking to rock bottom. 10 meters away, 2 mountain wolves emerged like specters from behind large trees. Their dense fur was the color of dried grass, their massive forms brimming with raw power. One crept to my left, the other to my right. They moved in eerie silence, closing in from both sides. Their green, gleaming eyes glinted with hunger beneath the snowy light, locking onto me with predatory intent. Their paws sank softly into the snow, leaving faint puff sounds. Heavy breaths formed white clouds in the frosty air, and deep, guttural growls rumbled from their throats. 2 of them, and they were seasoned adult wolves, working with perfect coordination. Every muscle in my body tightened instantly. These beasts were cunning and ferocious. I had learned that firsthand in my past life, living near the borderlands. But I didn't panic. What surfaced instead was an icy calm, accompanied by the ferocity of a cornered animal. My left hand darted out like lightning, drawing an arrow and fixing it to my bowstring. I pulled it into a full crescent moon. The arrowhead aimed steadily at the larger, more menacing alpha wolf on the left. Sensing the threat, the alpha wolf ducked low, darting behind a tree. It let out a guttural snarl, attempting to divert my focus. In the split second that my attention shifted, howl! A ferocious roar burst from behind me like a gale, accompanied by the stench of blood. The wolf on the right hadn't wandered far. Instead, under cover of shrubs and snowdrifts, it had silently circled to my blind spot, waiting for its moment. Its hind legs slammed into the ground, propelling its gray form into the air. Gleaming white fangs, sharp as daggers, aimed directly for the back of my unprotected neck. It lunged with force and precision, striking at my most vulnerable angle with an intent to kill. Time stretched in that life or death instant. Every hair on my body stood on end. I had no time to think. My body reacted purely on reflex. My left foot stomped hard into the snow, twisting my waist to the right at an extreme angle, narrowly avoiding a frontal assault. Simultaneously, my right hand released the string. Thwack! The arrow shot out, yet its target was not the left wolf, but instead the gaping, foul-smelling jaws behind me. Uffed! At such close range, the arrow's stored energy unleashed devastating power. It tore straight through the wolf's gaping maw, pierced the rear of its skull, and emerged halfway out of the back of its neck, trailing a spray of red and fragments of teeth. Howl! The wolf's cry ended abruptly. The force of impact interrupted its lunge mid-air, leaving its massive body momentarily suspended before crashing heavily onto the ground near my feet, churning up snow. Its limbs twitched a few times before going completely still, blood pouring from its mouth and nose, staining the snow crimson. The thick scent of blood quickly saturated the air. Having narrowly escaped death, I had no time to feel relief or fear. The wolf on the left was not deterred by its companion's gruesome demise. If anything, it only heightened its bloodthirst. Its crimson eyes bored into me with unwavering intensity. And just as I was recovering from my desperate maneuver, it burst out from behind the tree like an arrow released from a bowstring. 10 meters away. For a wolf at full sprint, that was less than the blink of an eye. The stench of blood flooded my nostrils, its enormous maw gaping to swallow my face whole. I could even see the saliva hanging from its fangs. Draw my bow? There was no time. Faced with life or death, a ruthless light flashed in my eyes. I dropped the bow, my right hand darting toward my waist. Clang! The firewood knife cleared its sheath in an instant, gleaming coldly in the pale light. Confronted with the wolf's lunging attack, the wolf's jaws came forward. Instead of retreating, I advanced, using the remaining momentum of my twisting motion to lunge half a step to the front side, deliberately meeting it head-on. This step was executed with such precision, it was nothing short of miraculous. It not only avoided the most lethal bite point, but also shifted me and the wolf into an extremely advantageous angle from its side rear. In the instant when its massive body brushed past mine, I swung my blade down. Every ounce of strength from my arm, wrist, waist, and abdomen exploded in that split second. Whoosh! The gleaming arc of the blade was like the scythe of death. Riding the force of its pounce, the blade slashed diagonally upward from its gaping mouth corner, slicing through the seams between its jawbone and skull. It was so swift that only an afterimage remained. There was no resistance from striking hard bones, only the chilling sound of the blade slicing through fur, soft cartilage, and fascia, ryop, as if tearing through thick canvas. Time seemed to freeze. I held the stance of my post-swing retreat, panting heavily. My breath, visible in the freezing air, came out in white puffs. The hand gripping the knife was trembling from the excessive exertion. The wolf, propelled by its momentum, staggered a few more steps before collapsing with a thunderous crash. No struggle, no howls. A deep gash over half a meter long ran from the corner of its mouth to its lower back. Flesh rolled open, exposing bone, white ribs glaring against the crimson of its innards, which spilled out with steam, quickly freezing into the snow. One strike. Instant kill. Neat and clean. Even for someone like me who witnessed countless life and death struggles in my previous life, I couldn't help but inhale sharply, my heart pounding wildly. Intermediate knife technique. Its terror is unimaginable. That last strike wasn't even based on conscious thought. It was entirely driven by the instincts imparted by the knife technique. Precise, ruthless, and deadly. Far surpassing any hand-to-hand combat skills I had learned in my previous life. If I were to advance to the advanced level, a sharp glint flashed in my eyes. But this overwhelming stench of blood spreading in the frigid air was bound to alert every hungry predator in this mountain range. A wolf pack? Wild boars? Bears? Or the apex predator, the tiger? I couldn't afford to dawdle. Forcing myself to resist the overwhelming fatigue, I cut down some vines, swiftly binding the two wolf corpses, and with a thought, stored them in the system space. The scent of blood must be sealed off. By the time the low, snow-covered silhouette of Chinjiatan finally appeared at the edge of my vision, the sky had already turned pitch black. Only a few dim, yellowish flickers of lantern light swayed amidst the fierce wind and snowfall. At this point, I retrieved one wolf carcass and the broken straw basket from the system space, dragging them behind me as I trudged toward the village entrance, step by excruciating step. The system space was a vacuum. Storing meat inside prevented rot. Dragging the heavy wolf body caused my stamina to drain quickly. Every step felt like treading through cotton, while the icy wind sliced across my face like knives. But I didn't dare stop. At the village entrance, a few figures nearly swallowed by wind and snow were leaning on walking sticks, struggling to head toward the mountains. Through the snowstorm came my mother's anxious shouts. Dongha, Dongha. I made them out clearly. Father was leaning on a thick wooden staff. Mother and my second sister were supporting each other, while my youngest sister, Littleya, clung tightly to the hem of Mother's coat. It must be because I hadn't returned by nightfall, and the family, disregarding the danger, had all come into the mountains to search for me. Mom, it's third brother. Third brother's back. Littleya, with her sharp eyes, let out an excited scream that pierced through the wind and snow, tinged with a sobbing tone. She broke free from Mother's grasp and stumbled toward me. Third brother. Her small body, cold from the winds, crashed heavily into my arms. Having been spent to my limits, the impact from her weight caused my unsteady legs to give way, and I collapsed into the snow with a heavy thud. The biting chill of the snow seeped into me, but I seemed utterly oblivious. Instinctively, I tightened my arms around the frail, cold yet alive and warm little body. The bittersweetness of regaining what I thought was lost swept through me, toppling all the fatigue. My eyes began to burn, my vision blurring. Stupid girl, if you press me any harder, your third brother might really fall apart. My voice was gravelly, threaded with the wry laughter of one who had just brushed past death. I patted her thin back gently. Littleya scrambled off me hurriedly, her small face filled with guilt. Third brother, I'm sorry, but the next moment, her gaze locked onto the enormous gray shadow dragging behind me in the snow. Under the faint light of the snow reflection, she saw clearly a fearsome wolf's head, jaws bared, a trail of blood streaking the snow in deep crimson. Wolf. There's a wolf. Her shrill, childlike scream shattered the night. Startled by her cry, I snapped my head back, only to see nothing behind me apart from the endless white of the snow-covered ground. Realizing, I chuckled at my own overreaction. I used my frozen fingers to flick lightly against her icy forehead. Don't worry, it's dead. Tonight, third brother promises that you'll be eating wolf meat. Littleya covered her forehead, tears still clinging to the corners of her eyes as she timidly glanced back again. Only when she confirmed that the wolf truly was motionless did her fear gradually dissipate, replaced by uncontainable joy. Her gaze darted back to me, her small lips parting as she swallowed audibly. Third brother, you killed this wolf? Her voice was filled with admiration. Mother, Wang Xiaomei, hurried over. Seeing me collapsed in the snow, her heart leapt into her throat. Father, Chen Dashan, hobbled along, lagging behind while leaning on his staff. When they finally saw the hulking wolf carcass clearly, both of them froze, as though struck by lightning. All the grief, desperation, worry, and hunger Mother had endured over the past few days melted away into tears streaming down her frost-weathered face. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. Trembling, she reached out her hands, covered in sores and chapped wounds, toward my face, yet hesitated, afraid of touching the wound at the back of my head. Watching my mother's silent tears, something seemed to grab hold of my heart, squeezing it with a mix of sourness and pain. I pushed myself up from the ground, forcing a radiant smile. Mom, it's all good now. Tonight, let's feast on meat. Eat to our heart's content. Good, good. Mother's voice, heavy with tears, finally came out as she nodded fervently, her weeping intensifying. Father pulled out his tobacco pipe, but his hands were trembling, his eyes red at the corners. Like most honest and taciturn fathers, he didn't say much. He merely uttered a heavy while silently offering thanks and pride. Quietly, he stepped forward, tucked his pipe away, bent down, and took the heavy wolf carcass from my grasp. Testing its weight, he found it was indeed formidable. Amidst the wind and snow, our family hobbled step by step back toward the dimly lit mud brick home. Every step left deep imprints in the snow. Pushing open the creaking, drafty wooden door, this was home. That same familiar sight I had revisited countless times in the nights of my past life. Half-height mud walls with a wooden fence nailed atop, not for keeping people out, but for keeping the wild beasts of the mountains from entering the village. A warm and familiar scent hit me immediately, mixed with the earthy dampness and the smoke of burning firewood. In the kitchen, the stove that should have held an iron pot was barren, leaving behind only a few lonely clay jars. Even the household's only staples, the iron pot, even that had been taken by those people under the pretense of debt collection. They're worse than the loan sharks of the old times. Anger surged in my heart, and thinking of that group of thugs from the neighboring village and their backers, I wanted nothing more than to grab a knife and confront them right now. But there was still time for everything. I couldn't let revenge consume me and drag myself into destruction. I still had my parents to care for. As long as I was around, after my elder sisters and younger sister got married, their maternal family would still be strong enough to back them up. No, I couldn't act rashly. I needed to plan carefully and take things slow. I sighed and said to my mother, "Mom, I'll go borrow a pot from Li Shui's family. You take a rest. You'll need your strength to deal with the wolf later. I'll go instead." My mother's face still hadn't lost its smile, though streaked with tear marks. They were tears of joy. Her son had changed. He hadn't impulsively gone looking for trouble with those people. Instead, he'd gone up the mountain to hunt and even killed a wolf. As long as there were no more trouble, the days ahead could only improve. But that 300 yuan debt was still pressing on her heart like a boulder. Thinking of her son risking his life in the deep mountains against a wolf, her eyes reddened again. My father sat on the doorstep, puffing heavily on his dry tobacco under the dim light of the stove. His eyes carried a mix of relief and worry. My second elder sister, Chun Xiaoyu, lit a fire in the kitchen. The jumping orange-red flames brought a slight warmth as she pulled me to the stove to warm myself. After a few minutes of rest, I felt reinvigorated and began handling the wolf carcass. With an empty stomach and a body that felt like all its strength had been drained, I relied once again on the benefits of my intermediate knife skills. The machete seemed to come alive in my hands. Every stroke was precise, moving along the joints and bone seams effortlessly. Within moments, the entire wolf pelt was stripped off perfectly intact. The little girl was bold, crouching nearby curiously, occasionally poking at the warm wolf meat with her small hands. My father and second sister were left wide-eyed and dumbfounded. The little girl didn't understand how exceptional my knife skills were, but the two adults did. This craftsmanship was cleaner and more efficient than the village's old butcher who had worked for half a lifetime. With skills like this, there would never be a day I starved, even if I became a butcher who killed pigs for a living. Looking at the near-perfect wolf pelt, I couldn't help but wonder. If I reached advanced-level knife skills, would it be like the legends where a butcher carves up an ox as if performing a dance? My heart filled with anticipation for the future. This life, I would never let my family starve again. The first goal, ensure my family has meat to eat every day and more grain than they could finish. At that moment, clear voices and footsteps came from outside the courtyard. "Brother Dongha, Aunt said you killed a wolf. Where is it?" The voice was bright, carrying a mix of curiosity and a bit of spunk. I looked up and my eyes lit up. It was Li Shui, the daughter of Aunt Li from next door. She was stunningly beautiful. Even under the dim oil lamps and reflected snowlight, her beauty couldn't be hidden. Her jet-black braid hung down her chest, her willow-like eyebrows framed almond-shaped eyes, and her cherry-red lips completed her delicate features. She wore a floral cotton jacket, worn and faded but clean, and this year she had just turned 19. For other households, a pretty 19-year-old girl would have countless matchmakers wearing out the family's doorstep with offers, yet no one dared easily propose marriage for her. It was because of her feisty and strong-headed nature. She was famously fiery in the village, with a sharp tongue that made brutally honest remarks capable of sending ill-intentioned people fleeing with just one cutting sentence. Nonetheless, she had a kind heart, especially towards my family. She never regarded me as a street scoundrel and often helped us out. She was genuinely a true friend. Her personality was shaped by the hardships of life, a result of what her father had put her through. Her father had once been a city-educated youth who came to the countryside. Unable to endure the hardships of village life, he married the daughter of the then production team leader, her mother. Li Shui's maternal grandfather's family had many sons, but only one daughter. However, the marriage wasn't properly registered. Later, as soon as he'd received notice that he could return to the city, he abandoned the mother and daughter without hesitation, leaving behind no news or trace. At the time, registering a marriage certificate as an educated youth meant losing the right to return to the city. It required a full local residency transfer. Mother and daughter went to the city once to search for him. When they returned, her mother became withdrawn and silent. If it weren't for Li Shui's fiery temper, who knew how much worse their family might have been bullied? Fortunately, her uncles were all fiercely protective. After agricultural plots were redistributed to households, Li Shui hardly ever had to work in the field, Her uncles would take turns helping out. Their sole worry was when she could find a decent match for herself. But if memory served me right, in my past life, she hadn't married until she was 27 years old. Later, I overheard the villagers lamenting, saying that Li Shui had been waiting for me, the one who disappeared. You see, I had joined a special unit, had all my information erased, even my household registration canceled. In everyone else's eyes, I was as good as dead, just another nameless casualty far away. Only she had always believed that I was still alive. Thinking of this, my nose tingled with a wave of emotion. Li Shui carried a basket covered with a piece of blue cloth. Inside was a salt jar and a small paper packet. Clearly, she had brought seasonings. Seeing me dazed and not responding, she asked again, "Brother Dongha, where's the wolf?" I snapped back to reality and pointed to the kitchen. "Already processed. Now all you'll find are chunks of meat and the wolf hide." She ran straight to the counter in a few quick steps. Taking in the sight of the red and white marbled wolf meat and the furry wolf pelt on the ground, her eyes lit up instantly. "Brother Dongha, since when did you have such amazing skills?" Her voice was filled with astonishment and barely contained delight. I grinned. What amazing skills. It all came out of desperation. Facing off with that beast, it was kill or be killed. How could I possibly want to die? I threw caution to the wind, and only then did I realize it wasn't all that. It only took one strike to take it down. "Stop bragging." Li Shui spat lightly, though there was a smile on her lips. Her gaze wandered back to the meat, and she swallowed visibly. Though her uncles helped her family out, the days they could afford even a sliver of meat in a year were few enough to count on 10 fingers. After harvesting, most of their grain had to be sold to the grain station in exchange for a few yuan to survive, to buy salt or fabric. Every penny was stretched to the breaking point. At the supply and marketing cooperatives, pork cost 90 cents a pound, and pork lard crept past a yuan. Even then, it wasn't always available even if you had money. Only during the new year would they splurge to buy a pound of meat, mince it finely, and mix it with shredded radish to make dumplings. The 10 pounds of white flour reserved for the year wouldn't be touched until the very end. The daily meals? A mix of coarse and fine grain with wild vegetables to get by. I waved her off. This wolf, after removing its guts, still has over 40 pounds of meat. Go call Andy over. Tonight, everyone gets their fill of stew. Li Shui froze. She quickly shook her head. "Brother Dongha, you're being reckless. Uncle Chun will take a shoe sold to you later. This meat should be traded for cornmeal or sorghum grain. It'd be enough to feed your family for 2 or 3 months." My father on the sideline shared a similar sentiment in his heart, his mind calculating the food he could exchange for it. Yet the thought of the inescapable debt weighed on him so heavily that although he opened his mouth to speak, he refrained from uttering a word. 300 yuan. It was like a millstone crushing his chest, suffocating even his breathing. In his heart, he made a bitter resolve. Eat then. If this life was destined to endure such hardship, he wouldn't go in as a starved ghost. Still smiling, I said, "The meat. If you're not eating it, what's the point of keeping it? I'll go to the village chief, old uncle, in a while and trade for some potato or cornmeal." "Xiaoxue, you're great with your hands. Help me out so we don't waste such a good thing." I had deliberately offered her an out. Otherwise, with that stubborn streak of hers, there's no way she'd shamelessly stay for lunch. In my family, my father is a man of few words. My mother couldn't be bothered even if 3 sticks hit her. My second sister is sharp-tongued and quick with her hands, unafraid to get physical, and my youngest sister is still just a child. Frankly, what we really lack at home is someone who can handle both inside and outside affairs. Li Shui fits the bill perfectly. She's sharp-tongued, fiercely loyal, and not many in the village dare cross her. Her broad-shouldered, muscular uncles aren't just for show either. When they roll up their sleeves, their ability to intimidate is undeniable. "All right then. Today, I'll show you what I'm made of." Li Shui responded cheerfully and, with a roll of her sleeves, headed into the smoky kitchen. I knew I had changed a lot today and needed to keep my calm. Besides, I was far from an expert when it came to cooking. The best I could manage was making food that was edible. What I had picked up living in the woods was wilderness survival, how to eat things raw to avoid starvation. But as for making food delicious, that was beyond me. The fire in the stove crackled, popping unpredictably. Inside the big iron pot, wolf meat churned in boiling water. Li Shui, with her keen eyes, scooped out several dark red wolf hearts. "Brother Dongha, never heard of the phrase wolf-hearted and dog-livered. My grandfather taught me when I was little. This stuff's toxic. You can't eat it." I realized I'd be of no use in the kitchen beyond causing chaos, so I excused myself and stepped outside. Watching the back of me as I left, Li Shui's gaze softened. The villagers all thought of me as an unreliable loafer, someone who just wandered aimlessly. But she knew better. The summer I turned 16, she went into the mountains with her mother to gather pigweed. Back then, the The scoundrel Liurgu from Li family village had been beaten up by her uncles some days before and was lying in wait for revenge. When he bumped into them in the mountains, he had vile intentions. Coincidentally, I was in the mountains that day setting traps for rabbits. When I stumbled upon the scene, I didn't hesitate. I rushed in and beat him black and blue, leaving his face swollen like a pig's head. Later, her grandfather and uncles gave Liurgu an even harsher beating, and the grudge between our families became irreversible. From that moment on, my shadow had firmly planted itself in her heart. She quietly observed me and discovered I wasn't the aimless drifter everyone thought I was. Sure, I often got into fights, but I never bullied anyone in our village. The rumors about me being idle came simply from the fact that I refused to work for the production team. The day my family was raided, she happened to be visiting her uncles. When she returned and saw me unconscious, it had felt as though needles were stabbing her heart. There had been matchmakers who visited her house before, but no matter how persistent they were, she always dismissed them with a few sharp words. Because in her heart, I was the only one she had eyes for. She silently hoped, waited, and cared. But as a girl, how could she possibly say that out loud? It was something she could only keep buried deep within herself. I divided the remaining wolf meat into chunks, saving just a single wolf leg for myself to take away. As for the wolf pelt, I planned to let my mother tan it carefully. I wouldn't sell it. I'd save it for winter to make a wolfskin hat. A good pelt would only be enough for 2 hats at most. During the bitter cold periods of the winter, if you went out without a hat, your ears could freeze off. I'd suffered through the agony of frostbitten and rotting ears in my past life. It was a pain I wasn't willing to endure again. Soon enough, second sister Chen Xiaoyu joined Li Shui in the kitchen to help. The wolf meat went back into the pot, this time barely seasoned. Just some plain water, a touch of yellow salt, and a pinch of Sichuan peppercorns. And yet, meat is meat. The aroma wafting from the pot in no time had the entire courtyard sniffing hungrily, glancing toward the kitchen window. It had been at least a year since our family last tasted meat. Last New Year's, we'd eaten porridge made from crushed corn cobs mixed with a handful of millet. The texture scratched our throats raw. Worse yet, going to the bathroom was a nightmare. Without any fat or grease in our bellies, those undigested corn bits were like torture. After boiling the meat to remove the gamey smell, a little fat rendered out and formed droplets of oil floating atop the broth. Adding the Sichuan peppercorns and salt, the pot sizzled as the fragrance exploded into the air. Third brother, meat, can we eat it yet? My youngest sister squatted outside the doorway, her fingers in her mouth, sucking and drooling, saliva already dripping down the corner of her lips. I couldn't help but laugh. Almost. Don't you worry. As I coaxed my little sister, my own stomach growled in protest. But then a thought struck me, something important. For people who hadn't had meat in so long, suddenly stuffing their bellies full of greasy food would almost certainly lead to stomach trouble. I placed the wolf leg into the wicker basket behind my back. Mother, I'm heading to old Uncle the village chief's house to discuss something and trade for some grain. Go on. By the time you're back, the meat will be tender, Wang Xiumei replied. After walking for a few minutes, I arrived at the courtyard gate of the old village chief's house. I knocked on the wooden plank twice. The old village chief was well into his years, but despite everything my family had endured over the years, he'd helped us whenever he could. Of course, as the village chief, he couldn't afford to show favoritism. Everyone in the village was watching, and he always had to appear fair. The door creaked open, and the old chief looked surprised to see me. With a warm yet slightly muddled gaze, he said, "Dongha? Come in. Have a seat." He turned toward the inner room and called out, "Zhuzi, go grab 20 pounds of mountain potatoes from the cellar, and fetch some sauerkraut, too." Zhuzi refers to his son, Chen Taizhu. His son, Chen Taizhu, a mild and honest man, had only recently gotten married last year. His wife was currently in recovery after childbirth. I shook my head. "Uncle, I won't come in. With sister-in-law in confinement, I don't want to accidentally bring bad luck. I only came today to discuss something with you, Uncle." Our village still held on to these older superstitions and customs. The old chief, nearing 60 before having his only son, Zhuzi, seemed to understand what this was about. He let out a heavy sigh. "Dongha, your uncle knows how unfair this is. You've been wrongly blamed for something you didn't do. But those folks from Li family village took that hospital certification and held it against you. They want to see you thrown in jail. Sigh. Your uncle wishes he could rally everyone in our village to fight them off. But even if we did, what good would it do? A full-blown conflict won't end well for you. All we can do is bite the bullet and endure. You're over 20 now, Dongha. Sometimes we have to endure for the bigger picture. When the time comes and we have the upper hand, we'll turn it around and make a scene in their village instead. I swear, I won't die in peace until I've avenged you in a way that'll leave their ancestors embarrassed." Chen Taiju emerged carrying a bulging burlap sack in his hands, a good 20-plus pounds of potatoes with a smaller bag of cornmeal placed on top. He handed it directly to me. Dongha, take this. Once those scoundrels from Li Family Village leave in a couple days, I'll bring you more. Right now, if I give too much, they might just rob you again. He then pulled out 2 crumpled 10 yuan bills from his pocket and stuffed them into my hand. It's not much, just 20 bucks in cash. Use it for now. I had grown up tagging along with Brother Zhuzi, practically glued to his side like a shadow every day. We shared a close bond. My heart felt hot and heavy. I hadn't even opened my mouth to ask for help, but their family had so earnestly offered everything. Hurriedly, I pulled out the heavy wolf leg from my basket. Brother Zhuzi, I hunted a wolf in the mountains today. Take this leg for your wife to make some nourishing soup. The old village chief and Chun Taiju both froze for a moment, their eyes fixed on the fresh, bloodied leg of wolf meat in disbelief. Chun Taiju snapped back to reality. He glanced at the wolf leg, then at my obviously undernourished frame, and his eyes began to redden. Foolish little brother, you're really risking your life. All for repaying those 300 yuan. He shoved the wolf's leg back into my arms with a stern expression on his face. Dongha, what do you take me for? I've already prepared the grain and money for you. Even if you hadn't come, I was planning to bring them to you tonight. Ever since we were kids, you've called me Big Brother. Do you think that title means nothing? This wolf meat is valuable. Sell it quickly. In a few days, those people will come to collect the debt. We'll scrape together what we can and beg them for a little more time. 300 yuan isn't a small amount, and everyone in this village knows there's something fishy about this situation. We'll figure it out together. As long as you're okay, we can always repay the money. The old village chief clapped me hard on the shoulder and said, "A brave father raises a worthy son. Your father was a tough man, and you're just like him. But you cannot go back into those mountains anymore. In this freezing cold, without an experienced hunter, going in there is like feeding yourself to the bears. Turning back from the wrong road is better than gold. The right path is to live a steady life from now on." I knew every word the old chief said came from his heart. We argued back and forth, but in the end, the wolf's leg remained with me, no matter how much I tried to return it. Finally, I revealed my real intent. Uncle, there's one more favor I need to ask. The Type 38 rifle in the brigade storage. Could you lend it to me? I can't venture into the mountains without a proper weapon. The old chief's face darkened the moment I mentioned going back into the mountains. He was just about to try and dissuade me, but I quickly preempted him, forcing a wry smile as I spoke with determination. Uncle, I know you're looking out for me, but right now I have no choice. I have to make this gamble. How else can I repay those 300 yuan? Should I really let the whole village tighten their belts just to cover my debts? Rest assured, I'm not taking the gun to fight the people in Lijia village. I still need to stay alive to take care of my parents. If my fate is to end in those mountains, then so be it. But if I just sit here doing nothing, waiting to borrow money, I won't be able to live with myself. I'm a man who stands to take responsibility for my actions. This mess is my own doing, and I'll carry the burden myself. Besides, my voice grew quieter, with a choked undertone. Even if something happens to me, the family still has Yin Xiao to hold the fort. The old village chief was silent for a long time, staring into my stubborn eyes. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh and said, "Zhuzi, fetch the rifle." Chen Taiju went into the house and came back shortly with the old Type 38 rifle, worn with age but well-maintained. Its oiled surface gleamed faintly under the light. Beside it was a small iron box speckled with rust, sealed tightly. "Dongha," the old chief said, his fingers gently flicking across the cold steel of the rifle. "Inside this box are the last 50 bullets we have in reserve. The Armed Forces office at the commune has more, but they're 50 cents apiece. I'll give you the rifle. Nobody in the village will object. Everyone understands the trouble your family is in. But let me make one thing clear. If you manage to hunt down big game, you'll need to share some of the meat with the villagers. That's the rule around here." I nodded firmly. The rifle was the brigade's property, and the old chief was merely its custodian. If I managed to bring back something, I would absolutely share it around to quiet any complaints from others. Otherwise, the whispers of gossip could become trouble, and I didn't want to put the old chief in a difficult position. The two of them went on to share tips and warnings about potential dangers in the mountains. Only then did I strap the rifle onto my back, pick up the sack of provisions, and bid farewell. The old chief handed me a letter stamped with an official red seal, instructing me that if I took down large prey, my first stop should be the county's meat processing plant to use the proceeds to settle my debts. As I walked along the desolate village path, a sense of warmth blossomed in my chest. The Qinjia village traces its roots back to the old days when our ancestors ventured to the northeast during the mass migrations. They endured countless hardships to sink roots into this black land. Over the years, they faced one tribulation after another. First, the chaos wrought by the Japanese invaders left 9 out of 10 homes empty. Then, the battles with the nationalists to gain liberation, and later, crossing the Yalu River to fight against the Americans. For our generation to have grown up peacefully was no small fortune, but for the older men who survived, there were fewer than 50 left in total. If you trace our bloodlines back, you'll find nothing but loyal and heroic sacrifices in our lineage. As for Lijia village, back then, they didn't send many to join the military. Rather, most of their men hid at home. That's why their population grew quickly, now outnumbering us by a significant margin. Over the years, we've suffered loss after loss, be it over water for irrigation or trivial disputes over nothing. Xinjia village always got the short end of the stick. I shook my head to cast off the heavy recollections of the past. Just as I stepped into our yard with the rifle strapped to my back and the sack of provisions in hand, I spotted my little sister crouched by the threshold of the kitchen, all alone. Tears streaked her small face. Her lips pouted so hard you could hang an oil jar on them, and her eyes were glued to the gap in the tightly shut door. My second sister was hunched by the stove, feeding kindling into the flames, though her gaze kept darting toward the steaming cauldron. The rich aroma of meat had saturated the cold evening air, and my stomach growled louder in response. "Third brother's back?" my little sister cried out, her voice tinged with both relief and a sobbing tone. "Can we eat the meat now?" Wang Xiaomei, my eldest sister, gave a quick glance toward the kitchen, a silent acknowledgement. The meat had already been cooked to the point where it was falling off the bone, but none of them dared lift the lid until I returned. Even my second sister gazed eagerly over at me. Ignoring my own ravenous hunger, I shook my head. "No, wait a little longer. Throw in more yams into the pot. We haven't had a bit of oily food in our stomachs for a year. If we suddenly gorge on all this meat, our intestines won't handle it. We'll get sick. Make it thick, spread it out across a couple of earthen jars, so we can stretch this meal over several days." Wang Xiaomei looked back and forth between the bubbling broth in the pot and my gaunt face, her lips parting slightly as though to say something, but in the end, she held back. Chen Dashan, sitting in the shadows by the wall, stayed as silent as ever. The rhythmic clinks of his dry tobacco pipe were the only sounds to escape him. I set down the rifle and the sack of provisions, paying no mind to my parents' expressions. Lifting the pot's lid, I let the fragrant steam wash over me. Beneath the dark, rich broth, chunks of wolf meat bobbed up and down. A few potatoes nestled alongside the meat, soaking up the flavorful oil, their edges translucent from the slow cooking. I poked them carefully with a chopstick. The meat needed a bit more time, but its tantalizing aroma was already uplifting. I gave my second sister instructions: cut up another batch of potatoes and toss them into the pot. They'll add more bulk and flavor. Once it bubbles up with the potatoes, ladle the stew into the jars. When the broth cools, it'll gel like jelly. Then, anytime we heat it up, it'll taste just as good and last us many days. Wang Xiaomei watched as I added even more to the sparse, meat-laden stew, casting occasional glances at the now half-empty sack of cornmeal by the stove. Her heart pinched as though stabbed by a needle, but her lips stayed sealed. "Eat, eat," she thought bitterly. Faced with the mountain of debt we owe, maybe this meal will really be the last bit of meat before he heads into danger. Turning her back to suppress tears, she slyly wiped the corner of her eye with her sleeve. In the dim light, Chun Dashin remained speechless, though the snaps of his tobacco pipe clattered even faster now. "Once these potatoes soften, that'll be enough. Just save 2 or 3 servings for this household." I calculated aloud. The rest of the meat, divide it into 2 portions and send them over to second uncles and third uncles' households. Their kids deserve a taste of meat during these tough times. I glanced around for my youngest sister, Li Shui, and frowned slightly when I didn't see her. Unable to resist, I asked, "Where did Xiao Shui go? Did she already leave?" Wang Xiaomei nodded. "She ran home just before nightfall. Her mother was calling for her." "What?" Scooping out 2 hefty chunks of meat into a bowl, I replied, "She helped us so much. Leaving her with just a tiny bite to taste. How does that add up to anything? I'll take this over, too. If we keep taking her help while sending nothing in return, it's not right." Wang Xiaomei watched me, bowl in hand, carefully rationing out the hard-won meat. In that moment, an indistinct thought in her heart suddenly grew painfully clear. After hesitating for a moment, she gently probed, "Donghe, do you have feelings for? What do you think of Xiaoxua, huh? Do you like her?" The hand holding the meat trembled for a moment, my face awkward as I let out a dry cough. "Mom, how did we end up on this topic? Look at the state of me right now." I forced a bitter smile, shaking my head and speaking in a low voice. "Carrying 300 yuan of debt I don't know when I'll be able to repay. With Dad and you on my shoulders, I have to sort out this mess within 3 days. Right now, I only have one goal: to make sure there's grain in our pot, meat in our bowls, and ensure you two and little sister are warm and well fed. When things get better, when our family looks like a proper one again, then I'll consider getting married. As for Xiaoxue, my eyes drifted to the steaming bowl of wolf meat. Of course she's great. Her looks, her temperament, there's nothing to fault. She's quick at her work, too. Your son isn't blind. Saying I don't like her would be a lie. But I can't drag that girl into this mess. Following me to a life where we barely make it to the next meal, living in constant fear, it'd be shameless of me. I placed the bowl of meat gently on the stovetop, giving it a light knock. In the corner, Chun Dashin suddenly tapped his smoking pipe against the frozen ground twice, the dull knocking sound echoing in the room. He raised his head, his cloudy yet sharp eyes sweeping over the family. His voice wasn't loud, but every word landed with the weight of metal striking stone. What? Has it come to this? Your old father hasn't even been laid down in his coffin yet, and you're already calling the shots in this house? You've got it all figured out, huh? He took a long breath. Your third aunt came by earlier. I blinked in surprise. Third aunt? She came by. Chun Dashin didn't look at me, slowly stuffing tobacco leaves into his pipe. You didn't hear wrong. Your third aunt. She scraped together 60 yuan and brought it over. Your third uncle. That stubborn mule. Getting him to loosen his purse strings wasn't easy. He gestured at the darkness beyond the door with his pipe. Tomorrow, I'll head into the county. For the sake of this old face of mine, I'll stake everything I have to beg and scrape together a bit more. He fixed his gaze on me for the first time, sternly. Once we get this life-draining sum together, remember this. From now on, keep your head down and behave. Don't go stirring up trouble again. If there's a next time. Grinding his teeth, he stopped himself from finishing the threat. You old fool. What nonsense are you spouting? Wang Xiaomei, for once, shot him a sharp look. The boys just learned how to hunt wolves so that we can enjoy a decent meal for once. And you're here ruining the mood with such disheartening talk. I stayed silent, listening, my heart sinking deeper and deeper. In my past life, Dad also went into the county, determined to borrow money. And what happened? Those so-called old friendships, upon hearing about his bad leg and the family's crushing debt, their expressions changed instantly. A little humoring and evasions were considered lucky. More often, it was biting sarcasm and cold mockery, sharper than the winds of the harshest winter. In the end, only a few distant relatives, struggling themselves, managed to scrape together less than 40 yuan. 300 yuan. It was an immovable mountain, a pit that could never be filled. Eventually, those scoundrels from Li family village kicked in our door again under the pretense of collecting the debt. They tore my crying and struggling little sister out of mother's arms. I could still remember vividly the sinister, greedy look in Li Ergu's eyes and little sister's heart-wrenching pleas. Third brother. Mother. That heart-rending scene, that beast-smug face, it all came flooding back to me. A fury almost entirely consuming my reason surged within me, but was forcibly suppressed. Almost simultaneously, sitting in the shadows, Chun Dashin snapped his head around with a sharp motion. His brows furrowed tightly as his eagle-like gaze locked onto me. For an instant just now, the hair on his back had stood on end. That sudden burst of unbridled killing intent, dark, intense, was even more chilling than the time he was in a sniper's crosshairs on the battlefield. He, too, was an old soldier who had crawled through countless corpses and pools of blood. His hands were stained with plenty of lives. Yet just now, the fleeting murderous aura from his own son made his heart pound with unease. Was it an illusion? Or, his eyes remained glued to my face, half-lit and shadowed in the night. Mom, don't blame Dad, I said after taking a deep breath, controlling the steadiness of my voice. Dad's just looking out for me, giving me a reminder. The beating I took today wasn't in vain. It taught me a lesson I won't forget. I gestured to the rifle propped against the wall, its cold surface catching the faint light. I've been thinking it over. Moving forward, I'll depend on the mountains to make our living. Farming. I don't match up to Dad or Brother Juzi. But the strength I've got, the skills I've honed from venturing the mountains, they haven't gone anywhere. Plus, with this trusty old companion, I patted the icy barrel of the gun. As long as I don't dive too deep into uncharted woods and stay sharp and careful, nothing will go disastrously wrong. Given how things stand at home, we have to find a way to make money. Wang Xiaomei noticed the sudden sense of firm resolve in my eyes. That gaze didn't belong to the rash and impulsive son she remembered. She opened her mouth, a flood of worry choking her throat. Ultimately, it all turned into a silent sigh, dissipating into the cold mist of the night. The mountains, they're cold, and the night winds bite, she murmured. Chun Dashin's gaze finally shifted onto the rifle. The faint ember on his pipe flickered in his clouded eyes. He stood, walking over step by step. His gait was uneven but steady. Reaching out, he touched the rifle as though it were an old comrade, his hand brushing the smooth, cold steel over and over with a deep, unspoken nostalgia. Do you know how to use it? He asked softly, eyes rising to scan my face with the intensity of a searchlight. He didn't refuse my idea of hunting, but instead took the gun, effortlessly disassembling it. His brows furrowed as he looked over the parts. It needs tung oil. He rubbed his fingers over the dry rust in the rifle's bolt groove. There was no tung oil at home. I quickly fetched a small ceramic bowl from the kitchen, filled with the cloudy wolf grease skimmed off during cooking, still warm. Chandashan didn't say a word. Using a thin wooden stick, he carefully applied the grease to the joints and grooves of the rifle. His movements were meticulous and practiced, disassembling, wiping, oiling, and reassembling. Each action carried the innate rhythm of a seasoned soldier. I watched, holding my breath. As he demonstrated, I memorized every step. When he gestured for me to try, I took the rifle. At first clumsy and awkward, but as the minutes passed, my fingers seemed to awaken. The motions of dismantling and assembling became faster, smoother. Chandashan observed my bone-thin hands deftly dancing between the cold metal parts, his heart thumping unexpectedly. A surge of complicated emotions rose within him. This kid learns startlingly fast. How had he overlooked this talent before? For a moment, he was reminded of himself in his youth, when he got his first rifle in the army, and felt the same. His throat bobbed, but in the end, he muttered to himself in a low voice, with an almost imperceptible glimmer of pride. Not bad, it'll do. A reliable kid indeed. The Chin family doesn't have any cowards. In the past, his son always idled around causing trouble, but deep down, he knew the boy wasn't inherently bad. Otherwise, as his father, he wouldn't have simply scolded him with words. He would have dealt with him harshly. I leaned the freshly polished and shiny Type 38 rifle against the corner of the wall, silently calculating. I needed to figure out a way to get another iron pot. The household had only one, and it wasn't enough. Back in the days of the Great Leap Forward, all the iron pots, knives, and even the door rings in our village's households were taken away. Later, when land was distributed back to families, nobody supplied items like pots or pans. Every household had to tighten its belt and make do on its own. Iron was hard to come by. These days, you didn't need ration tickets to buy things anymore, but a proper, thick iron pot cost over 10 yuan at the supply and marketing cooperative, almost half a month's wages for a factory worker in the county. The winds of reform had only just reached our remote mountain valley. Few dared to venture into business here, and the county's handful of wealthy households could be counted on one hand. The smell of meat, pickled vegetables, and the sweetness of starch wafted from the pot, making my throat tighten. I served each person a large bowl, filled to the brim. Half was glistening, golden chunks of potatoes, and the other half was wolf meat in a rich brown sauce. Under the dim light of the kerosene lamp, our family ate with quiet focus. No one spoke. There were only the sounds of slurping and chewing. All you do is eat, and not a word of thanks to your third brother. Wang Xiaomei tapped the youngest girl's forehead as she saw her huffing to cool down the hot food, too reluctant to spit it out. Tears welled up in the little girl's eyes as she nodded her tiny head like a pecking chick. Thank you, third brother. Watching my little sister's ravenous eating, I couldn't help but laugh, though there was an ache in my heart. From now on, as long as I'm here, this family will never go without meat. I'll make sure everyone in this household regains their health and strength. The dirt-walled house was filled with a long-lost warmth. I devoured my own large bowl, soup and all, until it was spotless. My stomach finally had some warmth in it, though I was far from full. After years of hunger, my stomach was long weakened. I stopped myself from taking more, and instead got up to divide the remaining meat and potatoes into portions, storing them in clay pots to keep warm. The iron pot belonged to Li Shui's family. I had borrowed it, and would need to return it. I split the remaining food into 3 shares. Leaving one portion in the pot, I lifted the heavy vessel and headed for the door. Father, I'm taking some meat over to Xiao Shui's house. Chen Dashan nodded, tapping out his cigarette ash as he stood up. Go. I'm heading to your second uncle's place. That firecracker of a temper. He gets lit up in a second. After that beating, let's see if he's learned his lesson this time. Father, my second uncle was just standing up for me. I protested. Chen Dashan glared at me, his voice suddenly rising. Standing up? He's only doing it because he knows my legs are bad now and I can't deal with him. That temper of his, charging in without asking questions. Even your clever second aunt can't keep him in check. And all for what? Some nobody like Li Ergu. Is a proper forest worker worth risking everything for him? What if something bad had happened? Would he throw away his job? What would his wife and kids eat then? He's the family's backbone. When he loses his temper, he doesn't even recognize the Emperor of Heaven. I'm his older brother. If I don't rein him in, he'll cause disaster. Father's chest heaved, and his graying beard trembled with anger. In this family, Grandpa was too old and Grandma too soft-spoken. The only one who could control second uncle was my father, a war veteran with authority and respect as the eldest brother. Nowadays, our grandparents were reliant on support from my second and third uncles. Our family was the poorest, but the elderly, out of love, often secretly gave us the best of what they had. As the oldest son who had once worn a military uniform, my father bore the heaviest sense of responsibility. He always felt indebted to his parents and siblings. But at home, his word was the final law. Even though second uncle dared to argue with grandma and grandpa, he would wilt under a single look from my father. My third uncle, Chun Jianjun, was sharp and cunning, working as a driver for the county transport team. In fact, that job had originally been an appeasement for my father after an incident where he had been wrongfully blamed. The transport team, fearing this veteran might cause trouble, offered the position to pacify him. But my father, for the sake of his younger brother's future, swallowed his pride and gave the job to third uncle. If my third uncle had been home at the time, with his smarts and guts, a couple of those men from the family village might have really ended up flat on their backs. At this thought, I couldn't help but smirk. Second sister, I turned to Chen Xiaoyu. In a bit, take the youngest and bring the portion I set aside to give to third aunt. With third uncle away, it's better for you two to go. Chen Xiaoyu nodded, pouring the oily broth left in her bowl into some hot water to make a half bowl of soup, which she drank down with satisfaction. It had been a long time since she'd eaten so well. Carrying the still steaming iron pot, I stepped out of the courtyard gate. Our two families were neighbors, separated by about 200 meters. With both hands occupied holding the pot, I couldn't knock on the door. I had to stand outside the low wall of Li Shue's house and call out, "Xiao Shui, are you asleep?" Inside, Li Shui couldn't possibly sleep. After helping cook earlier and returning home, her stomach had been growling nonstop. She understood that my family had many mouths to feed, and that some had to be sent to the second and third uncles. What little she got would surely be meager. Lying on the heated brick bed, she listened to her stomach rumbling its protest, feeling irritated. When she heard my voice outside, her eyes lit up, and she sat up instantly. On the other side of the brick bed, Lu Yufan turned her head tiredly and asked, "Xiao Shui, what is Donghe doing here at this hour?" "Mom, he's probably here to return the pot. Maybe with some meat as well." Slipping on her old cotton jacket and shoes, Li Shui hurried out. Lu Yufan watched her daughter's retreating figure and sighed softly. Li Shui opened the courtyard gate, immediately seeing the iron pot I was holding, brimming with steaming chunks of meat and potatoes, the white vapor curling into the night air. Her heart warmed, and she quickly pulled the creaking door open wider. "Xiao Shui, your brother's treating you to a late-night snack." I grinned broadly. "Call Auntie too. Come and eat while it's hot. It'll warm you up." Li Shui bit her lip, her voice trembling. "Brother Donghe, it's too much. Your family, it's not too much." I interrupted her. "If I don't catch anything tomorrow, I'll probably have to borrow your pot again. We're neighbors, no need to stand on ceremony." I paused, half joking. Besides, if one day I end up going into the mountains and never coming back, wouldn't my father, mother, and little sister have to count on you to help out? "Don't say such nonsense." Li Shui snapped, her almond-shaped eyes wide with alarm. "Quick, spit 3 times. Words like that are unlucky, you're not allowed to say them." I quickly mimicked her words, spitting onto the ground 3 times with a grin. Only then did she let me into the courtyard, grabbing a large clay jar from the kitchen and placing it on the stone table. She swiftly began transferring the meat inside. As she worked, she seemed to come to a decision. Without looking up, she said, "Tomorrow, I'm going into the mountains with you." My hands shook, nearly dropping the pot. "My dear little ancestor, it's dangerous enough for me to venture into the mountains alone. Taking you with me? That's just asking for your uncles to come over and beat me senseless. If they block my family's door, even if I had 10 mouths, I couldn't explain it to them. If you won't take me," Li Shui raised her head, her moonlit eyes gleaming with resolute stubbornness, "I'll tell my uncle." You're bullying me." The words had barely left her mouth before her face flushed red, but she tried to keep herself composed. I immediately felt my head swell, dreading the scene that could play out with her overprotective and fiery uncles. In my mind, I could already picture them cornering me against a wall, reasoning with their fists. "Dear miss, I beg of you, don't say anything." I pleaded in surrender. "This kind of joke can't be made." "If you don't want me to say it, fine." Li Shui's heart pounded wildly, and before she could stop herself, she blurted out, "Then you'll work for my family in exchange." The words had barely settled, and the redness spread down her neck like wildfire. My brain instantly buzzed. I snapped my head toward her, eyes widening. What did you just say? Work for your family? Like that?" I gave her a once-over, my face full of disbelief. "When did you snag yourself a man? How could I not know about this?" Li Shui was so enraged she kicked my shin. "You're the one with a man." I hissed in pain and quickly put down the pot to rub my leg. "Oh, my dear young lady, do you even know what that term means? You shouldn't just say it like that. Doesn't it just mean finding a capable man to help provide for the family?" Li Shuai stiffened her neck, her voice lowering. "It's just me and my mom right now. Whoever marries me will have to take care of my mom too. Isn't that what working for my family means?" Her forced composure made me feel both amused and a pang of sympathy. It dawned on me that she didn't understand the humiliation tied to the term. I sighed and grew serious. "Silly girl, you can't say things like that. People will laugh you to death if they hear it." Leaning closer, I lowered my voice. "Working for a family means the man of the house is paralyzed or useless but hasn't completely died, while the family is starving and has no other choice. So, they bring in an outsider, strong and able, to work like an ox during the day and at night, take the paralyzed man's place in bed, serving the woman and making babies. Understand now." Li Shui's face turned redder than blood, and she bit her lip, mortified into silence. Seeing me barely holding in my laughter, she grew angrier, reaching out to tug at my ear. "You're mocking me." Instinctively, I leaned to the side to dodge. Enraged and embarrassed, she lunged forward, but misjudged her footing, crashing straight into my arms. We both froze, our eyes locked, noses almost touching, every warm breath visible in the cold air. Even through our thick winter jackets, I could distinctly feel the startling impact and remarkable softness pressing against me. I was genuinely stunned. Li Shuai, who usually dressed loosely and stayed inconspicuous, was hiding such abundant assets. That fullness, those curves. Even in these times of scarcity, for her to grow like this, it was as if heaven had given her a special blessing. A thought surfaced. This granary of hers was no joke. I squashed the thought as soon as it arose. Li Shuai let out an "ah," as if scalded. She pushed me away and, face buried in her hands, bolted into the house, completely forgetting the clay pot. Standing in the frosty courtyard, I glanced at the empty pot, then at the clay jar of meat, and finally at the door she had disappeared behind, shaking my head in exasperation. I poured the meat back into the pot and carried it to her small kitchen. With the fire lit again, the pot began to bubble and release a delicious aroma that drifted toward the inner room. Let's see if that greedy girl can resist this. Inside, Li Shuai buried her still-burning face into her pillow, her heart racing uncontrollably. Beside her, Lu Yufan turned over, facing her daughter. In the dark, she quietly sighed. "Shuai, your mom sees it clearly. If you truly fancy that boy, Donghe, I won't stop you." Her tone turned hesitant, a mix of bitterness and care. "But you must wait. Wait until he fills that 300 yuan hole, until the debt is cleared. I don't want you walking the same path I did, waiting for a man until there's no hope left. If they do send him in, who knows how long he'll be gone. That kind of life, it can ruin a person." The redness in Li Shui's face slowly faded, but her eyes in the dark gleamed startlingly bright, carrying a trace of resentment. "Mom, stop mentioning that man. He abandoned us long ago, didn't he? I'm already 19, and he never came to see me, not even once. Back then, when he left, he swore he'd." "Enough." Lu Yufan's voice suddenly turned stern before softening again with stubbornness. "Your mom. I still believe in him." Li Shuai sniffed, swallowing her words. A deep well of grievance surged within her. She flung off the quilt, storming off the bed and out the door in a huff. Just as I ladled the meat into the clay jar, I turned and found Li Shuai standing in the kitchen doorway, her cheeks taut, her red-rimmed eyes glaring with righteous indignation. "How much money do you have right now?" She cut straight to the point, her voice blunt and firm. "Money." I was caught off guard. "Don't play dumb." She rolled her eyes. 3 days, you're down to 2 now. If you don't come up with 300 yuan, you'll end up behind bars. Be honest, how much are you still short?" She stepped closer, teeth gritted as she stared me down. "Tomorrow, I'll go gather my uncles. Even if we have to sell everything, we'll scrape it together for you. And then you'll just owe them. And us, slowly pay them back. I'm putting my face on the line here. After this, you'll look after me and my mom." Her voice trembled near the end, her gaze unwavering, as though terrified she'd catch a hint of hesitation in my face. Under the lamplight, her eyes shone brilliantly, full of defiance yet betraying her deep anxiety. I suddenly recalled rumors from my past life, the villagers whispering how Li Shuai waited several years for him. At this moment, I finally confirmed it. It wasn't just hearsay, it was true. This girl had truly placed me in the deepest part of her heart. Before, I'd only seen her as my best friend, the only one who never shunned me as a street loafer. I never pondered the weight of our connection. But now, I understood, this wasn't mere friendship. This was the delicate, quietly harbored affection of a young woman. Seeing my silence, she panicked. Reaching out, she gave the soft flesh at my waist a hard twist. "Speak. If you don't, I'll take your quiet as consent. Don't fear my uncles. They actually think highly of you. Back when you saved me, they all said you were a real man. Her voice grew softer and softer until, suddenly, she shouted, as if mustering up all her bravery. Chen Dongha, I like you. Is that good enough? Her straightforward confession left me stunned, rendering me utterly speechless. Rubbing my now aching waist, I couldn't help but blurt out, Xiao Shui, I feel like a gold ingot just fell from the sky and knocked me senseless. What did I ever do to deserve this? But her interpretation of my words changed the tone completely. Her eyes reddened instantly, her voice trembling on the verge of tears. You don't want me, do you? You're still thinking about Li Hongmei from Li family village, aren't you? She abruptly lifted her gaze, her eyes sharp like knives. Just give me a straight answer. Yes or no? If yes, then pretend I said nothing tonight, and we'll go back to being neighbors. When I saw the tears welling up in her eyes, panic swept over me. Waving my hands frantically, I stammered, no, absolutely not. How could I possibly like Li Hongmei? Sure, she's the village belle, but I only know her in passing. The fight with Li Ergu stems from old grudges. It has absolutely nothing to do with her. Talking about this made me flare up again. I helped her out of good intentions, and what did she do? She testified on behalf of Li Ergu, claiming I was intentionally causing trouble. Damn it, I must have been blind to help such an ungrateful wretch. Hearing me resolutely deny it, Li Shui visibly relaxed. Though her eyes still brimmed with unshed tears, her hands instinctively grabbed the corner of my shirt. Her voice quivered with timidity as she asked, Then are you willing? Her tear-streaked, stubbornly determined face sent a warmth surging through my chest. In an instant, any lingering hesitation dissipated like smoke. I gritted my teeth and put on a mock-serious expression, raising 3 fingers. I'm willing. 100 times willing. But there are 3 ground rules we need to set. What do you mean? She looked puzzled, though her heart raced wildly. I folded 1 finger down. First, you're not allowed to hit me anymore. Especially no pinching my waist or twisting my ear. I dropped another finger. Second, your sharp tongue is like a dagger. From now on, no more stabbing words. You have to be gentler with me. Finally, I held up just 1 finger, my face dead serious. Third, I get the final say on major decisions. At the very least, you've got to save me face in front of others. If I truly mess up, you can deal with me however you like once we're home. Even making me kneel on a washboard is fine. Li Shui broke into a teary smile, nodding earnestly as her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Okay, I'll listen to everything you say. Is that good enough? Her voice was as soft as syrup, oozing sweetness. Seeing her docile yet bashful expression, my heart melted completely. Unable to resist any longer, I opened my arms, pulling her into an embrace, and leaned close to her ear to whisper mischievously. Then can you kiss me? Just a little. Li Shui froze for a moment, then quickly stood on tiptoe and brushed my cold cheek like a dragonfly skimming water. Just as swiftly, she pulled back, her ears a vivid shade of scarlet. I did it. You're not allowed to take it back. I'd never take it back. I tightened my embrace, smiling with a warmth akin to the first ray of sunlight in winter. Held tightly in my arms, Li Shui softened completely, her embarrassment manifesting as she weakly pushed me away. Go home already. It's late. Tomorrow, I'll go ask my uncle to borrow money to repay the debt. She shoved me to the courtyard gate. Clinging to the doorframe, I countered. Leave the debt to me. If you're worried, then the day after tomorrow when the creditors come, just call a few of your uncles over to back me up. With them around, the folks from Li family village won't dare act recklessly. All right. Leaning against the door, Li Shui exhaled a long breath as she listened to my footsteps fade into the distance. Her hand covered her burning face. Why had she been so bold just now? She'd spilled all her innermost thoughts, but the outcome was wonderful. Winter brother truly cared about her. His little demands clearly showed how much he cherished her. Did he really think he was being tough? Actually, she could be gentle too. Carrying an excited warmth in my chest, I returned home, my steps light and buoyant. As I walked into the courtyard, my second sister shoved a warm cornbread pancake into my hands. Eat this tonight. That stomach of yours is a bottomless pit. A bowl of meat isn't enough to fill you. Smiling, she added, Dad came back from Uncle's place, and his tempers eased up a bit. Third aunt also stopped by. She said she'd visit her maternal family tomorrow to see if she could borrow some money. Hearing this, a surge of emotion caught in my throat, and my eyes stung. My entire family, my parents, my sisters, my uncles and aunts, were going all out, running around for the meager 300 yuan debt that had weighed us down. My third aunt, Wang Xiaolan, had been a city girl back in the day, tricked into marrying my third uncle and settling in Chintuan village. She'd practically severed ties with her family over it and hadn't mentioned visiting them for years. And now, all for me. My heart tightened. and I hurriedly instructed my second sister. Tomorrow morning, go to third aunt's house and make sure she doesn't really go to her maternal family to borrow money. Tell her I've got a solution. I'll definitely pay it back. Having eaten a hearty meal today, I felt a bit more energy trickling back. Using some of the remaining wolf lard, I fried a few more cornbread pancakes and buried a few potatoes in the stove's lingering embers to serve as rations. Watching my father sitting silently on the kang's edge, his back stooped as he smoked a cigarette, I knew his heart was heavy. This man, once fierce and vigorous on the battlefield, now dragged an injured leg, unable to even venture into the mountains to help his son. I didn't know how to comfort him. My father's love was always silent and mountainous, an unwavering presence I'd only come to understand in its full, weighty depth in this second chance at life. The next morning, the sky had barely lightened when my eyes snapped open. My stomach groaned loudly. The wolf meat and potatoes from the night before had been completely consumed in one night. My body's craving for nourishment ran bone deep. But there was good news. My limbs no longer felt weak, and I could walk steadily again. Today, I had to venture deep into the mountains. I reheated yesterday's meat and potatoes over the old clay pot, adding a few pancakes for a hearty meal. With some grease in my belly, I'd have enough energy for the climb, and maybe even enough to run from some large beast, should I encounter one. After eating, I meticulously checked my gear for the mountains. The Type 38 rifle was slung across my back. Last night, I'd carefully examined its ammunition by the light of the lamp, each bullet glinting coldly with a yellowish gleam. While I hadn't personally used this antique rifle before, I was familiar with its mechanics from years of experience with firearms. After adjusting its sights and familiarizing myself with its recoil, I'd be ready in no time. In a couple of years, when the Type 81 automatic rifle came out, I'd save up for one. Not even the fiercest mountain tiger could withstand a barrage. At my waist, I carried a half-new bamboo bow and a quiver of arrows. For pheasants and hares, a gun wasn't necessary. Guns drew too much attention and wasted ammunition. A bow and arrow were far more practical. A hunting knife rested snugly in the leather sheath strapped to my back. With everything ready, I stepped out the door. The 300 yuan debt loomed like a boulder on my heart. Though I knew we'd been framed, it didn't matter in this era. Someone accuses you of theft, catches you red-handed with the so-called stolen money, and even produces witnesses. If it escalates, there's a real risk of being thrown behind bars. Crunch, crunch, the snow crumbled underfoot. Suddenly, my ears twitched. I turned to look at a patch of withered trees up ahead. From within came the faint cackling of a bird. My eyes lit up, and I immediately lightened my steps. I swiftly tucked the cumbersome rifle and basket into the spatial system, instantly feeling lighter and more agile. With a raise of my hand, I had already grasped the bamboo bow and a feathered arrow. A colorful male pheasant, startled, flapped its wings and burst out of the undergrowth, scattering snow in the process. The bow bent into a full arc. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the air, striking the pheasant just as it took off. It fell to the ground with a heavy thud, wings still fluttering, its fresh blood staining the snow in vivid patterns. In a few strides, I reached the spot, retrieved the arrow, and casually tossed the still twitching pheasant into my spatial system. Inside that space, everything remained completely still. Even a pot of boiling water would stay scalding no matter how much time passed. A good start. Luck isn't bad today. Maybe I'll catch something big. The large game on the mountain migrates with the seasons, and their activity spots change as well. In my previous life, the instincts of outdoor tracking and survival were etched deep into my bones. By looking at footprints, bite marks on trees, or even the shape of droppings, I could deduce what kind of creature had lingered here and for how long. After walking a bit further, I approached an open snowy slope. Out of habit, I looked up to search the higher branches, quickly locking onto a target. A gray-tailed squirrel, locals call it a gray doggy, was cautiously perched on a horizontal branch, its little claws clutching a pine cone. This little creature was highly alert, a survival expert of the forest. A complete gray doggy pelt could sell for around $1.50. But my goal was the big game. Hunting little critters like this wouldn't even earn $50 after wasting an entire day. Once I get myself a good slingshot in the future, catching gray doggies will be much more efficient. I gripped my machete, walking and swinging as I went, hacking apart dead branches blocking my path. My goal was clear: level up my blade skill to advanced as soon as possible. Even at just an intermediate level, the level of control already far surpassed the peak I had painstakingly trained for in my previous life. If I actually reached advanced, I had a premonition. At that point, field dressing prey, surviving dangerous encounters, my skill might truly reach the level of the legendary butcher carving an ox. Confronting a fierce beast with a blade in hand would give me significantly more confidence in a fight to the death. Of course, marksmanship was important too. It's what you rely on at range. But that required bullets, and at 50 cents a round, it felt far too extravagant right now. Not the time for it yet. I oriented myself, picking a route opposite from where I had come, heading deeper into the wilderness. The further in, the more desolate and untouched it became, even more likely to house valuable prey. My target, a bear den. In the heart of winter, it was black bear hibernation season. If I could find their lair and toss in a firecracker, the explosion would enrage the beast and force it to charge out. Then, at close range, firing my trusty rifle, a Type 38 Arisaka, its force could punch holes through several centimeters of steel plate, let alone flesh and bone. As I trekked deeper into the old-growth forest, the snow beneath my feet grew thicker, sometimes reaching thigh-deep in places. The cold wind howled, cutting painfully into my cheeks. I looked up at the sky, measuring time without a watch by the position of the sun. Judging by its position near zenith, it was almost noon, around 11, I guessed. I stopped walking, choosing a high ridge to rest. Though this spot was exposed to biting winds, the view was vast and open. Half the valley and its sprawling tree line lay in full view below. From this high vantage point, I was safe from being ambushed by the stealthy predators that roamed these woods. In winter, dry kindling for fire was rare. But once the flames got going with some thin twigs and dried grass, the fire stayed lit. The pine wood burned, releasing a faintly sweet, resinous scent. Pulling out the half-eaten mountain pheasant left over from yesterday, I used my hunting knife to sharpen a branch and fashioned a simple rack to slowly roast the bird over the fire. The flatbread I had toasted turned golden and crispy on the outside. Every bite of that tender, crispy chicken paired perfectly with the crunchy bread. The half pheasant weighed at least 1.5 pounds, and by the time I devoured it, I was only about 80% full. I cleared the fire pit, burying the embers under snow to ensure no lingering sparks remained. Crossing the second mountain ridge, I instinctively halted and dropped low, holding my breath. Ahead was a sunny valley in a lower-lying area, sheltered from the wind. The valley floor had no snow, revealing patches of yellowish moss and lichen. At this moment, a few creatures roughly the size of goats were strolling through the valley, their heads lowered as they nibbled at the rare, fresh grass. I couldn't hide my grin. Roe deer. Silly roe deer. Roe deer usually moved in groups. Seeing only 6, I immediately surmised that there might be a larger herd nearby. It was probably just scattered while foraging. I estimated the distance, and my heart sank. It was over 3,000 feet away. Crossing this open terrain would expose me completely, scaring off those sensitive little creatures, leaving not even a shadow to chase. Noticing the roe deer continuing to graze, their departure seemed unlikely for now. I carefully retreated, crouching low and flanking around the ridge. Taking a longer route was clumsy, often risking alerting the prey. The terrain was rough, with jagged rocks and deep snow, and every step required caution. From my elevated position earlier, I'd spotted how the valley only had a single narrow entrance, with the rest hemmed in by sheer cliffs. No matter how fast those roe deer could run, they wouldn't escape the cliff walls towering dozens of feet high. They'd eventually have to scamper back through the only way out. It took nearly an hour before I managed to circle around near the valley entrance. Pressing my body into a bed of snow, I slowly crawled forward. The deep snow muffled any sound. Once the distance between me and the deer closed to under 2,000 feet, I drew out the Type 38 from my pouch. My fingers, frozen stiff, had to be shoved into my chest to warm up first. Safety off, chamber loaded. Lying prone in the snow, frigid wind snaked into my cuffs and down my collar. Bang! The rifle's crack echoed through the valley. The grazing roe deer bolted upright in fright. The buck with its beautiful antlers seemed hit by an invisible, thunderous hammer. It dropped instantly without so much as a sound, collapsing onto the snow as blood pooled from the impact point near its eye, staining the ground crimson. My aim, honed through countless dangerous situations, made hitting a distant still target almost second nature. A second shot followed closely, this time targeting a slightly smaller doe. The bullet penetrated its lower jaw with precision. It didn't die immediately, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. The remaining deer panicked, charging aimlessly toward the valley depths. But I blocked the only exit. Watching them helplessly rush toward the dead end of the valley cliffs, I remained calm. I knew it was a matter of time before their primal survival instincts would bring them back toward me, the sole escape route. Sure enough, after 3 minutes, the deer returned, desperate for escape. Facing what they thought to be their only chance at survival, their drive to live outweighed their fear. Bang! The third shot nailed its mark. A leading doe toppled from a neck shot, its head lolling lifeless as it spasmed briefly before going still. The remaining deer recoiled in place once again, then turned back toward the valley depths in blind panic. Dumb roe deer. I couldn't help but laugh aloud. Within minutes, the remaining 3 deer came back, and I dropped 2 more. Only one managed to turn tail and vanish into the valley. But this time, I didn't need to wait prone. Walking toward it with my rifle in hand, I took it down directly. After taking a deep breath, a rush of joy filled every cell in my body. This is it. I've struck gold this time. With a single thought, the 6 warm carcasses of the roe deer disappeared into my storage space. Roe deer meat, tender and nutrient-rich, was a delicacy during these times of scarce protein and fats, a true treasure of the mountains. And then there were the pelts, perfect for fur coats, not to mention the prized antlers and deer penises. Gunfire and the scent of blood had long since scared them off. There was always time in the future. I looked up at the sun. Clearly, it hung lower in the western sky now. Almost 2 o'clock, right? Time to head back. As I was calculating how much 6 deer could sell for, suddenly, an intense sense of danger overwhelmed me. In my past life, it was this very instinct for danger that saved me from peril time and time again. My entire body tensed instantly, every muscle going rigid, the hair on my skin standing on end. No time to think. My body acted on its own, defying logic, throwing itself sideways toward a thick oak tree on the left. Using both hands and feet, I climbed up like a startled monkey. Rip! My clothes tore at the side, snagged on a jutting branch. Damn it! In a few quick motions, I'd climbed over 4 meters high, perching on a strong branch. Only then did I dare to look down. My heart tightened. My eyebrows furrowed deeply into a frown. The promise of bountiful spoils had dulled my vigilance. I had forgotten that this was still a dangerous wilderness filled with treachery. In the snowy, barren forest below, at some point a pack of over 20 wolves had appeared. They formed a loose semicircle around my tree, effectively trapping me. The smaller ones crept within 10 steps of the trunk. On a small mound at the back of the pack squatted a particularly massive wolf, noticeably larger than the others. Its fur was iron gray, with half of its left ear missing and a dark scar running across its snout. I bit down hard, glaring intently at that alpha wolf. Our gazes clashed mid-air, chilling in the crisp atmosphere. The giant wolf seemed to sense my attention. Its maw twisted into a grin, revealing sharp, white fangs as it let out a low growl. At this sound, the surrounding wolves advanced, tightening their formation in an instant. Over 20 hungry wild wolves bared their teeth, their rancid drool dripping onto the snow below. They didn't attack right away. Most lay or sat down, some even lazily licking their fur. It was clear they planned to wait me out. I smirked. What? Seeing I've got no weapon on me, you think you can act all arrogant, huh? Even before the words finished leaving my lips, a bow and arrow appeared in my grasp out of thin air. Sure, I could have just pulled out my Type 38 rifle and fired a shot to scare them off. But this wolf pack wasn't just eyeing my flesh. I wanted their pelts as well. Gunshots would merely scatter them, whereas a bow and arrow would let me keep playing this game. The ferocity of the wounded mother wolf that lunged at me yesterday was still vivid in my memory. But now I was up in a tree, and wolves couldn't climb trees. I had the upper hand from the start. The bowstring groaned, bending into a full crescent, the arrowhead glinting coldly under the sunlight. Oh, whoa. The Wolf King's reaction was swift, a sharp howl splitting the air. The wolves below stirred instantly. Those that had been lying down sprung to their feet, pacing rapidly around and under the tree, their eyes locked onto me with predatory hunger, guttural growls rolling from their throats. The corner of my lips curved into a cold grin. If I missed the vulnerable spots on your necks from this distance, then all those sniper kills in my past life were for nothing. The bowstring sang, and the arrow cut through the air. Thud! The nearest gray wolf that had been snarling at the tree trunk fell on the spot. The arrow punctured cleanly through its exposed throat, and hot wolf blood sprayed like a fountain over the tree bark and snow. The wolf didn't die instantly. It clawed at its neck, wheezing and gurgling as air escaped through foamy red blood. Less than 10 seconds later, its spasms ceased with a final twitch. The sudden, violent death threw the pack into chaos. Several of the closer wolves instinctively tucked their tails and backed away. Without hesitation, I notched another arrow. The second shot sped forth like lightning. One wolf, sensing the danger, leapt to the side at the last second. The arrow aimed for its throat instead pierced into its raised left eye socket with a sickening thud. A whoop! A horrific howl rang out as the wolf collapsed, writhing as if electrocuted. Its limbs flailed chaotically before going limp and lifeless. Bad luck for you, huh? I muttered. A long, furious howl came from the Wolf King. The panicked pack quickly fell back to a clearing over 20 meters away, casting savage, hateful gazes my way. The metallic scent of blood lingered heavily in the air. Yet there was not a trace of joy on my face. Rather, my frown deepened as I focused on the Wolf King at the rear. Quite clever, aren't you? Testing how far my bow can shoot. These wolves were tactically regrouping, retreating to what they believed was a safe distance to start a prolonged standoff. This wasn't good for a lone hunter like me with limited supplies. My sturdy bamboo bow had an effective range of about 100 meters. Beyond that, achieving a swift kill would require pinpoint strikes to vital points like the heart or eye sockets. Otherwise, it would be difficult to take them down in a single shot. The wolves had now retreated to about 25 or 26 meters away, a range I could still handle confidently. My gaze sharpened, locking onto a wolf toward the back of the pack. The bow bent into a full crescent, the string drawing taut. The wolves immediately sensed my movement. Before I could release the arrow, the closest 2 or 3 bolted for the trees and rocks, seeking cover behind the sparse forest growth. The others lowered their bodies, tails tucked defensively in tight suspicion. Twang, twang, twang. I fired 3 arrows in rapid succession, giving them no chance to react. The first arrow, thud, drove deep into the ribs of a wolf attempting to shift position. It collapsed with a pained howl. The second arrow struck a younger wolf aiming to use its fallen comrade's body for cover, pinning it cleanly through its neck to the snow. The third arrow missed its mark, barely grazing a cunning adult wolf's rear end as it darted out of my aim upon release. A trail of blood droplets and tufts of gray fur were left in its wake. It wasn't fatal, but enough to send it fleeing in terror. Adding the downed ones, there were now 5 corpses strewn across the snowy ground. The Wolf King's next howl raged louder, echoing with fury. The pack retreated rapidly to the tree line over 100 meters away, crouching low among scattered trees and shrubs, unwilling to venture closer for now. The distance was now beyond 100 meters. Slowly, I lowered my arm, and the longbow vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared. All movement in the wolf pack seemed to freeze briefly. Even the distant Wolf King tilted its head slightly in puzzlement, a flicker of confusion in its cold, predatory eyes. The sudden disappearance of danger was a concept their limited intelligence struggled to grasp. But primal instincts, once suppressed, began to rise again slowly. About 20 minutes later, the wolves returned to their cautious probing. The Wolf King stayed put in the distance as 17 or 18 wolves split into small groups, inching forward again from between scattered trees. They had learned their lesson, moving more deliberately this time, using every rock, snow drift, and trunk as cover, spreading out their formation. Watching these cunning predators perform their little charade from above, I felt a thought stir within me. A small smile formed on my lips. Sliding down the tree, I stopped at the first branch roughly 3 meters above ground and sat. I wanted them closer, close enough that there would be no more room to hide, close enough for me to strike with absolute precision. Over a dozen greedy, bloodthirsty eyes remained glued to me from every direction, glinting with ferocity. At last, the most impulsive wolf of the lot, the nearest, strongest adult male, lost its patience. It lunged forward. Snow and dirt flew as its sharp, mud-caked claws raked fiercely against the tree trunk, emitted a chilling scraping sound that made one's teeth ache. It strained to lift its head, snarling viciously at the hem of my pants, its foul-smelling saliva spraying everywhere. This futile commotion shattered the silence. A few nearby wolves were already approaching. A derisive smirk spread across my face, undisguised. My gaze pierced through the pack of wolves and locked onto the alpha wolf 100 meters away. Your hide would make a perfect wolfskin rug. It'd be so comfortable to sleep on. How? The alpha wolf seemed to understand my words, its furious roar filled with rage. With that howl, the previously scattered wolves slowly began closing in around the tree trunk, intent on forcing me down from my perch more than 3 meters high. It was time. My gaze suddenly turned icy cold. My thoughts raced lightning fast as an arrow slipped between my fingers. At this distance, there was no need to fully draw the bow, let alone aim. Twang! 3 arrows were loosed in rapid succession, descending sharply with a piercing whistle thanks to the vantage point. Thud! 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 3 muffled sounds rang out almost simultaneously. An arrow pierced through the mouth of a wolf that had just raised its head to snarl, bursting out through the back of its neck. Another arrow embedded itself into the lower neck of a wolf creeping in from the side. The third arrow sank deeply into the right eye socket of a sturdy male wolf. All 3 wolf corpses collapsed to the ground nearly in unison. A cacophony of wailing erupted beneath the tree. Watching their compatriots drop dead in the blink of an eye, the remaining wolves were overwhelmed by fear, which outweighed their bloodlust. Without awaiting orders from the alpha, they turned tail and fled madly toward the forest 100 meters away. A cruel glint flashed across my eyes. Trying to run? It won't be that easy. In an instant, I put away my bow and brought out my rifle, a Type 38. The bolt had already been cautiously unlocked while in storage, all of this happening as swiftly as lightning. The alpha wolf, just about to howl and give orders 100 meters away, caught a glimpse of my rifle. A sense of impending doom bristled through its entire body, and it instinctively leapt behind a tree for cover. Bang! The gunshot was as loud as thunder, shaking snow from the tree branches above. The alpha wolf's head snapped violently upward. The bullet had entered through its yawning lower jaw, shredding its mouth and brain. Its massive body collapsed straight onto the snowy ground like a felled tree stump, twitching a few times before falling completely silent. Only its broken fang pointed stubbornly at the gray sky above. The king was dead. The entire wolf pack was utterly shattered by the combination of the gunshot and the alpha's death. They let out cries of fear and despair, their wails echoing through the forest. Frightened out of their wits and with no leader to rally them, they tucked their tails between their legs and bolted toward the depths of the dense forest, desperate to escape this slaughter. Behind them, relentless gunfire rang out like a deathly whistle, mercilessly cutting down the stragglers. Bang! 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 I remained eerily calm, operating the bolt-action rifle smoothly and methodically. Brass casings jingled as they tumbled to the ground at my feet. The muzzle of the rifle danced between the sprinting silhouettes of wolves, and with every flash of light, another mountain wolf fell. But the Type 38 had its limits. After 5 shots, the remaining 10 wolves had escaped into the forest in a frenzy. In the depths of the woods, only a few faint and forlorn howls of resentment and terror lingered. It sounded like a mournful elegy for their fallen alpha and comrades. Standing on the branch, I squinted into the distance to confirm that the wolves had fled far enough, with no chance of circling back. Then I slowly lowered my rifle. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, such vengeful creatures. I only took down 2 wolves for self-defense yesterday, and today they brought over 20 for an ambush. Almost got me this time. Clearly, I couldn't let my guard down for even a moment in these mountains. The slightest lapse could cost me my life. I slid down from the tree, landing gracefully on the snow stained red with wolf's blood, and began taking stock of the battle's spoils. Not far away, a crippled wolf missing most of its limbs clawed weakly at the snow, letting out a feeble whimper. I walked straight toward it, stepping on its throat. "You're not going to make it. Let me ease your misery." Without hesitation, I slit its windpipe with my hunting knife, ending its suffering. I rolled the carcass over and examined the arrow-pierced abdomen. It had to be processed immediately. If left too long, the meat would spoil. Squatting down, I worked the knife with precision. The blade glided along the skin and flesh, and before long, I had removed an intact wolf pelt. I opened up the abdomen, pulling out the steaming hot entrails. Clean this gut out, and it'd make a passable meal. I extracted the wolf's heart and a section of its intestine, then hung them on a nearby withered branch as an offering to the mountain god, an age-old custom among hunters, showing respect and reverence. During these times, even dual-income households rarely had meat on the table, let alone villagers. Not many knew how to prepare internal organs, but I was skilled at it. Wiping my knife clean with snow, I glanced at the crimson splatters on the snow, which were already darkening and starting to coagulate. My brow furrowed. The scent would travel far. If it attracted other large predators, wolves could be dealt with through strategy, but running into a tiger in the depths of these mountains. The so-called mountain god was not a title bestowed lightly by the villagers. Tigers were powerful beasts, masters of climbing, swimming, and leaping. Their explosive strength was terrifying, able to cover over 3 meters in 1 pounce, and one swipe of their claws carried enough force to snap a tree as thick as an arm. I certainly wasn't in the mood for a showdown with such a creature. Quickening my pace, I began descending the mountain. 14 wolves and 6 deer rested silently in my system space. I calculated quickly. Selling them at the free market in the county town, how much money could they bring in? The empty snowy slope returned to silence, as if the life-or-death struggle moments ago had never happened. The journey back went smoothly. There were no howls to be heard. When the blurry outlines of the village appeared in the distance, I finally exhaled in relief. Stopping to survey my surroundings, I made sure there were no prying eyes. With a thought, I took out the wolf corpse I had just skinned and gutted from the space. I placed an old, thick plastic sheet at the bottom of my basket to prevent the wolf's blood from soaking through my coat. The wolf hide I kept in hand to avoid bloodstains, and the entrails were stuffed into the corner of the basket. The remaining deer and wolf carcasses stayed in the system space. With the heavy basket on my back, I trudged through the creaking accumulated snow toward the village entrance. It was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. During the idle winter season, apart from a few diligent villagers busy mending farm tools or chopping firewood at home, most had no work and were gathered in small groups, basking in the sun and chatting idly by the south-facing wall, sheltered from the wind. Seeing me, their eyes instinctively darted toward my basket, where faint outlines peeked out. "Well, if it isn't Dongha, you've been up in the mountains again, huh?" A middle-aged man in a puffy black cotton jacket was the first to call out, his eyes wide as he unabashedly stared at my basket. I paused my steps and grinned at him, revealing white teeth and a deliberately bitter edge to my smile. Yeah, these days, you've got no choice but to risk it in the mountains. If I can't pay off my debts, you might not see me around much longer. As I spoke, the sunbathers instantly exploded into chatter, each face filled with indignation. What a sin. That Lee family from Lee Village really lack morality. Aunt Lou, known for her sharp tongue, slapped her thigh and cursed. Especially that scoundrel Lee Ergo. He struck someone first, and now he's playing victim? Claims his head got injured? Oh please. If it really were, could he have pranced around this long? I saw Winter River that day. He had it much worse. This is clearly a sham attempt to extort money. 300 yuan. Why doesn't he just go rob a bank? An old man with white hair chimed in. Exactly. That Lee family has relatives in the county hospital. Getting a fake medical certificate is child's play for them. If you ask me, someone should sue them for extortion. Listening to everyone chime in one after another, I merely smiled and kept quiet. I understood deep down. While the villagers were mostly kind-hearted and sympathetic to my family's plight, in the past, not many had viewed me favorably. After all, I had a reputation as the troublemaker of the area. This sudden wave of support was more likely a reaction against the bullying ways of Lee Village than any genuine allegiance to me. Hey, Winter River, that basket on your back doesn't look light. Got a good haul today? Someone finally pivoted the topic to my burden. Yeah, caught a wolf, I replied nonchalantly. Quickening my pace, I knew I had to get home without delay. A wolf. The crowd instantly erupted again. Aunt Lou's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg, while the others stood dumbfounded. The sunbathers couldn't remain seated anymore. They looked at one another before hurriedly getting up and jogging after me toward my house. Everyone shared the same thought. What does a wild wolf look like? None of them had ever seen one before. My home was at the edge of the village, nestled at the foot of the mountain. As I rushed through the gates, I saw my father, Chen Dashin, sitting in the middle of the courtyard on a small stool. He had a few strips of greenish-yellow bamboo in his hands, working on making a basket. Next to him lay a pile of freshly cut bamboo strips. With winter's short days, he was trying to make the most of the afternoon light to craft another basket, hoping it might bring in a bit of extra money. Hearing footsteps, my father lifted his head. His weather-beaten face, carved with deep lines, lit up slightly at the sight of me returning safely. His cloudy eyes shimmered, if only briefly. Back already? How did it go? His voice was hoarse. Everything that could be borrowed or pawned had already been exhausted. That morning, my mother had gone back to her family to seek a sliver of financial help. For now, my father was pinning his hopes on me to bring something from the mountains. A rabbit, a pheasant, anything that could fetch a few yuan at the buying station. 300 yuan, a number as heavy as a mountain, suffocating him under its weight. His son had saved a life, only to be falsely accused in return. Every time he thought about it, a lump of anger lodged in his chest, making him feel as though he'd swallowed a lead ball. Seeing my father, I finally allowed a spirited smile to break across my face, my youthful pride unmistakable. Pa, big haul today. Struck the jackpot. Caught a wolf, and that's not all. Got myself a few pheasants and rabbits as well. But here's the kicker. I lowered my voice, leaning closer to him. I snagged 2 deer, and took care of a few more wolves too. There was so much, I stashed everything in the usual spot. Tomorrow morning, I'll head to the county and sell the wolf meat and venison together. My father's hand, which was holding the bamboo strip, froze abruptly. The sharp edge nearly sliced through his calloused fingers. He jerked his head up, his eyes widening in astonishment and joy. For a moment, he even seemed to hold his breath. Just as he was about to ask where I'd hidden it all, a bustle of footsteps and voices came from the courtyard gate. The villagers, here to watch the commotion, had arrived. The glimmer in his eyes was swiftly replaced by worry as he lowered his voice urgently. That much meat. Can that cave even hold it all? The bloody scent will surely attract beasts. Maybe I should get your second uncle to join you tomorrow and bring everything back. If something drags it off, it'll all go to waste. As he spoke, he wrung his frostbitten and scarred hands nervously, already imagining the venison being devoured by wolves. Watching the deep lines on my father's face and his hands, worn and battered, my chest tightened with emotion. Throwing a glance at the entrance and then back at him, I reassured him in a confident whisper, Pa, don't worry. It's in the usual spot. The usual spot I mentioned was a natural cave, its entrance so narrow that only one person could squeeze through sideways. But inside, it was spacious and well hidden, nestled in a hollow just outside the village. Even an ox cart could get close by the area. And besides, I had blocked the entrance with several large blue rocks. My father's anxiety slowly dissolved, and I could see his heart settle back into place. Since I sounded so certain, he refrained from asking further. His taut expression eventually softened, and a wave of deep relief and satisfaction washed over him. He gazed at me, now seemingly more mature and steady compared to the rash boy who had left that morning. His eyes conveyed a mix of pride, wistfulness, and even a touch of liberation. As I glanced at the sharp bamboo strips in front of him and the layers of scars on his hands, my heart ached even more. Pa, this bamboo weaving work is too much. Just look at your hands. Can't we stop doing this? It wears you out, and the money you earn isn't even enough for medicine. From now on, let me take care of the family, all right? Life's long, we'll get through this. I've got it all mapped out. I'll head into the mountains every day. You know I'll always manage to bring something back. You can stay home and process the hides, tin them where needed, smoke meat where needed. There's plenty to do. Afraid he might feel aimless without work, I deliberately added with a spark of hopefulness. This winter, I'm thinking we should have meat on the table for every meal. I need to bulk up anyway, get stronger and more capable of running in the mountains safely, right? Hearing me string together a long stretch of practical and heartfelt words, my father was visibly moved. It was as if, overnight, the reckless boy he knew had somehow transformed completely. A surge of warmth flooded his chest, rising to his eyes. He quickly lowered his head, blinking rapidly and wiping his face with a firm hand. All right, I'll listen to you. Whatever you say, from now on, your pa will just be your helper. By this time, the chatter from outside the courtyard grew louder. Curious eyes peeked in, eager to get a glimpse of the wolf in my basket. Turning around, I shifted my expression back to that mix of self-deprecation and helplessness. The crowd outside the gate was pressing forward, shoulder to shoulder, craning their necks to look inside. The bloodstained basket in the center of the courtyard was impossible to ignore. Old Man Zhang's booming voice was the first to rise above the cacophony. Winter River, you're something else. Yesterday, you said you took down a wolf, and today you've brought back another. What skill? Must be worth a fortune. Eh? The others followed suit with their fiery stares, some filled with envy, some with curiosity, and some with a sly desire to share in the spoils. Deliberately calm, I moved the basket toward. The courtyard shifted slightly to let everyone have a clearer view. Amid the barrage of chatter and questions, I understood their thoughts. As the old saying goes, a dog meets stew boiled thrice. Even immortals can't stay standing. This is top-quality protein. Wolves and dogs, their ancestors were relatives. The difference isn't much. Earlier, I waited. This one's not small, and the meat's decent. I paused intentionally, speaking with a tone meant for the curious. But listen, the county's purchasing station buys wolf meat at 90 cents per pound for pure meat. If you want to save trouble and sell it with the bones, the yield rate for wolf meat is low, and they'll give you at most 50 cents. As for this pelt, I pointed to the basket. It's in good condition, no holes or tears, and I estimate it could sell for 7 or 8 yuan. Aunt Lu immediately started counting on her fingers. Oh my, such a big wolf. After skinning and gutting, with the bones and meat left, it's at least 40 pounds. Plus that pelt, 30 yuan. It's definitely worth 30 yuan. Her sharp, bright voice made it sound like the money was already in front of her eyes. A few men in gray cotton-padded jackets nodded in agreement, their eyes full of envy. Damn it. One trip into the mountains is worth the same as half a year of hard labor for my whole family. Exactly. After paying the grain tax, selling what's left to the supply station barely earns us a few banknotes, and we work ourselves to death. Brother Dongha, this is something else. Old Zhang came closer with an ingratiating grin, patting his solid chest. Dongha, how about this? Your uncle here doesn't have much else but strength to spare. Next time you head into the mountains, take me along to give you a hand. I'll carry stuff, assist with whatever you need. I swear I won't hold you back. When we return, you can just give me a bit of leftover meat. Even just some entrails will do, just so my kids can have a taste of something fatty. Hearing this, the eyes of a few others glimmered with hesitant interest, their thoughts starting to shift. Their intentions were practically written all over their faces, and I saw them as clearly as if they'd been etched in glass. They were tempted by this seemingly easy way to make money. But hunting was a lone wolf's trade. Too many people involved would just create problems. Besides, the mountains had their own rules. What you see, you share. If something big happened or an accident occurred, it could bring nothing but trouble. Still, my aging parents needed help and care from these villagers, so I couldn't outright reject them and offend everyone. A bitter smile crept up on my face as I deliberately let out a sigh, my expression heavy and tinged with a bit of lingering fear. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Lu, everyone, you really don't understand how dangerous those mountains are. I pointed to the wolf in the basket. Why is this meat so valuable? Because it's traded for with your life. I swept my gaze across them, lowering my voice. I ran into a wolf pack. Over a dozen pairs of glowing green eyes surrounded me at the base of the tree, howling so loud it could scare the soul right out of a person. I had no choice but to risk my life climbing that tree. Thankfully, I had those arrows I'd whittled myself. After half a day of effort, I managed to take down one, spilled blood everywhere to scare the rest off. But do you know what's deadliest? I deliberately dropped my voice lower to create a chilling atmosphere. If you run into a pack led by an alpha wolf, they won't fight you head on at all. They'll just bring their young and circle the tree you're on, watching you, round and round. How long can you hold on up there? With no food and no water, the cold would kill you. And they'll wait. Waiting until you can't hold on anymore and fall by yourself. And by then, I left the sentence unfinished, trailing off. This unspoken horror was more chilling than anything I could have said. A collective gasp filled the air. Old Zhang's face froze in his friendly smile. Aunt Lu rubbed her goosebumps instinctively, and the few men who had seemed eager earlier were now silent, their enthusiasm replaced by fear. Sure, exchanging meat for money sounded good, but this? This was practically throwing your life into the abyss. Aunt Lu, straightforward as always, still harbored some gratitude for me helping her son in an earlier brawl, and began cursing in frustration. Ugh, it's all because of that damned bastardly ergo. And that girl from the Li household in Li village, what one flower? More like a venomous snake. Everyone in this village knows about Dongha. The kid's been stubborn as a mule since he was young, and sure, he's always been quick to jump into fights. But he's always stood up for others first. When our kids were bullied outside, wasn't it always him leading the charge to defend them? Let everyone touch their hearts and think. Has Dongha ever bullied or wronged anyone for no reason? Ever stolen or done anything vile? But those people from Li village, black-hearted, the lot of them. The others chimed in, agreeing and sighing. The villagers were simple folk, but even they had their judgments. I'd been too hot-headed in the past, letting my fists speak too often, and wasn't exactly well-liked because of it. But compared to the blatant extortion and ingratitude of the Li family, I seemed like the most upright, kindest man in the county in contrast. Especially to families with young boys. They all owed me for the times I had stood up for their children. Just then, a soft yet lively young girl's voice sounded from behind the crowd, tinged with shyness and hope. Brother Dongha, you're amazing. Are you going to the county tomorrow? The speaker was Li Shui, who squeezed her way into the courtyard's gate. Her long, black braided pigtails swayed, and her cheeks were red from the winter chill, her bright eyes fixed expectantly on me. See, can I go with you? I also need to buy some things in town. Aunt Lu smirked knowingly, drawing out her words as she teased gently. Oh my little Shui, something tells me it's not so much about buying things, Maybe you just want to spend some time with Brother Dongha? Should I help set the two of you up? If you ask me, no one in 10 miles could handle that hot-headed Dongha like you can. Little firecracker. Another woman joined in with laughter. Li Shui's cheeks instantly flushed beet red, and even her ears turned warm. She opened her mouth as if to protest, but couldn't find the words. Nearby, my mother, Wang Xiaomei, clasped her hands around Li Shui's with a grip both affectionate and firm, leaving no room for rejection. Shui, she said, looking fondly at this graceful young lady, her voice gentle. We've been neighbors all these years. I've watched you grow up. You know what kind of person that rascal Dongha is. Sure, he used to be wild and aimless, but Andy promises you, if he ever makes you suffer the least bit in the future, you won't even have to speak up because I'll be the first to skin him alive. Li Shui's face blushed crimson, her anxiety mounting higher under the warm smiles of the entire courtyard. Her hands fidgeted nervously with the hem of her padded coat, twisting the fabric so much it almost began to fray. My father coughed lightly twice, his piercing eyes practically drilling into me like hooks. The insistence was loud and clear without a word. Boy, what are you waiting for? Get moving already. You're killing us with the suspense. My parents certainly weren't blind. They'd seen the signs. It was obvious as daylight from Li Shui's attentive care toward me over the days. Meanwhile, what kind of good parents would willingly send their precious girl into the fire pit? This opportunity right here. It was as though heaven itself had delivered a destined match knocking at our door. Missing it would surely lead to eternal regret. As parents, of course, they would do everything in their power to make it happen. Caught off guard by my dad's heated, almost pleading gaze, I felt a jolt run through me. Setting down my water bowl, I shot up from my seat. Within a few brisk strides, I was standing in front of Li Shui, my voice clear and resolute. Xiao Shui, I've taken a liking to you too. Tell me, would you be willing to date me? I swallowed nervously, gazing at the top of her head that seemed to bury itself deeper into her chest with every second. Summoning all my courage, I pressed on. If you're okay with it, just give a nod. The courtyard went eerily silent. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Under the watchful eyes of all present, a lovely blush crept up Li Shui's neck. Her nod was so faint it resembled the flit of a butterfly's wings. Then, like a startled fawn, she turned around abruptly and bolted, disappearing out the doorway in the blink of an eye. Her fiery temper was well known across the village, But at the end of the day, she was still a young girl whose heart had just begun to understand love. This situation embarrassed her so much that she probably wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. Finally, the aunties in the courtyard couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into hearty laughter. Teasing the young folks was their favorite pastime during these winter days. My mother laughed along with them, cheerful to the point that her grin stretched ear to ear, her relief palpable. This match was made. The crowd, having had their fun, left the scene reluctantly, dispersing amid warm chuckles. Meanwhile, I splashed warm water onto my face, though the flush burning in my chest didn't cool in the slightest. The next morning, just as the first light grayed the sky, I trudged along the frost-hardened dirt path all the way to the village elder's house to borrow his prized possession, a sturdy, second-hand bicycle. Guiding the bike through the lightly frosted village path, I soon found myself standing in front of Li Shui's familiar wooden door. I gave it a gentle knock. The house was still and quiet. Only after a long pause did I hear soft shuffling from within. The door creaked open a sliver, revealing Li Shui's sleepy face, which momentarily transformed into two glittering morning stars upon seeing me. "Donghaji, why are you up so early?" Her voice, still laced with the softness of someone barely awake, carried a sweetness tinged with surprise. I flashed her a grin of pearly white teeth. "Heading to the county, of course. You can't miss the morning market, can you? Didn't you say yesterday you wanted to see the county? Come on, hop on, I'll take you there." Li Shui, however, didn't move. Her fingers nervously twisted the hem of her padded cotton jacket, her eyes downcast as her voice turned hesitant. "You go ahead first. We. Let's go together next time, okay?" What? I blinked, thoroughly puzzled. We had agreed just yesterday. What had changed all of a sudden? I had even planned everything out overnight. After selling my game, I was going to buy her a new jacket. The patched-up floral one she wore barely kept the cold out. Li Shui peeked up at me briefly, casting quick glances to both sides. The road was empty, just a few sparrows hopping among the bare branches. There was a flicker of determination in her eyes. Before I could react, she swiftly leaned in, stood on her tiptoes, and planted a quick kiss on my cheek. It was cold and soft, over in an instant like the brush of dragonfly wings. Then she spun around and slammed the door shut. From behind the wooden barrier came her muffled, yet hurried voice. "I just don't want the village aunties gossiping about us. Next time, I promise." I stood motionless, savoring that fleeting touch that carried the sweetness unique to young girls. It was like a tiny spark landing in a dry field of grass, setting my entire chest alight in flames. It felt incredible, but it ended so quickly that it left me aching with longing. The next time I caught this girl, I'd make sure to return the favor with interest. "All right then, I'll head to the county first and bring you back a gift." Strapped securely onto the bike's frame was a bulky burlap sack containing the processed remains of a wolf I had hunted. Some things, like the show of effort to one's in-laws or an excuse to invite Li Shui to the county, had to be maintained even if no longer necessary. I pedaled vigorously. Only after completely leaving the village behind and ensuring no one was around did I halt. Resting my palm against the cold burlap, I activated my mental command. The sack disappeared into my system space in an instant. Work smarter, not harder, as they say. After all, the village was still 20 or 30 miles from the county seat. Nearly half an hour later, I rolled into the county on my bicycle. I didn't head to the commissary nor the local acquisition station. The purchase prices at the station were far too low, and the commissary wouldn't take meat lacking the meat factory's official seal of approval. Instead, I veered into a quiet alleyway. At its deepest end was a standalone courtyard surrounded by tall, gray brick walls and guarded by a tightly shut red door. Glancing around to make sure no one was paying attention, I retrieved the heavy burlap sack from my system space. Holding it in hand, I stepped up and knocked on the door's brass ring. A moment later, the door opened just a crack, revealing a middle-aged man in his 50s. Those streaks of white ran through his sideburns, his sharp and probing gaze swept over me and the sack in my hands with ease. "Kid, where are you from? What's your business here?" His tone was even, neither distant nor welcoming. I patted the stuffed burlap sack and spoke directly. "Brother Kuei, word around is that you've got the connections and pay well for fresh mountain goods. I'm here to test the waters today. If the price is right, I'll bring all my future game to you." At the mention of mountain goods, Brother Kuei's guarded expression warmed into a genial smile. Now that's speaking my language. "Come on in, little brother." He stepped aside, ushering me into the courtyard. "You've probably already heard, quality goods fetch higher prices here, no cheating involved." His tone shifted subtly as he added offhandedly. "And if you run into trouble anywhere outside the county, as long as it's not something crossing the wrong folks in town, you can find me. Of course, the bigger the trouble, the steeper the price." I understood perfectly well. This brother from my past life was a savvy businessman through and through. In my previous life, our paths crossed years later, introduced to each other for a bear hunting gig. Fast forward 8 years, and Brother Koei had become a well-known figure in the county. His reputation built on operating in both the gray zones of market dealings and his strong sense of loyalty. After commercial hunting was banned, it was him who extended a helping hand, offering me a lifeline, and later gifting me a 30% stake in his sizable enterprise. At present, private business was just beginning to emerge legally. But before that, Brother Koei had been deep into trading mountain goods and running black market operations. With the government's slight loosening, he had seized the opportunity and became one of the county's earliest entrepreneurs. I tugged open the sack to reveal the cleaned and neatly processed wolf meat within. Brother Koei's eyes lit up as he inspected my haul with interest. Well, impressive. You managed to take down a wolf? But his voice dropped as he probed cautiously. Wolves don't usually travel alone, do they? I had already anticipated this line of questioning. Brother Koei, you've got sharp eyes. There's no hiding from you. To be honest, it wasn't just one wolf. There were 14 in total, and I also happened to bag 6 deer. 14 wolves. 6 deer. Uncle Koei's heart suddenly skipped a beat, his eyes widening in astonishment as he glanced me up and down again. The people who snuck up the mountains to fetch some game for resale before would bring back no more than 3 or 5 rabbits or pheasants at best. But this kid managed to bring back so much. It's exactly what they call a timely rain. Though the market had relaxed a bit nowadays, people still preferred buying meat from the state-owned meat processing factories. But if his stall could provide wild goods that others didn't have, plentiful, fresh, his reputation would be firmly established. From then on, if anyone wanted to taste rare game meat, the first person they'd think of would be him. As this thought turned over in his mind a few times, Uncle Koei's smile deepened, carrying a hint of genuine sincerity. Young man, since you're so open-minded and willing to work with me, I won't beat around the bush. For this first deal, I'll show my sincerity. Fully intact wolf pelts. I'll give you 10 yuan each. Wolf meat with bones, 60 cents per gene. Deer is a treasure, so pure meat is 1 yuan 50 per gene. If it's sold whole, a male deer has some additional goods, and the meat alone can reach over 30 gene. Including the deer pelt, I'll give you 80 yuan for a male. Female deer will be slightly cheaper at 75. If you think it's a deal, we can weigh it out now, or I'll have someone bring a cart to haul it with you immediately. A smile surfaced on my face. Selling deer by the whole was clearly to stop me from taking the antler or certain prized internal goods. This older brother figure from my past life was just as shrewd as ever. Selling the game in separate parts might yield similar prices overall, but any advantage would certainly go in his favor. Still, his straightforward trading approach somehow felt more direct and practical. Uncle Koei, you're a forthright man. The goods are in the forest outside the city. Let's head over now. Check the goods on site and settle the payment face to face. Good. Haha. Young man, you're refreshingly straightforward. You'll be a friend I'll keep for sure. Uncle Koei's mood visibly brightened. This deal promised significant profits, and besides, in this era, young men willing to risk their lives venturing into the forest were incredibly rare. Hunters all knew the bloody rule passed down through hardship. Of 10 hunters, 5 die, and 4 are maimed. Every ounce of mountain delicacy was in exchange with the mountain god at the cost of their lives. Uncle Koei acted briskly, calling upon a dozen of his men, harnessing 2 sturdy old ox carts, and followed behind my bicycle as we exited the city's northern gate. The wheels left deep tracks on the frost-hardened dirt road, while the oxen pulled the carts, exhaling heavy white breaths. After a while, we neared the sparse woodland ahead. I stopped my bike and motioned toward the place with a smile. Uncle Koei, these goods weren't taken down by me alone. A few brothers helped out too. Everyone was afraid of causing trouble with too much money involved, so one face to represent the group is enough. Understanding flickered in Uncle Koei's eyes as he nodded knowingly, his wariness fading and even showing a hint of appreciation. I get it. Being careful is never too much these days. Young man, you go ahead and let them know. We'll wait right here and won't make a move. With that, he waved his hand, signaling his men to halt. I answered with a grunt, parked my bicycle beside a tree, and strode quickly into the depths of the forest. Finding a secluded spot beyond everyone's sight, I stopped and focused my thoughts. 14 wolves and 6 deer appeared out of thin air, piled neatly in the clearing. The game was just as it had been when I'd stored it away, fresh as ever, with blood on the wolf's fur that hadn't even clotted yet. Emerging from the forest, I waved to Uncle Koei and his crew from a distance. His 12 or so men exchanged furtive glances, the wariness in their eyes lingering. Having spent so long operating in the black market, they were all too familiar with tales of betrayal, preying upon one another, eating the black, as it was called. Someone leaned toward Uncle Kuei, keeping their voice low. Uncle Kuei, he went in alone. Is it really okay? What if it's... Uncle Kuei raised a hand to dismiss the concern. No problem. Turning back, he instructed the two men watching the ox carts. Dazhuang, Huzi, you two wait here. The pair immediately drew out two heavy canvas water bags from their backs, clutching them tightly, clearly prepared in advance. The group approached the pile of game. Seeing the miniature mountain of quarry lying on the ground, all of Uncle Kuei's men involuntarily gasped for breath, some even exclaiming aloud in shock. The few deer, especially, had wounds on their necks that were still dripping fresh blood. The freshness of it all was almost too hard to believe. Uncle Kuei reacted the quickest. His eyes swept over the still bleeding wounds, and he suddenly slapped his thigh, his voice rising. What are y'all waiting for? Quickly, get those water bags and catch the blood. Deer blood was a rare tonic. People in the know could sell it at hefty prices. Uncle Kuei now understood why I'd specifically told him to bring water bags. His men snapped out of their daze, hurriedly unstrapped 4 bulging water bags from their backs, and used small knives to puncture near the deer's hearts, letting the shooting stream of blood flow precisely into the bag openings. Uncle Kuei himself crouched down, squeezing the wolf meat, taking a sniff near the wounded areas on the deer, and even pinching the wolf legs to feel their elasticity and coolness. His face full of astonishment. This freshness, it's better than freshly bled. Top-tier stuff. Absolutely top-tier. I gave a faint smile. Uncle Kuei, all the goods are here. Do you want to take inventory? Uncle Kuei looked between his men, still busy collecting the blood, and the impressive haul on the ground. His opinion of me grew even higher. He clapped me on the shoulder with enthusiasm, his voice ringing with approval. Brother, no need to weigh the wolves. It's too much trouble. Regardless of size, 40 yuan each. How about that? This offer was an honest deal. I was clearly on the winning side. I understood he wanted to ensure I became a long-term supplier for him. Uncle Kuei, you're forthright. As expected. Brother, you must keep this old man in mind in the future. Uncle Kuei's grin stretched wide, his eyes squinting cheerfully. 14 wolves. That's 560 yuan. Now for the 6 deer. He squatted down, swiftly separating male from female as he calculated aloud. 1 male, 5 female, so 80 plus 75 times 5, 455 yuan, totaling 1,015 yuan. He flipped up the hem of his padded coat and pulled out a wrapped cloth packet tucked against his waist. A crisp stack of brand new Unity notes whispered as he counted. Having carefully sorted the amount, he handed me a thick wad of cash. 1,000 yuan. Even decades into the future, it wouldn't be a small sum. And in this era, this was an absolute fortune. Not wanting to appear overly modest, I received the money, wet my fingers with a bit of spit, and counted it note by note in front of him. As the 1,015 yuan settled into my hands, despite having lived 2 lives, I couldn't help feeling my heart race. This was my first fortune in this new era. The endless mountain ranges of northern border were an open treasure trove for someone like me, reborn with a cheat system. Having counted the money carefully, I casually tucked it into my bamboo basket, or at least, that's what it looked like. In truth, it was instantly stored in my system space. Just then, a thought crossed my mind. I couldn't keep borrowing the team's hunting rifles forever. It would inevitably raise gossip. Fortunately, some of Uncle Kuei's men were carrying weapons. My gaze shifted toward the 2 men guarding the carts. Uncle Kuei, I'd like to trouble you with something. Speak freely. No need for formality between brothers. I'd like to purchase a handy weapon from you, I said, pointing at the ox carts, one like those your men have with them. The chain bullets, and get me some additional ammo. I'm planning to head back into the mountains in a couple of days to scout out a bear's den. Master Kuei's eyes gleamed brightly. These days, life in the village had improved, and there were fewer people willing to risk their lives. Rare treasures were even harder to come by. Bear bile was a valuable gem, something money couldn't easily buy. His mind worked quickly, pondering deeply for a moment before coming to a decision. Here's the deal. Consider this chain bullet gun as a down payment from your big brother. If you can really take down a bear, sell me the bear bile. I'll pay top price. If you happen to find copper-colored bile, I'll pay extra. What do you say? He added another sentence. Bear knees are a treasure too. They're highly sought after by city folks suffering from chronic leg issues. We can discuss the price for that too. I was taken aback. Master Kuei was more generous than I had expected. In these times, a chain bullet gun had an official supply and demand price of $1,000 at the cooperative. Even second-hand ones were worth 600 or 700. Meanwhile, the going rate for standard bile barely surpassed 600, and even then, finding a buyer was a matter of luck. Master Kuei was throwing in everything to tie me down. Master Kuei, aren't you afraid I might run off? This is our first time meeting, and you don't even know where I live. Master Kuei burst into hearty laughter and pointed at me. Brother, when you just got those $1,000 earlier, your hand trembled for just a moment, but you didn't bat an eye. That composure isn't something you'd see in someone handling big money for the first time. Besides, looking at this haul of yours, these wolves, with their blood barely coagulated and fresh, as if they've only recently died, pulling back 14 of them in this state would take at least 20 men. A chain bullet gun means nothing in your hands. If you manage to bag a bear, no one else in the county can offer you a better price than I can. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His shrewdness and scheming were just as they were in my past life. Master Kuei, I'll acknowledge you as my big brother. Next time I come across something good, you'll get first pick, fresh and warm from the catch. Good. Master Kuei's grin widened even more. He turned around and called out. Did you all hear that? Split half the bullets and give them to this brother. Put it on my tab. Accepting the bullets, I gave them a quick glance. There were at least 150 rounds. Master Kuei personally took the Mosin Nagant rifle from Tiger and handed it to me. It was cold and heavy in my hands. I hefted it, checked the chamber, slung it over my shoulder, and stashed the bullets in my basket. Thank you, Brother Kuei. And thanks to you all, brothers. Go on then. Big brother awaits your good news. Pushing out my bicycle, I swung onto it and quickly disappeared down the dirt road leading toward the county. Watching my figure fade into the distance, Tiger leaned in. Master Kuei, just like that you're giving him the gun? And loading him up with that much ammo? What if he bolts? Wouldn't we lose out? Master Kuei's smile faded slightly. What have I always taught you? With this much prey piled up here, do you really think one guy could have managed it alone? If he actually brings back a bear, forget one chain gun, I'd gladly give him two. Once you've got the first, the second will follow. This brother is no ordinary man. Exiting the county's supply and demand store, I was laden with goods. Enamel basins, red thermoses, coarse cloth, iron pots, aluminum basins, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar. Nearly all the household necessities. I spent over $100 in one go, a grand gesture in these times. Several sales clerks, watching this plainly dressed young man splurge so extravagantly, couldn't help but steal glances, whispering among themselves. To buy grain, I needed to head to the grain depot. Finding a secluded alley, I looked around to ensure no one was watching. With a single thought, the items on my bike instantly disappeared. My stomach growled loudly, so I bought dozens of steamed buns and hung them on my handlebars, then headed straight to the depot. Goods were freely available now. No grain tickets required to purchase food. Comrade, rice is 18 cents per pound, white flour is 19 cents, and cornmeal is 15 cents. I couldn't help but marvel. Money had real value back then. Grain was unbelievably cheap, while meat was becoming more outrageously priced. 100 pounds of rice, 100 pounds of white flour. I didn't bother with cornmeal. After all, my parents had been struggling with their health for too long. They needed fine grains to regain their strength. If I bought cornmeal, they would surely scrimp and save the better grains for me. Truthfully, I wanted to buy more, but I feared being scolded for being a spendthrift. After settling the bill, I tied the 2 sacks to my bike's rear rack. The sun was now high in the sky. It was nearing noon. Cycling back home, I stored the grain in my space whenever I reached a spot where no one was around. As I approached the village entrance, I chose not to retrieve it. Carrying that much stuff would draw too much attention. I decided to lie to my younger brother later, saying I had hidden it somewhere, and sneak it back in later under the cover of night. Yet something seemed off. There was an eerie emptiness at the village threshing ground. On sunny winter days like this, the older women of the village and the young wives would gather there, sitting by the walls to chat and stitch soles for shoes. But today, it was unnervingly quiet. As I headed toward home, I could hear the uproar of shouting from my fenced yard long before I arrived. A domineering male voice rose above the others. Chandashan, quit with the nonsense. Debts must be repaid. That's the way of the world. $300, hand it over immediately. The crowd of villagers gathered outside my yard, their faces filled with anger. My heart sank sharply. What was coming had finally come. I pushed through the crowd and entered the yard. Inside stood 4 or 5 familiar faces. Leading the group was a man in a tacky green flower print shirt with a shiny center-parted hairstyle. It was Liergo. Liergo stood with his hands in his pockets, pointing and shouting at my father, his saliva flying. He kicked over a long bench. Can't pay up? He sneered with false politeness. Don't blame me, Liergo, for showing no mercy. We happen to be from neighboring villages, and I don't want to press too hard. He casually pulled out a folded piece of paper, tossing it to the ground at my father's feet. Here's the county hospital's injury report. Clear as day. Concussion. The doctor said it could affect me for the rest of my life. It's stamped and all. These brothers here saw it all firsthand. Behind him, a yellow-haired thug chimed in. Exactly. We stepped in as righteously indignant men to help Brother Ergo. It was self-defense, plain and simple. Don't push us into taking this to the public security team. Your son will definitely end up behind bars. Another young man with a cigarette hanging from his lips exhaled a smoke ring and added, Brother Ergo is already being kind. He just wants the money, not lives. If you don't know what's good for you, then huh. Lee Ergo delighted in the moment of power. Watching my father tremble with rage, yet unable to argue back, seemed to thrill him. He leaned in further, his tone even more patronizing. As long as you kneel down right now, knock your head 3 times, and call me something nice, I'll walk out of here today. Tomorrow, I'll come back for the money. Otherwise, he dragged out the syllables and pointed at the sky with a mocking grin. I'll send someone to the public security team right away. Once your son is marked a reformed through labor convict, he's finished for life. My father's head buzzed like a hornet's nest, shaking with fury. His nails dug so deeply into his palms, they nearly broke the skin. As a father, he was willing to sacrifice his life, but he couldn't let his son be ruined. However, to Neil, that was agonizing, worse than having his heart carved out. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Lee Ergo, do you have no soul? Forcing Uncle Dashin to kneel? Aren't you afraid of cutting your own lifespan short? Piece of trash would have pissed himself either way, but we got what we needed. My father glared at me, chest heaving as he wiped his sweat-streaked face with a coarse hand. You're lucky you didn't actually swing that blade, boy. Do you even understand what you almost did? What would have happened if you'd really killed him? I shrugged, leaning the axe against the gate with a faint grin. But I didn't, did I? Old dog Lee's guts are softer than a steamed bun. Now he knows what fear tastes like. He won't come sniffing around here again anytime soon. He shot me a wordless glare and shook his head, muttering something about wild temper versus solid reasoning. The winter wind cut through the neighborhood, but the tension dissipated with each breath. The villagers, all having witnessed the commotion from the safety of shadows or open fences, began murmuring amongst themselves, some in awe of my nerve, some doubtful whether I could maintain such bravado forever. Still clutching the signed confession and deal, his words now ink-bound proof, I tightened my fur-lined jacket against the creeping cold. For better or worse, the message was sent loud and clear. Some folk don't learn till you force their snouts into the dirt they wallowed in. The coward was so frightened that he almost soiled himself. You little brat, you nearly scared your old man to death. My father finally came back to his senses. He gave me a harsh glare but couldn't help cracking a smile, though there were still traces of tears at the corner of his eyes. The tension in his heart was finally released. If it were in the past, with my temper, I would have immediately charged in, bloodshot eyes ready to fight for my life. But after so many hard lessons, I've learned to restrain myself. I wouldn't be so impulsive in the future. I looked around the small courtyard, frowning. Dad, where's Mom? And second sister, little sister? Xiaoxue isn't here either. My father picked up a bench, took a deep drag from his pipe of dry tobacco, and steadied himself. Your mom took second sister and little sister to Ariang Ridge to gather wild greens. Xiaoxue went with them too. In this freezing weather, that's the only place that's both sheltered from the wind and sunlit, where a few green shoots can still be found. That area used to see large animals, but it's been fine recently. Ariang Ridge. My mind buzzed, as if a thunderclap had struck. The joy I felt moments ago was instantly drowned out by an overwhelming sense of danger. Memories from my past life surged into my head. Ariang Ridge was close to the village and hadn't posed any threats before. But this winter, a blind bear had appeared there out of nowhere. In my previous life, a woman from a neighboring village went to dig up vegetable roots and was sniffed out by the hibernating bear. It dragged her back to its den. By the time the villagers found her, nothing remained but a few bones. My hands began to tremble. Without hesitation, I turned and bolted out of the courtyard, sprinting full speed toward Ariang Ridge. Behind me, I heard my father shouting, "Where are you going?" Ariang Ridge's terrain was complex, with 2 mountains forming a narrow valley. My heart was pounding with urgency as I raced along the familiar mountain paths. By the time I reached the mouth of the valley, gasping for breath, the scene before me caused my heart to stop abruptly. The front part of the valley was empty, desolate, not a single soul in sight. The blind bear's den was at the deepest part of the valley. The incident in my past life had happened near the sunlit rock wall. Fear gripped my chest tightly. The heat from my frantic sprint was instantly replaced by a bone-chilling cold. Instinctively, I pulled out the Mosin Nagant rifle from my storage space. The cold touch of the metal helped ease my panic, if only marginally. I circled around a massive boulder that was blocking my view. When I finally saw the bottom of the valley, my blood seemed to freeze solid in an instant. On the slope ahead, a black bear towering over 2 meters high stood menacingly. It rose on its hind legs, its massive body like a moving mountain of flesh, inching closer to a group of women. Mother's face was as pale as paper, her lips drained of color, her legs trembling uncontrollably like sifting chaff. She was so terrified that she couldn't even make a sound. Even hunters would be scared half to death facing a black bear head-on, let alone a few women. Behind Mother, second sister was clutching the petrified youngest sister tightly, shrinking back into the deepest recess of a rock wall. Beside her was a pale-faced Li Shui. The black bear's breath came out in white puffs, and every step it took felt like a stomp on the nerves of its onlookers. Its oppressive growl seemed to freeze the very air. My chest felt like a broken bellows, panting so hard that I couldn't aim accurately at the bear 700 to 800 meters away. I was more afraid of missing and accidentally hurting someone. I decided to fire directly into the air. Bang! The thunderous gunshot ripped through the deathly silence of the valley. The black bear froze abruptly, then turned to face the direction of the shot. Its ferocious eyes locked onto me. Roar! An earth-shaking bellow erupted. It dropped to all fours and charged at me with wild abandon. I forced myself to stay calm. I was breathing too hard to aim properly, so I let it get closer. When it was 50 meters away, I held my breath, aligned my sights with its trajectory, and took my shot. Bang! 50 meters. Only 2 seconds for a beast of that caliber. The bullet hit its chest precisely, right at the iconic white crescent-shaped fur mark. A burst of blood bloomed, followed by its enraged growl that reached its peak. Its tiny eyes instantly turned blood red, completely consumed by fury, as it accelerated towards me. I had barely worked the bolt to load another round when it was already upon me. Its two massive, fan-like paws raised high, swinging down towards my head with the stench of blood in the wind. The breath of death closed in. My heart leapt to my throat, and I forgot even to breathe. Survival instinct drove me to press the muzzle of the gun firmly against its thick lower jaw and pull the trigger. Bang! The bullet entered through its jaw, plowing through its skull and bursting out from the back of its head, carrying with it fragments of bone and viscera, blowing apart half of its head. Scalding hot blood gushed like a fountain, spraying my face and head. Without hesitation, I discarded the gun and quickly rolled to the side. But the exhausting sprint had drained my strength. My body, already weak, reacted half a beat slower. The bear's paw grazed my scalp, its sharp claws slicing a fiery gash across my forehead. In that moment, I saw its intention clearly. It wanted to smash my head like a watermelon. Though I narrowly escaped a fatal blow, its massive body collapsed onto me, pinning me to the ground. This mature black bear weighed almost 400 pounds. I silently counted my blessings that it wasn't a brown bear. A fully grown brown bear could weigh over 1,300 pounds. If it had been one of those, the 2 shots I fired earlier might not have been lethal. At this moment, I felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from my body. My lungs burned, and the adrenaline rush faded, leaving behind an overwhelming fatigue. The nearly 400-pound corpse of the bear pressed down on me so heavily that even breathing became a struggle. The icy snow against my thin clothes contrasted sharply with the warm bear blood soaking me, creating a bone-chilling sensation. Winter River. A shrill and trembling scream pierced through the air. Mother was running toward me like a madwoman. Li Shui and Xiaoyu followed close behind, while the little girl trailed behind them, bawling with her short, tottering legs. From the first shot I fired to the moment the bear reached me. Only 4 or 5 seconds had passed. The second gunshot snapped them out of their stupor. They knew full well, if anything happened to me, they wouldn't survive either. There was only one way out of this valley. The black bear could sprint the 100 or so meters in just 4 seconds. But wading through deep snow, it took them over 10 seconds of desperate running to get close. When they reached me, the scene before them left all of them frozen. The bear lay completely still on its side, half of its skull blown away. A steady stream of viscera and blood flowed out, filling the air with a heavy stench. Only one of my arms was visible outside the bear's massive body. My face was pressed beneath it, muffled groans escaping my lips. Mother, help me lift this bear off. I can't move. Li Shui was the quickest to react. Together with Mother and Xiaoyu, she strained with all her might, their faces going red with exertion as they barely managed to roll the still warm bear carcass to the side. When they saw me, covered head to toe in blood and completely motionless, Mother's vision darkened, and she nearly fainted on the spot. My son, don't scare me. How are you? Mother's voice shook like a fallen leaf in the wind as tears poured down her face. She wanted to throw herself at me to hold me, but her hands hung in midair, afraid to touch me, fearing she'd aggravate any wounds. I took a few deep breaths of the blood-tinged cold air, struggled to sit up, wiped my face, and forced out a smile. But with blood filling my mouth, the smile, to them, appeared even more ghastly. Mother, I'm fine, I explained between breaths. The second shot hit its jaw, and the blood splattered all over me. I could have dodged, but I was too exhausted from running, so I ended up being pinned. Look, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? I swayed as I rose to my feet, pushing through the soreness, and forced myself to stand steady. I swung my arm to show I was uninjured. "Don't worry, I'm really okay." Li Shui, ever observant, immediately noticed the bleeding gash on my forehead, and her heart tightened. She quickly pulled out a handkerchief and gently wiped the blood from my face. "Still insisting you're fine?" Your forehead split open. Her voice was full of distress and lingering fear, her trembling fingers betraying her emotions. I reached up to touch it. It stung, but it was just a surface wound, nothing serious. "It's nothing, just a scratch. It'll scab over in a few days." I turned to her and said, "Xiao Shui, you and second sister go back quickly. Call my father, my second uncle, and bring that rascal Yuan Chao with you too. I'll stay here and handle the bear. Try to avoid letting the villagers see it. You know how it is, showing wealth invites trouble." Li Shui didn't respond immediately. First, she checked my arms and gently patted my body in various places to make sure there were no broken bones. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. She pressed her handkerchief to my forehead one last time. Despite holding back for so long, tears finally started rolling down her face. "All right, just take care of yourself." She nodded firmly, grabbing the still sobbing Xiaoyu and scooping up the youngest girl. "We'll be back as fast as we can." With that, they turned and hurried towards the village. Who could have imagined that in the seemingly unassuming second ridge, where we often dug up wild vegetable roots, there was actually a black bear's den? That bear probably hadn't been in its winter shelter long before they startled it, driving it into a frenzy. Mother refused to leave no matter what, insisting on staying with me. That earlier scene had nearly scared her soul out of her body. Her legs were so weak she could hardly stand and had to lean against a tree to catch her breath. I leaned against the trunk of another tree, catching my breath as well. Mother's face remained ghastly pale as she hurriedly reassured me. "Don't worry, Mother. It's really nothing, just overly exhausted. I'll be fine after some rest. Don't frighten yourself over this." Only when Mother clutched her chest and nodded did I draw the hunting knife from my belt. The blade, polished to a gleaming shine, deftly slid between the fur and the fat in my frostbitten but steady hands. The knife moved smoothly, producing a faint scratching sound. In less than a minute, the thick, oily bear hide peeled off in one complete piece, like an old coat being shed, revealing the pinkish-white fat beneath. I scooped a handful of clean snow and wiped away the residual blood on the still warm flesh inside the hide. "Winter River, I'll handle this bloody work. You go deal with something else." Mother stepped forward, suppressing her churning stomach, and took over the heavy bear hide to continue cleaning it. Even after the skinning, the sheer size of the beast struck me with awe. But in Mother's heart, her first thought was, with this bear, its hide, meat, and fat, this winter, the family would have enough. Her son wouldn't go through another year of malnutrition, pale and skinny as in the past. In Mother's eyes, her son always came first. Daughters were always destined to marry out. As the old saying went, a married daughter was like water poured out. Sons, however, were her entire heart and hope. I was well aware of Mother's thoughts. This woman, who had toiled her life away, seemed to live solely for her son. When I was happy, her wrinkles smoothed. When I frowned, her heart twisted with worry. This profound maternal love weighed on my heart, not as a burden, but as a warm current flowing through me. Even in the bitter cold of midwinter, it wrapped me in its comforting warmth. My hunting knife remained nimble in my hand, yet with added reverence for life. As the blade sliced through the frozen bear meat, it felt as though I were cutting through frozen butter. Skillfully, I targeted the joints, cutting cleanly and precisely, opening up the belly without disturbing the vividly colored organs inside. While inspecting the bullet wound, I noticed that the bullet piercing the chest had missed the heart but shattered the surrounding tissue. Following an old hunter's custom, I removed the shredded internal organs along with part of the intestines and hung them high on a nearby tree branch, offering them to the mountain gods. I couldn't explain the origin of this tradition, but it had become instinctive for hunters. Humans must maintain a sense of awe. Mother had no objections, her gaze fixed firmly on my coarse but skillful hands. When I carefully retrieved a gleaming, amber-like, viscous gallbladder from deep within the abdomen, she couldn't suppress a gasp. "My goodness, Winter River. It's a copper gall." Mother's voice, trembling with excitement, pitched higher. The joy in my eyes was impossible to conceal. Last year, someone in a neighboring village had hunted a bear and found a copper gallbladder inside. It was rumored to have fetched an astronomical price of 1,000 yuan, yet demand far exceeded supply. Even those offering money couldn't obtain one. And there was more. The bear's kneecap, also known as the patella, was a renowned ancestral remedy for chronic knee pain. In comparison, bear meat was the most ordinary treasure. This bear, having just entered winter, was well layered with fat and hefty in weight. Its snow-white bear oil was also a precious commodity. It produced pancakes that, even in extreme sub-zero temperatures, wouldn't harden. Moreover, it served as excellent gun lubrication, ensuring firearms operated smoothly in the harsh cold with minimal jamming, an invaluable trait in such weather. For the first time, a smile surfaced on Mother's face. But the moment her eyes fell on the red mark on my forehead and my slightly trembling legs, the pang of pain in her heart surged once again. Son, I have something to discuss with you. Mother's tone lowered, laced with pleading. From now on, can you stop going into the mountains to hunt? As long as you're safe, Mother's heart will be at ease. You keep wandering into those deep woods every other day. What if you face danger again like today? How could Mother go on living? Tears slid down her wrinkle-riddled cheeks, dripping onto the snow. Seeing Mother's tears fall so freely, my heart swelled with gratitude and bittersweet ache. She would rather endure endless suffering herself than let me face even the slightest danger. Forcing a smile, I spoke gently to explain. Mother, hunting isn't as perilous as you imagine. Even entering the mountains 10 times doesn't mean encountering something like this. What happened today was sheer coincidence. I exerted myself too much running and inadvertently startled its den. Normally, if hunters discover a bear den, there are proper methods. Setting traps, scoping out the area in advance. No one would act recklessly as we did today. What's truly life-threatening is a tiger, but in this old forest, tigers have been extinct for many years now. Experienced hunters use their eyes like measuring tapes and their ears as alarms. If a tiger had truly roamed the area, even the pheasants, hares, and deer would have disappeared long before us. Speaking of the second ridge, I scouted it a while back, hoping to trap some rabbits. Yet not even a tuft of rabbit fur was in sight. At that point, I realized something was amiss. A large predator must have claimed the territory. Later, when I heard from Father that you brought Winter Plum and the others here to dig up wild vegetable roots, I was terrified. Thankfully, I sensed something was off and came after you. Wiping her tears with her frost-cracked hand, Mother's voice still carried a lingering tremor from reliving the fright. Exactly. Who would have thought there was a bear's den hidden in Second Ridge? If we told outsiders, they'd think we were spouting nonsense. I couldn't help but laugh, though it tugged at the wound on my forehead, making me wince slightly. That's actually a good thing. It's better if no one believes us. Perfect. We can quietly take everything home and enjoy it ourselves. But Mother, when we cook the bear meat, its aroma will waft out, and the villagers have sharp noses. If anyone asks, we'll just say we hunted a starving wolf. Later, I'll head back into the mountains. If I'm lucky and catch some wolf meat or deer meat, we can share some with the neighbors. I pointed toward the Type 38 rifle resting against the tree, continuing. After all, this gun was borrowed from the village chief. It's communal property, and everyone in the village knows that. When the brigade distributed land and tools, they also handed out some iron implements, ox carts, donkey wagons, sleds, hoes, all carefully inventoried. The village possessed 5 guns, 2 locally made single-shot rifles, 2 old Hanyang rifles assigned to the militia, and 1 fairly sturdy Type 38 rifle that remained under trusted care. Bullets were scarce, too, only 50 rounds in total. Mother nodded in agreement. A bear that size would secretly nourish the whole family. Bear meat, inherently warm-natured, was incredibly nourishing and would benefit every household member. More than 400 pounds of meat, if rationed wisely, would last them through till springtime. As Mother and I softly discussed, a faint shout came from the distance. Winter River. Leading the group and panting heavily was my second uncle, Chen Erzhan, his boots crunching through the snow with loud squeaks. Earlier, Li Shui had run back in a panic to report something, merely mentioning I was in danger, leaving him thoroughly spooked. Following closely behind was his son, my cousin, Chen Yuanchao. The young man, though rather thin, sped ahead with remarkable energy. His skin was dark, and his eyes were bright and sharp, radiating cleverness. He was 2 years younger than me and infamous in the village for being unafraid of anything. The only person who could control him was me, his third eldest brother. Third brother. A familiar voice pierced my ears, making me turn around suddenly, my eyes growing warm with emotion. In my previous life, this younger brother, who had grown up with me through thick and thin, went missing in the mountains, leaving a scar on my heart that I could never erase. In this life, I swore I wouldn't let history repeat itself. Seeing me standing there unharmed, with the bear meat neatly divided on the ground and the polished bear hide laid to the side, Chen Ershan's jaw dropped so wide it could fit an egg. After a long pause, he finally stammered, "My heavens, Donghe, you really took down this big guy? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd have never believed it." He circled the bear's carcass, closely inspecting the fresh wound on my forehead, disbelief written all over his face. This nephew of mine had a fierce temper and was a skilled fighter, but as for hunting, I'd never heard of him excelling in it. And now, with just one move, He had brought down a bear? Who would believe that if word got out? Chen Yuanchao was quicker to react and rushed over with an ear-splitting whoop, giving me a solid bear hug, disregarding the blood and grime on me. His face flushed with excitement. Third brother, you're amazing. A bear just taken down like that. If the village hears about this, everyone will give you a double thumbs up. I widened my eyes at him. What's there to say? If news spreads, who knows how many people will grow envious? Haven't you learned that wealth should not be revealed? Let's divide the meat and carry it home today. With third uncle not home, out driving, you're responsible for delivering meat to his family. Chen Yuanchao looked a bit unwilling, mumbling under his breath. Such a glorious achievement. Before he could finish, Chen Erzhan smacked the back of his head. Listen to your cousin. If you dare run off at the mouth, I'll break your legs. Chen Yuanchao shrank his neck, rubbed the back of his head, and reluctantly nodded. Got it, Dad. This kid was sharp. He understood once I explained it. He just couldn't suppress his urge to show off for a moment. By the time we were mostly done, the sun had already dipped low, and the cold began to creep in. Chen Dashin, who had arrived later, spoke in a deep tone. It's getting late. Let's head back. By the time we reach the village, it'll be dark. Folks are all huddling at home for the winter. No one will be wandering around in the wind at this hour. Go back quietly and handle everything. Don't let anyone discover it. Then he turned to the second uncle and said, Second brother, Dad and Mom are staying with you right now, so you should take a larger share of the meat. Don't refuse. It's because I've failed as the eldest that they've had to stay with you all this time. Chen Erzhan straightened his back immediately. Big bro, what are you saying? They're my parents too. It's only right to take care of them. If you keep talking like this, I'll get angry. I looked at my family, all united together, but noticed that Li Shuai wasn't among them. I whispered to my second eldest sister, why didn't Xiao Xue come back with you? She said she was going to take care of Auntie. With so many of us able to carry the meat back, there was no need for her to come, second sister said as she wiped her sweat, not paying it much mind. But I knew better. Li Shuai didn't come because she must have felt that if she did, I'd surely share some meat with her. She didn't want to take advantage of my family. A girl as good as her, you couldn't find even with a lantern. I should cherish her properly in the future. I decided that I'd visit her family this time and bring her a chunk of the tastiest meat, the perfect mix of fat and lean. If I brought too much, that stubborn girl would just refuse it, so 10 pounds or so for a taste would do. Anyway, I'd be heading into the mountains regularly. It's not like I'd run out of game. By the time we returned to the village, the night was thick and the world was hushed. Winter nights were long and cold, and most people had already turned off their lights and gone to bed. Although the village had gotten its power lines installed just last year, electricity was still limited. It cut off by dusk, so every household kept kerosene lamps and candles as their source of evening light. That faint glow was all the illumination there was at night. Back at home, I picked up a water bucket to head to the well to wash the meat. Take a rest. I'll go. Chen Dashin grabbed the bucket, his tone calm but firm. Dad had an old leg injury, but it didn't stop him from carrying heavy loads. In these mountain villages, it wasn't uncommon for men to shoulder 200 pounds and walk dozens of miles. I didn't argue with him. Dad might be a man of few words, but he always tried to shoulder more for the family. There was still half a tank of water in the kitchen. I picked out a piece of bear's hind leg, perfectly marbled with fat and lean, weighing just over 5 pounds, and carefully cleaned it. The things I'd bought in town earlier today were still quietly stored away in my spatial pocket. No need to take them out yet. Instead, I discreetly retrieved some essential seasonings. I blanched the cleaned meat in cold water, skimmed off the foam, and then transferred it to another large pot. I added enough water to cover the meat, tossing in cinnamon sticks, star anise, Sichuan peppercorn, 2 slices of ginger, and a small piece of precious rock sugar. The firewood flames licked softly at the pot, and the stew began to simmer slowly. Ma, I'm heading out for a bit. I fastened my coat buttons. So late? Where are you going? Mom emerged from the room, holding that huge bear hide in her hands. As for the bear's most valuable part, the gallbladder, I had tucked it securely into my spatial pocket, using the excuse that I needed to sell it early tomorrow. I wasn't confident about processing it myself and didn't want to waste it. The spatial pocket was a time-freezing space, perfect for preserving it. Mom, I bought some stuff in town today too, I explained. But when Li Ergo came over looking for trouble, I hid it outside to avoid more conflict. I walked briskly to the village entrance and slipped into the small woods. With a thought, a 100-pound sack of rice appeared on the snowy ground. I loved steamed, fragrant white rice paired with tender, stewed bear meat. Just thinking about it made my mouth water. I also wanted to give my hardworking parents a taste of meat-filled buns, but the buns from my spatial pocket were still steaming hot, making them impossible to explain. Smiling wryly to myself, I reluctantly put the buns away again. I hoisted the sack of rice onto my shoulders and grabbed a large net bag filled with jars of seasoning I'd bought from the county supply co-op. As for the other items, I'd bring them back tomorrow. When I returned, gasping for breath, Mom's eyes widened at the sight of the fine South-sourced rice sack, lowering her voice in distress. Dongha, why do you buy this kind of rice? It's expensive and doesn't even fill you up. Wouldn't it have been better to save the money and buy cornmeal instead? That'd save several cents a pound. Setting the sack aside, I saw the pained look in her eyes, and warmth spread in my heart. I moved closer, lowering my voice. Mom, don't worry about that. I made a good profit today, not just from the bear meat. I sold wolf meat and roe deer meat to Master Kuei in the county too. Wolves, no matter their size, fetched 35 each. As for the roe deer, 80 for a male and 75 for a female. Altogether, I sold 6 wolves and 4 silly roe deer. Of course, I didn't tell her the full truth, especially about the 14 wolves, which could have nearly constituted a small wolf pack. If they knew I'd gone up against a possible wolf king, the wolf pack would never let me set foot on the mountain again. Everyone from the mountains understood, when a wolf pack numbered over 10, there was bound to be a fierce alpha leading them. Even a tiger would avoid their path, let alone a human. Instead of feeling relieved after hearing this, Wang Xiaomei became even more worried, her expression somber. Dongha, now that our family has a little money, why don't you stop going up the mountain? It's too dangerous. Chen Dashan set down his dry tobacco pipe and looked at me in silence. The disapproval in his gaze was crystal clear. My second sister, Chen Xiaoyu, immediately nodded, her nerves still on edge. Exactly, third brother. The mountains are terrifying. If you hadn't rushed back like a deity and scared off that bear today, it would have torn us apart. Think of the old hunters in our village. Have any of them avoided being scarred? Fourth sister, Chen Xiaoyu, imitated the adults, nodding her little head firmly. In her childish voice, she said, Big brother, I won't crave meat anymore if you don't go up the mountain, okay? Their concerned gazes felt like a warm current flowing through me, and my heart burned with a powerful emotion. Stop going up the mountain? Impossible. My hunting system was born for these mountains. If I left this golden opportunity untapped, how could I ensure my parents' peaceful retirement? How could I give my little sister a carefree childhood? How could I marry Li Shui in grand style? Father, mother, second sister, little sister, you don't have to worry. I straightened up and smiled reassuringly. I won't venture deep into the mountains. I'll just stay near the edge, catching pheasants and rabbits. Besides, hunting isn't just about brute strength. It's about using your head and mastering your craft. Chen Dashan puffed on his tobacco, his gaze steady. You? Hunting? Where did you learn that? I was prepared for this question and responded immediately. Of course, I learned it. Do you remember how I used to run off all the time? I wasn't just fooling around. I was heading to Stone Village. Do you remember that old hunter, Grandpa Zhang, who used to be a soldier? Wang Xiaomei thought for a moment. Ah yes, I remember. People said he fought the enemy soldiers in the past. He even earned commendations for shooting down foreign invaders. He returned to his hometown after getting seriously injured. And didn't he once kill a tiger in the mountains? Yes, that's him. I slapped my thigh. I've admired heroes since I was young. I used to pester him to tell me stories about war and hunting. He found me annoying, but he still taught me real skills. Second sister chimed in. People in Stone Village used to mention that Grandpa Zhang spoke highly of you before he passed, saying you had courage but were a bit too wild. I followed up seamlessly. Exactly. Every bit of my hunting skills came from him. He taught me how to read animal tracks, set traps, use snares, walk silently, differentiate wind directions and scents, all of it, hands-on. Think about it. He was a true old hunter. In all these years, have you ever heard of him getting seriously injured? Others would get hurt every now and then, but not him. I paused for effect, lowering my voice. He always said that a hunter must hold a deep respect for the mountains. Always stay alert, watching in 6 directions and listening in 8. Blend yourself into the forest. Even the cleverest beasts can't escape if you remain patient and understand their patterns. Gradually, my family's anxiety began to ease under the weight of my words. The aroma of bear meat cooking in the kitchen grew richer, and I swiftly shifted the topic of conversation. Second sister caught on quickly and promptly measured out the fine white rice, steaming it in the pot. Fourth sister, who had moments ago sworn off craving meat, had already forgotten her words. She dragged a small stool to the kitchen door, staring eagerly at the bubbling pot of bear meat with little puffs of steam escaping. Her tiny nose twitched as her mouth nearly watered over. Seeing her satisfied expression softened something in me. This simple happiness was a treasure I'd never even gotten close to in my previous life, despite giving everything I had. Now that I had the chance in this life, I was determined to protect my family. I had planned to deliver some meat to Li Shui's house that evening, but when I stepped outside, her home was pitch black, not even the faint glow of an oil lamp. The mother and daughter must have gone to bed early. I had no choice but to wait until morning. The bear meat, eventually stewed to tender, flavorful perfection, filled the air with its rich aroma. Sitting around the small Kong table, under the faint light of the oil lamp, were the warm faces of my family. The soft bear meat, soaked in savory broth, paired with fluffy steamed potatoes and fragrant white rice. This was a meal we hadn't even dared to imagine before. I poured meat juices over my rice and devoured 2 large bowls. That rare sense of filling my stomach gave me a kind of contentment that I'd never fully appreciated before. Night came swiftly, and as soon as my head hit the pillow, I sank into a dreamless, deep sleep. Before dawn broke, I woke up. Years of hunting had trained my internal clock to be far more precise than anyone else's in the village. The first thing I did was check my system space: flour, fabric, a few bare knee bones. My gaze lingered on the bear gallbladder for a moment. Keeping it in the system space was the safest. It would stay perfectly preserved. Today's goal: go into town and sell the second bear gallbladder to old Master Kuei. Selling the rest of the bear meat wasn't worth it. Keeping it to eat and strengthening my body was the better investment. My bicycle made trips to the county much quicker. Carefully, I got up and dressed, moving quietly. My parents' room was still silent. I gently pushed my pristine flying pigeon bicycle outside. The mountain village at dawn was frigid, the air biting and breath turning into frost. By the time I knocked on Master Kuei's door, the eastern sky was just starting to glow a pale gray. Master Kuei answered in a thick cotton jacket, his eyes still bleary from sleep. But when he saw me, his murky eyes widened, fully awake. A warm, broad smile spread across his face. "Oh, Dongha, my brother. Not even light out yet. Why so early?" Ignoring the chill reddening my cheeks, I flashed a wide grin. "Morning, Master Kuei. I went into the mountains late yesterday, and with some decent luck, I brought something rare for you." I didn't want to delay. Before knocking, I had already retrieved the bear gallbladder and 2 oil-wrapped knee bones from the system space. As soon as Master Kuei heard something rare, he instantly knew most of what was coming, his excitement rising quickly. Yesterday, when I talked about going into the bear's den, he'd only half believed me. Who would have guessed that in less than a day, I'd return with results? Such boldness, such skill, a talent, no doubt. Good, good, little brother, impressive," Master Kuei said enthusiastically, ushering me in. "In. Come in and warm up. This cold air's brutal." He led me into the main room, poured me a piping hot cup of tea, and rubbed his hands together, his eyes darting to the basket on my back. "Master Kuei, the goods are right here. Please take a look." I didn't waste time talking, unwrapping the bear gallbladder from its oil paper and placing it carefully on the table. Master Kuei gingerly unwrapped the package and leaned in for a closer inspection. The bear gall was a translucent golden yellow, smooth and flawless, full and luscious. His eyes sparkled with sharp focus. He gently touched the outer layer and spoke in a trembling voice. "Wow, a copper gall. This big, this full, absolutely top-grade merchandise. You couldn't even find this quality on the market." Looking up at me, he raised a finger. "With the current market price, this is worth about 1,000. But, brother, you do honest business. I'll give you 1,100. That's as high as it can go." To be fair, the medicine vendors outside press their prices so hard, you can't get these figures from them. I nodded in agreement. Elder Kuei then unwrapped 2 other greased paper packages, revealing 2 sets of cleanly processed bear knee bones. "Now, these bear knee bones." He touched and weighed them in his hand. "You rarely see specimens of this quality in the past couple of years. Ever since individual economic activities were allowed, prices have risen rapidly. Even in the city, there are people becoming millionaires now. But as for the actual market for these," he hesitated, "I'll need to seek out the right buyers." I understood instinctively. Rare medicinal ingredients like these fetch their true value only with the right buyers. Without hesitation, I said, "Elder Kuei, I trust in your work. Let these 2 items stay with you for now. Please help me find suitable buyers. Once you sell them, just let me know and give me the money." These words not only acknowledged his skills, but also placed trust in his character. Elder Kuei grinned from ear to ear. That water-cooled repeater rifle, which he had almost given away, plus over 100 rounds of ammunition. His return this time was swift and substantial. This young man was worth befriending. He patted his chest. "You got it, good brother. If you trust me, I guarantee I won't let you take a loss. Let's settle the money for the bear gallbladder now." Turning toward the back room, he soon came out with a stack of crisp and clean Great Unity banknotes. That rifle was considered used and depreciated, deducting 500 for it. "Here are 600 left, every cent from the bear gallbladder. As for those 2 knee bones, however much they sell for is however much you'll get. I won't pocket a penny of the difference. In the future, when you have good goods to sell, don't forget this favor. Of course, you'll be the first I think of whenever I get something good." I replied with a smile as I took the thick stack of money. Then I pulled out a burlap sack from my bamboo basket, containing over 10 pounds of marbled bear meat. Elder Kuei, this is just a little something for you to get a taste of. We've kept the bear fat for our own use, so I didn't bring that. Next time, if I find another bear den, I promise to bring the whole thing to you. Haha, good man. You sure know how to treat people. Well, I'll be looking forward to your good news. Elder Kuei laughed heartily, liking me even more with every passing moment. With 600 yuan in my pocket and cycling against the morning breeze, I made my plans. This money had to go back to my mother to put her mind at ease so she wouldn't have to continue living like before, stretching every coin into two. In our little mountain village, a bride price for marriage cost no more than a few dozen yuan. The so-called 3 spins and a ring asterisk was a luxury only for city folk or the wealthy. Here in our community near the mountains, real, tangible foodstuffs served as the true dowry. Something bags of corn and millet in the barn could provide better than paper notes, giving a sense of relief to families that scraped a living from the soil. I stopped my bike and took out the money, separating 50 yuan to keep in my pocket. This amount had to settle yesterday's tab for supplies in the system space: cloth, flour, sugar, spices, and that bag of meat buns. At the cooperative supply store, which had just opened, there were only a handful of customers in front of the counter. I weighed 2 caddies of white rabbit creamy candy and bought another 3 caddies of assorted hard fruit candy. These were for Home's little snack lover, as well as my second uncle's 2 daughters, Lingzi and Fongfong. As for my cousin Yu and Xiao, let my aunt manage him. The kid needed some discipline lately. Passing by the big meat bun stall, the steamer lid had just been lifted. The rising steam carried the aroma of meat straight to my nose. Thinking of the hot buns yesterday in the system space that I couldn't eat, my heart stirred. I bought 30 buns in one go. In the mountains, there was no shortage of game, but cooking over a fire often invited trouble and wasted time. To keep up my strength and always have something warm to eat, buns and steamed bread were the best portable food. Hunting was grueling and exhausting. In the deep forested mountains, physical endurance could be the difference between life and death. By the time I came home to our little courtyard with the weighty bag of buns, the sun had risen high. Still, it was too early for anyone in our wintering village to be up and about. From the kitchen came threads of woodfire smoke. My parents were already preparing breakfast. Thin porridge was cooking in the pot, and yesterday's leftover corn pancakes were steaming in the bamboo steamer. To save grain in winter, our family only ate 2 meals a day, one at around 9 in the morning and another at 4 or 5 in the afternoon, eating heartily so we could climb onto the warm Kong *** to rest afterward. When entering the village earlier, I had taken out everything I'd bought yesterday. People in the village, seeing my bicycle loaded down with new supplies, looked on with envy. Word of yesterday's events had spread quickly. I didn't need to repay the 300 yuan debt, but the household had been looted clean. Without restocking, we couldn't possibly survive the winter. Old Man Zhang stared at the bundles in my hands, especially the sack of fine white flour, and exclaimed in shock, "Donghe, goodness gracious, did you spend the wolf meat money all at once?" I stopped pedaling and patted the bags on my bike seat, making sure to look as if I was resigned to my fate. What could I do? That bastardly Ergu raided the place so thoroughly, he didn't even leave the small bundle of scallions behind the kitchen door. Pots, pans, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar. Even the bedding has to be replaced. How could my parents survive the winter otherwise? That damn scoundrel. Old Zhang spat on the ground. Yesterday, letting him off so lightly was an injustice to your family. Donghe, I tell you, if you hadn't been clever and turned things around, it would have been like the sky fell in on your household. Several older men warming themselves against the south wall nodded one after another. What happened yesterday would have been a hard blow for anyone to endure. I exchanged a few words with them before pushing the goods into the yard. Just as I began unloading, my mother, Wang Xiaomei, came out. When she saw the stacks of new supplies, especially the bulging sack of fine white flour, her heart immediately ached. She scolded, "Oh, my son, I never should have given you the money yesterday. Look at this, one trip out, and you've bought so much. We're farmers. Coarse cornmeal and steamed buns to fill our bellies are enough. How can we eat fine grain for every meal? Did you spend all the bear money on this?" "Mom," I said warmly but firmly while setting down the goods, "you and Dad have worked hard your whole lives. Raising us hasn't been easy. From now on, things are going to get better for our family. Your son is capable now. Not only will we have fine grains to eat, but I promise our table will always be graced with meat and vegetables too." I patted her hand softly, lowering my voice. "Mom, I've been thinking. After getting things in order here, I'll visit my elder sister's house in a few days. I'll bring some gifts, lift her spirits up a bit. I don't want her having too hard a time over there." My brother-in-law's family situation. Mentioning my elder sister, Wang Xiaomei's tender heart turned to sorrow as she sighed deeply. Your elder sister was stubborn back then, insisting on marrying an upright man. A good man he is, but now everything in that house falls on her shoulders. Just look at that family. 2 younger brothers, almost grown, 3 younger sisters of marriageable age, all ready to eat you out of house and home. They barely have enough food to last. It's like they're soaking in bitter water every day. My own heart grew heavy as she spoke. My sister had always been proud and tough, while my brother-in-law was quiet and unassuming. After his parents passed away a few years ago, the responsibility for his whole family had fallen squarely onto their shoulders. They hadn't dared to start their own family. I lowered my voice further. Mom, don't blame my sister so much. Life's been too. When trouble befell our family, elder sister and brother-in-law scrambled to scrape together over 50 yuan for us. It was all borrowed. When brother-in-law brought the money, he said we shouldn't worry. He'd repay the debt himself. Such kindness, we must remember. Wang Xiaomei wiped the tears pooling in her eyes. Your sisters had such a hard fate. Cut a big piece of that bear meat, pick the best part, and take it to her. And that jar of malted milk powder, give her that too, so she can regain her strength. Last time we saw her, she looked so thin she was unrecognizable. Hearing my mother's relentless chatter, a warm feeling spread through me. She might have a sharp tongue, but her heart was pure as tofu. I quickly said, Mother, the malted milk powder is for you and father. It's my filial gift to you both. Later, I'll buy some fresh for elder sister. Look here, guess how much your son made today? I pulled out the remaining 550 yuan from my pocket, a thick wad, and stuffed it into her hands. Seeing her astonished expression, I explained, that bear sold for 1,100 yuan. But I've been thinking, it won't work long-term to keep using the village's gun. If word gets out, people might gossip. Acting as though I had just remembered something, I hurried into the inner room. While pretending to rummage around, I retrieved a Mosin-Nagant rifle and 100 rounds of ammunition from my special hidden space. Carrying them out, I placed them on the table. I made the decision on my own to spend 500 yuan on this bolt-action rifle, along with matching bullets. Chen Dashin, who had been silent thus far, couldn't take his eyes off the gun. He set down his tobacco pipe, picked up the rifle, and weighed it in his hands. Expertly pulling back the bolt, he aimed at the doorframe, squinting one eye down the sight. His face, lined with deep creases, finally broke into a pleased smile as he nodded firmly. Yes, this was money well spent. It's a good gun. It may be good, but it was too expensive. Wang Xiaomei clutched the money tightly, her face showing both joy and distress. Back when we were marrying you kids off, even 5 or 6 10 yuan notes were enough for the grandest of celebrations. And this rifle, just one shot, and half our family savings are gone. Add that to the game animals you sold yesterday, and we're like lords among the villagers now. But money doesn't come easy. You risk your life in the mountains to earn it. Despite her grumbling, she instinctively gripped the money even tighter. I noticed my second sister, Chen Xiaoyu, sitting at the edge of the Kong bed, her expression a mix of ambiguous emotions. Glancing at my youngest sister, who was clinging to the edge of the table, her eyes fixed longingly on the package of candies, I spoke earnestly. Mother, father, listen to me. Keep this money. You can spend it however you want. Don't stress about second sister's marriage. Let her choose someone she likes and someone of good character. Don't rush her. As for little sister, she definitely has to start school next spring. She's nearly 9 years old. Chen Dashin took a couple of puffs from his pipe, nodding firmly before Wang Xiaomei could argue. Yes, we'll listen to our third son. Girls only need to learn a few characters. What's the point of school? Wang Xiaomei couldn't help but retort. But when she met my resolute gaze, she swallowed the rest of her objection and murmured, school fees for half a year cost dozens of yuan. And when you go into the mountains, you're fastening your belt around your life. Underneath Chen Xiaoyu's downcast lashes, a flicker of disappointment passed. She had once dreamed of going to school for a few more years, but the family couldn't afford it. Noticing this, I had an idea. Leaning in close to her with a mischievous smile, I teased in a low voice, second sister, why do I get the feeling? There's someone you've got your eye on. Who is he? Which household? Don't start spouting nonsense. Chen Xiaoyu jumped as if scalded. Her face turned crimson all the way to her ears, her voice raising a notch, though her gaze darted nervously. Her overreaction only deepened my grin. In my previous life, after a tragedy struck second sister, it was a taciturn man, almost as silent as a stone, who helped her through her pain and nearly caused a scene that shook the earth. That man was the one she cherished in her heart. He was currently serving in the military. Really no one? I feigned ignorance, continuing to tease. You're not exactly young for the village. Even if father and mother aren't in a rush, one of these days a matchmaker might come knocking at the door, and they'll start talking about you being an old maid. Should I ask Ergu to help find some promising young men for you? Chen Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly grew sharp, locking onto mine. Third brother, do you know something? Clearing my throat, I leaned in even closer and whispered, almost conspiratorially, sister, don't deny it. Remember a few evenings ago, when someone was by the riverbank washing clothes? Isn't he from Lujiaba? And isn't he still serving in the army? Relax. I won't tell father and mother. When you feel ready, you can let them know yourself. I then added with a grin. Anyway, I just covered for you. No rush on second sister's marriage, right? Go away, go away. Chen Xiaoyu pushed me with an embarrassed and annoyed huff, her face blooming with a rosy flush. A dog's mouth can't spit ivory. Stop making things up about me. She turned her back to me, though her hands unconsciously twisted the edge of her blouse. Father and mother didn't catch what we were murmuring about, but seeing their mischievous son grinning and their daughter both flustered and indignant filled their hearts with a small sense of peace. Now that the family's troubles had subsided, they could afford to take their time concerning second sister's marriage. Meanwhile, little sister's attention was firmly glued to the colorful package of candies on the table. 2 white rabbit candies I had handed her earlier were probably the sweetest thing she had ever tasted in her life. Before today, she had only ever heard others describe how sweet candy could be. Only now, as it melted in her mouth, did she realize its sweetness could reach straight into her heart, surpassing the rare few bites of stewed meat she got during the new year. Carefully smoothing out the now empty wrapper, she licked the last vestiges of sweetness until it was completely gone. Seeing her eager gaze, I unwrapped 2 more candies and handed them to her. Here, little sister, have another too. But don't eat too many, or worms will grow in your teeth, and they'll turn black. After lunch, it was around 10 o'clock. Not wanting to linger, I picked up the deer meat and slung the bolt rifle, readying myself. Father, mother, I'm heading out to return village chief uncle's cart. I wheeled the cart out the door and walked toward the village's edge. As I made my way, my mind calculated my next steps. I needed to find a good spot in the mountains. Deep in the forest, I knew there were some big game animals. Bringing one back would not only provide the village with meat to share, but also give me a justifiable reason to return the borrowed rifle, putting an end to any future gossip. The entire village knew about the troubles our family had faced. The way they now looked at me, a former drifter, had changed, with less prejudice than before. As I passed by the village entrance, I greeted the aunties soaking in the sun. The women raised their voices to discuss me openly. That Winter River, he's not a petty thief or loafer. He's a man with responsibility. After his family went through such a disaster, he didn't say a word, just went straight up the mountain to deal with that pack of wolves to pay off their debt. That's a real man's job. Even an elderly woman stitching shoe soles raised her head to speak slowly. That's right. We must have misjudged him before. Thinking back, other than his quick temper, he's never actually done anything bad. Which kid in the village hasn't had Winter River step in to stand up for them when they were bullied outside? Added a sister-in-law carrying a slop bucket. Even the local bullies didn't dare to push people around anymore. They all claimed he had disciplined honesty into them. In the past, we mocked and belittled him, but now we have to be fair. This kid has skills and isn't a bad person deep down. Hearing these words float into my ears, the corners of my mouth lifted slightly. Without pausing, I continued my stride, my figure disappearing into the small forest path ahead. System, open the panel, I commanded. Immediately, a glowing screen that only I could see appeared before me. Hunting system, host, Chen Dongha. Level, LV.1, 35/100. Hunt 100 prey to level up. Skills, beginner archery, 26 out of 100. Intermediate basic swordsmanship, 669/1000. Beginner basic firearm handling, 12 out of 100. Newbie reward, system space, 10 by 10 by 10 meters. Controlled by thought, able to store non-living objects, where internal time stands still. I still needed 331 proficiency points to level up my swordsmanship to advanced. Might as well go all out today. I ventured into the depths of the mountains, the machete in my hand working relentlessly. Dead branches and obstructing shrubbery in my way were all mercilessly cut down. Swordsmanship proficiency, +1. Swordsmanship proficiency, +1. The crisp system chimes repeated, providing a rhythm to my otherwise monotonous trek. Unwittingly, I plunged deeper into the untouched heart of the forest. After nearly an hour, the sun hung high, marking the warmest time of the day. I remembered clearly, just a few days from now in my previous life, 2 hunters from Lijia village would venture into this particular mountain area. That information was revealed by Li Hongmei herself, who came to see me out of guilt. She brought half a pound of pork, which came from a wild boar hunted by those 2 hunters. The hunters had bragged that they'd killed 4 wild boars, claiming the group numbered over 20. The leader was a massive boar weighing 500 or 600 kilograms, followed by 7 or 8 sows and numerous piglets. Since those giants liked to wander around Nyojo Mountain, I made up my mind. I'd find them. I halted my steps. This time, I had no intention of going after small prey and hadn't bothered being quiet along the way. Only when I got close to Nyojo Mountain did I lighten my steps. Sweeping my gaze over the sparse pine forest on the hillside, a peculiar gray-brown color caught my eye. A hazel grouse. I felt a surge of excitement. Hazel grouses rarely wandered alone in winter. They usually paired up, a male and a female. Their scientific name is Tetris bonasia. There's an old saying, dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground, and the dragon meat refers to these birds. This little creature grows only about 30 to 40 centimeters as an adult and barely weighs over a pound, but its value is unmatched. Quickly, I stored my basket and ropes into my system space, leaving only the machete hanging at my waist. With a thought, a rough but sturdy hunting bow appeared in my hands, and I knocked an arrow onto the string. Taking cover behind a birch tree, I focused my sharp gaze like a hawk on the hazel grouse perched on a tree branch, preening its feathers. Breath held, I slightly drew back my arm, feeling the wind's direction. 2 seconds of stillness. Thwack! The bowstring trembled lightly, and the arrow sliced through the air. Just as the hazel grouse turned its head, the arrowhead pierced its neck. When hunting this little creature, aiming for the stomach could ruin the meat with an off smell. Aiming for the neck was always the better choice. Its body fell with a thud onto the snow, startling 5 or 6 others into flying out of a nearby bush. 2 of them, in their panic, veered in my direction. I drew my bow whoosh. Whoosh. One dropped immediately, its neck pierced. My second arrow was originally aimed at a body, but the panicked grouse flew straight into its tip. The remaining 3 flapped their gray-brown wings and dove into the dense underbrush beneath a pine tree further away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the winter forest, the combination of spruce and large trees shields the ground from falling snow, creating a dark atmosphere under their canopies. The ground is covered in withered golden underbrush, and the hazel grouse's gray-brown feathers with black spots make for perfect camouflage. Once they burrow into the underbrush, even hunting dogs struggle to find them. I pondered whether I should take this opportunity to train my archery up to intermediate level. If I had intermediate level skill just now, none of those 4 grouse would have escaped. When it comes to big game, firearms reign supreme. But for small prey like hazel grouse or rabbits, the quiet nature of archery makes it more suitable. After all, having an array of skills never hurts. Let's set a small goal. I clench my fists. Today, I'll get my swordsmanship to advanced level and push archery to intermediate. Advancing swordsmanship would only require about 300 more swings. But archery? That required hitting live targets to gain a single point, or just 0.1 points for a miss. Thankfully, arrows were reusable. Time to act. I picked out a conifer tree about the thickness of a bowl, drew my machete, and made a few rapid chops. Branches the length of my arm fell cleanly to the ground. If I managed to hunt something big later, I'd have to figure out how to get it off the mountain. It wouldn't fit into my basket, and dragging it outright would be too eye-catching. I need a simple sled. Rich hardwood wasn't scarce in the mountains. In less than half an hour, I had chopped and trimmed enough wood, stacking it neatly. Taking out coarse hemp rope, I quickly tied them together. Within 5 minutes, a sturdy snow sled took shape. Wiping off some sweat, I glanced at my system panel. Intermediate Basic Swordsmanship, 992/1000. Only 8 points left, but I didn't act immediately. I remembered the aftermath of the last time I advanced a skill, an unbearable, fiery hunger that nearly had me gnawing on tree bark. Here in this dangerous, unpredictable forest, I couldn't afford to lose clarity or energy. Surveying warily, I listened intently. Hearing nothing but the sound of wind, I retreated to the forest's edge, where I found a clearing. Brushing away the snow, I uncovered the frozen black soil beneath. Taking a deep breath, I began swinging my blade again. Though my strikes were deliberate and controlled, each carried my full strength. Swordsmanship proficiency, +1. Swordsmanship proficiency, +1. By the 7th swing, a surge of warmth pulsed in my palm. Congratulations, host. Basic swordsmanship has advanced to advanced level. The notification tone had barely sounded when my brain buzzed furiously, and I lost consciousness momentarily. Countless fragmented images rushed into my head. Slashing repeatedly at a stump in the courtyard, sharpening a blade under the dim light of an oil lamp, striking tree trunks deep in the mountain over and over, as if a lifetime's worth of effort had condensed into mere seconds, revolving around perfecting one thing, mastering the blade. When I snapped out of it, the ordinary machete in my hand felt entirely different. It no longer seemed a cold, lifeless tool, but an extension of my body, responding instinctively to my will. To test this new connection, I retrieved one of the hazel grouse corpses from my system space. Without grabbing my sharp hunting knife, I used just the machete. With a subtle twist of my wrist, the blade danced like lightning. Swish, swish, swish. In just 10 seconds, the hazel grouse was fully disassembled, its meat neatly arranged, feathers piled to one side, organs cleaned out, and the skeleton left intact. Like a master butcher at work. The thrill of the achievement had barely settled when an intense and terrifying hunger surged from the depths of my body, crashing into me like a tidal wave. It consumed me entirely in an instant, as though, boars catch you, you're as good as their next meal. I forced myself to suppress the panic, focusing on weaving through the sparse trees and jagged boulders of the mountain slope. My breath fogged up in the crisp air, and my boots skidded on patches of frost-covered ground. I could hear the hooves pounding closer, the guttural, enraged snorts growing louder with each passing second. Snow and ice flew up behind me, my strides desperate and wide. My muscles screamed for relief, and the cold air tore through my lungs like razor blades. I spotted a narrow ravine ahead, its jagged edges promising a possible escape, or an untimely death. It was a gamble, but I had no choice. Those beasts were right on my tail. With a grunt, I pushed my body to its limit and leaped across the ravine. My fingertips grazed the opposite edge, and for a heart-stopping moment, I hung suspended over the void. Then, with a desperate, primal pull of my arms, I dragged myself up and rolled away from the edge. I had barely caught my breath when I heard a thunderous crash behind me. One of the leading sows, unable to halt its momentum, had plunged into the ravine with a bone-chilling squeal. The others stopped just short of the edge, their heavy breaths visible in the frigid air as they paced and snorted angrily. Lying flat against the ground, my chest heaving, I clenched my fists. The adrenaline was wearing off, and the icy reality of my situation began to sink in. The snow beneath me soaked into my clothes, its chill seeping into my very core. I carefully reached for the rifle slung across my back, the cold steel kissing my gloved fingertips. My hands, still trembling slightly, secured the barrel, and I peered down at the boars below. Their agitation hadn't waned. These creatures were intelligent and unrelenting. Their small eyes gleamed with an otherworldly intensity. This isn't over, I muttered under my breath. But for now, I had narrowly escaped disaster. The pig's death. This joke would circulate in the village for 10 years. Actually, before I started firing, I already had my escape route planned. Crawling those 200 meters wasn't for nothing. I sprinted towards the other side of the ridge. About 200 meters away, there was a massive boulder that had separated from the mountain. The sound of hooves closed in behind me. I could almost feel the hot breath blasting at my back. Mustering every ounce of strength, I dashed toward the boulder and leapt at the very moment I reached it. Smack! Both hands precisely grabbed hold of a jutting edge of the rock wall. My arm muscles bulged to their limits, and leveraging the momentum from my charge, I swung my body upward, feet finding purchase against the slanted surface for a few steps. It was one fluid motion, and in an instant, I climbed onto the top of the massive boulder, which was about 5 or 6 meters high. The top of the boulder was not large and was uneven. I dropped down flat, adjusting my position swiftly. The next second, a herd of over 10 crazed wild sows came thundering to the base of the rock, skidding to a halt. They circled the boulder, roaring up at me with their exposed tusks clashing against one another, producing loud, sharp clicks. But the rock face was too steep. No matter how tough wild pigs' hides might be, they weren't about to batter this solid, iron-like mass. Taking advantage of the moment, I pulled out the Shui Lianzhu gun from storage space. The cold surface of the firearm cooled my pounding heart. I aimed. The largest sow below, leading the charge and growling furiously with her mouth full of tusks aimed straight at me, became my target. Bang! The muffled roar of the Shui Lianzhu gun shattered the stillness. The powerful impact hit the side of her open mouth, causing blood, shattered teeth, and chunks of tongue to spray violently outward. A woo! The sow let out a heart-wrenching scream, her massive body staggering drunkenly a few steps before collapsing heavily to the ground. She rolled around in the snow, writhing and howling in pain. With my first shot successful, I wasted no time, shifting my aim effortlessly to the next target. Rack the bolt. Shoot. Bang. A charging sow was struck, her shoulder blade bursting into a spray of blood. Bang. 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 Each gunshot was as cold as a roll call, and with every shot, a sow dropped to the ground with a wailing scream. The tremendous impact tore through flesh, shattered bones, and created terrifying cavities in an instant. Within mere seconds, 7 or 8 sows were left writhing and screeching on the slope. The rest of the herd was thoroughly frightened, their primal instincts overridden by terror. They no longer rammed at the rock. Instead, they milled about nervously, snorting anxiously as they considered bolting back into the forest. The piglets, initially scared back into the woods, were now drawn out again by the desperate cries of the mother sows. They surrounded the fallen body of Dapao Wanzi, nuzzling it while emitting plaintive squeals like pleas for help. The Shui Lianzhu's magazine ran empty. Without hesitation, I threw the Shui Lianzhu back into the storage space and brought out the Sandbotagai rifle. Clack, racked the bolt. This time, I stood fully upright, stabilizing my rifle as my ice-cold gaze locked onto the panicked figures below through the iron sights. Bang! The hindquarters of a sow just beginning to flee exploded into a bloody mess. Bang! Another shot grazed the sow's neck, sending a blood spray skyward. Both guns soon ran out of ammunition again. At the base of the rock, only 3 relatively intact sows remained. Utterly terrified, they whimpered miserably before turning and fleeing deeper into the forest. My gaze remained icy. Swiftly reloading, I trained my sights on the largest and slowest sow at the rear of the fleeing trio. Bang! The crisp crack of the Sandbotagai rifle echoed, the bullet precisely finding its mark just beneath the sow's tail. Squish! A piercing wound instantly formed. The bullet spun through her abdominal cavity, ripping it apart. Blood and innards spewed from her lower abdomen in a grisly spray. The sow let out an earth-shattering wail, her speed plummeting as she stumbled and fell, dragging a gruesome, bloody trail across the snow. The other sow, her neck grazed by a bullet, and another whose hind leg was crippled by shrapnel, were desperately hobbling away into the forest, wishing fervently that they had been born with extra legs. I didn't even bother with reloading. These two couldn't be allowed to escape, especially the injured one. Leaping like a bird from the massive boulder, I landed in a roll before springing to my feet, immediately charging after the 3-legged sow hobbling frantically forward. Even with 3 legs, she couldn't outrun me, someone who had long since evolved beyond ordinary humans. There was a glint in my eyes as I accelerated, catching up in just a few strides. Leaping into the air, not aiming to tackle her down, I shifted my posture mid-air, landing steadily on the wild sow's broad back. Any time is fine to take care of things, but I still have to head back into the mountains tomorrow. I'll need to stop by Master Kuei's place to buy some bullets, and then use my earnings to improve my archery skills to the intermediate level. What a plan. Delightful. It's time to head down the mountain. But dragging just a sow and a few piglets seems eye-catching enough. On the bright side, I can return the village's Type 38 rifle and shut the mouths of certain people. As for the sow that got away, maybe it'll find some piglets later. No big deal. Wild boars reproduce quickly and are highly destructive. Having one less group means doing the forest a favor. A few hundred meters away from the village, I stopped in my tracks. Finding a sheltered hollow, I dragged out my homemade sled. With a thought, the field-dressed sow, cleaned and bled, landed heavily on the sled with a loud thud. Then, I neatly placed the 4 fat little wild boar piglets alongside it. Each of these fellas was chubby, with glossy fur, and together they weighed approximately 200 pounds. A few days ago, dragging over 500 pounds through snow would have taken a toll on me, even with a sled. But it's different now. My basic knife skills had just broken through to the advanced level, which not only improved my techniques, but greatly transformed my physical strength and stamina. I stretched a bit, grabbed the hemp rope with both hands, and steadied myself. Hey! The sled started to move. The friction on the crusted snow was negligible, making the trek far easier than I had anticipated. The strength surging from my core and legs felt both powerful and steady, at least double what it had been before. The familiar bustling scene at the village entrance came into view. By the stack of firewood, some folks were sunbathing, while others were chatting away. Old man Zhang rubbed his ears, and Aunt Lu gestured animatedly about something. Zhang Taizhu, the village chief's son, stood leaning on a shovel, likely having just finished clearing some snow. Taizhu, I called out from dozens of meters away. Zhang Taizhu turned his head, squinted, and looked over. Recognizing me, his face showed a flicker of confusion. He set down his shovel and walked toward me briskly. Dongha, you're back? What's so heavy you're dragging? His movement piqued the curiosity of the dozen or so villagers at the entrance. They craned their necks, trying to get a glimpse. My God! As Zhang Taizhu got closer, his eyes widened like copper bells. Pointing at the nearly 2-meter-long black figure on the sled, then at the smaller shapes beside it, his voice cracked in astonishment. Dongha, did you kill this wild boar and those piglets? I grinned and nodded. Glug! He audibly swallowed, his voice trembling. You wiped out an entire wild boar den. I smiled casually and handed him back the Type 38 rifle slung over my shoulder. Taizhu, you're exaggerating. I only took down a sow and a few piglets. There was a group in the mountains, but they only dispersed after circling a large fallen boar carcass for half a day. I pointed at the gun. Unfortunately, we're out of bullets for this village rifle. We could only watch them, no way to act. Holding the rifle, still warm from my touch, Zhang Taizhu opened his mouth, glancing between the weapon and the overloaded sled. The villagers at the entrance overheard bits and pieces, and their expressions immediately shifted. So, Dongha had brought the village's rifle into the mountains? The rifle was communal property. He took it without saying a word, and even used up all the bullets? A low buzz of murmurs swept through the crowd. Surprise, realization, but mostly a difficult-to-hide tinge of resentment. Oh, so he used the village's gun. The kid got lucky and scored a windfall. If we had taken the rifle into the mountains, those wild boars would probably be ours. I acted as if I didn't hear a thing. I clapped the frozen, solid sow and raised my voice loud enough for everyone at the entrance to hear. Taiju, hurry back and ask the village chief to come over. Ask him whether we should set up the village's 2 big iron cauldrons to cook some fresh wild boar meat for a good feast for everyone, or divide up this big boar among the households. I paused, glancing at the crowd stretching their necks. Those 2 large cauldrons are still stored in the collective warehouse, right? They're perfect for use now in winter. It's been quite a while since our village had such a gathering. While we have the meat, let's hold a pig feast and give everyone a treat. The moment I finished speaking, silence struck the village entrance. All their earlier murmurs about the rifle evaporated in an instant. Old man Zhang, rubbing his frost-reddened hands, was the first to react. His eyes widened as he stammered. Dongha, what did you just say? You're going to share this large wild boar with everyone. My goodness. Even after removing the innards and head and feet, this boar must have over 300 pounds of clean meat. Our village has about 100 households. 2 or 3 pounds per family. That's more than the meat we get from slaughtering pigs for the new year. And your Aunt Lu, unable to listen any longer, gave old man Zhang a slap. Old Zhang, what's wrong with you? Such a large wild boar was earned with Dongha's life. Even if he used the village rifle, how much is a few bullets worth? At most, offer one of the smaller piglets to make up for it. And you suggest he give up the big wild boar? Do you even have a conscience? Embarrassed, a wave of sheepish looks spread among the villagers. Indeed, if any of them had hunted it themselves, who would be so generous? In town, buyers at the collection station pay 30 cents a pound for wild boar meat. These 300-plus pounds would fetch well over 100 yuan. Any resentment in their hearts was completely overshadowed by disbelief. Meeting old man Zhang's uneasy gaze, I laughed. Uncle, what you said is only half correct. Seeing him about to retort, I raised a hand to stop him. I'm no saint, Uncle Zhang. This large wild boar was earned with my life. Anyone would be reluctant to part with it. But I emphasized my tone, making eye contact with one stunned and expectant face after another, cheeks reddened by the cold wind. The meat won't just be split evenly by household. Grandpa Zhao's family has just him, an old man, while the Li family next door has a couple. How could those be treated the same? Facing Zhang Taiju, I spoke each word firmly. That's why we'll let our highly respected village chief decide. This wild boar. I patted the cold pig carcass. We'll stay right here. It's up to the chief to decide how to handle it. Whether it's splitting it up or having a village-wide feast in the cauldrons, it's all his call. As for these 4 little wild boars, I gestured to the piglets. My family is both the elderly and the young who need nourishment, so we'll keep these to supplement our diet. Boom. After that brief silence, the village entrance erupted into chaos. What? Did I hear that right? Dongha really plans to share the wild boar with everyone? Heavens. Over 300 pounds of meat. Did you hear? We're getting meat. The crowd exploded, with exclamations and disbelief intertwining in a lively hum. The earlier complex emotions were swept away by the jubilation over the announcement of shared meat. Zhang Taiju snapped out of his daze, hurriedly shoved the rifle into the hands of a younger villager, and bolted toward the village, shouting as he ran. Father! Father! Dongha hunted a large wild boar and wants to share the meat with everyone. Yo! The shout echoed across the village, reaching out far and wide. Everyone stood stunned, staring at me with wide eyes and open mouths. Aunt Lu was the first to react. She pinched my hand lightly in a hurry and whispered, Dongha, that's a wild boar weighing 300 to 400 pounds. We all know your family's situation. If you only brought out a couple of piglets, no one would say a word. But giving away 300 to 400 pounds of meat just like that, don't you feel heartbroken for your father? Wouldn't your mother feel the pain? Do you know how much grain that could be traded for? I knew Aunt Lu was a kind-hearted person. She had helped our family several times before. I smiled back at her calmly but firmly, leaving no room for doubt. Auntie, when my family was in trouble, it was the villagers who extended a helping hand. If not for our uncles, aunts, and neighbors who chased off that group from Li village when Li Ergu came to cause trouble a few days ago, I would have been beaten to death that day. Uncle would have been seriously injured too. What's a single pig in the grand scheme of things? No matter its weight, it can't compare to the kindness of the community. Such grace. I, Qin Dongha, will remember for a lifetime. From now on, if anyone in the village has a need, call on me. Chun Dongha will always be there to help. As I swept my gaze across the familiar yet astonished faces, I spoke louder. When Chun Dongha says something, it's as good as nailed down. Everyone here is my witness. I wanted to declare my intentions openly to the whole village. For the kindness shown to my family, I would repay it wholeheartedly. I intended not only to change everyone's impression of me, but also to genuinely repay their kindness with tangible actions. Of course, I understood the saying, give an inch, take a mile. While 400 pounds sounded like a lot, divided among nearly 100 households, each family would only get a bit over a pound. The village had many children, and every family was short on meat and oil. A taste of this meat wouldn't be enough to leave lasting resentment. As I calculated in my head, I maintained a sincere expression and turned to Aunt Lou. Auntie, these few piglets, once gutted, will yield over 20 pounds of meat. Keeping 4 of them for my family is plenty. For rural folk like us, we rarely see this much meat in a year. With so much meat, my parents will undoubtedly be happy. While this big wild boar was indeed something I risked my life to bring back, I owe it to the help from the uncles and aunts in the village for their support all the time. If my family ever finds itself in need, I hope the whole village will lend a hand in turn. Aren't neighbors supposed to help each other out? I lowered my stance at the right moment and gave everyone enough respect. It was only then that the crowd snapped out of their stupor. Their impression of me completely turned around. Thinking it through, they realized that Chun Dongha did make a good point. Sure, he'd been known for fighting and causing trouble, but ever since he became a leader amongst the children, those idle troublemakers from nearby villages didn't dare steal or make trouble in ours. Even the production team leader couldn't handle some of those loafers, but he managed to keep them in check. And now, this bold gesture showed his sense of loyalty and responsibility even more clearly. The crowd began to warm up, their gazes filled with goodwill and approval. Even those who had been standing coldly with their arms crossed earlier now replaced their expressions with smiles. Old Zhang couldn't contain his excitement as he stepped forward. Dongha, good boy, you've got guts and heart. Just for your sincerity, if your family ever has trouble again, as long as I'm around, I won't let anyone take advantage of you. Let them try causing trouble. They'll have to deal with these old bones of mine first. The wrinkles on his face smoothed out as he beamed with pure joy. Aunt Lou chimed in with a louder voice. What did I just say? Dongha is a child full of loyalty and gratitude. Why don't any rascals dare lay a finger on the boys from our village when they're out and about? It's all thanks to Dongha leading them. Passing through those other villages, those petty thugs don't dare mess around with us. Sure, he used to be a bit reckless and immature, but look at him now. He's grown up and become the kind of person who's steadfast and dependable. I scratched the back of my head, a bit embarrassed by all the praise. I couldn't very well admit that before growing up, I'd done the very same kinds of things, fooling around with the delinquents from the neighboring areas, knowing every one of them. My boldness and willingness to fight made me one of them in their eyes. But the thing about these delinquents was that they were a different breed from mere thieves. They wouldn't steal, but they'd block the road and intimidate people for small sums of money. Thinking back now, cold sweat formed on my back. Thank goodness I hadn't truly gone down that path. Otherwise, with the nationwide crackdown a year later, I wouldn't have escaped. This path I was on now, this was the right one. Fragments of memories from my past life flickered in my mind. Many details had already grown blurry, but when encountering similar situations, those images came flooding back vividly. My heart swelled with gratitude. Gratitude for the villagers who had reached out when my family was at its lowest. The warmth of being saved during a harsh winter, standing on the brink of freezing to death, was something I could never forget for as long as I lived. And while in my previous life, I did eventually repay these debts, in this life, I wanted to express that gratitude earlier, to repay it through my actions. Old Zhang called for people to help pull the sled. I was warmly shoved aside by the enthusiastic crowd, who insisted that I rest while they took charge. Zhuzi, swift as a gust of wind, had already dashed off to fetch the old village head. The heavy Japanese Type 38 rifle was carefully carried home by a sturdy young man, as if it were some priceless treasure. In Zhuzi's heart, there was nothing but pride. This little kid who used to stick to him like glue had grown into a strapping man. This victory was even more joyful for him than if he had personally taken down that wild boar. It was only 4 in the afternoon, and the sun hung low in the west, casting a warm orange glow with little actual warmth. But the villagers' enthusiasm was a fire that burned brightly. I carried home the 4 squirming piglets, their legs still kicking. Meanwhile, the massive wild boar that had shocked everyone was carried by the group and placed in the empty space in front of the village team's office. Once at home, I detailed everything to my parents exactly as it happened. My mother, Wang Xiaomei, looked at me with a mix of concern and pride, her eyes glistening with emotions. My boy, this cost you your life. Such risks you took. She stepped forward to check for injuries, but finally just reached out to smooth a wrinkle on my cotton-padded coat. But you really have grown up. Thinking of the family, and even the whole village. Her eyes reddened as she turned to her husband. Say something, old man. Our son has really made us proud. Dashin set down his smoking pipe, his hands trembling slightly with emotion, his face glowing with pride. He nodded vigorously, his voice hoarse, yet filled with approval. Good. You're a true man. Brave and resourceful. Your old dad doesn't measure up to you. Back in my day, I ventured into the mountains too, but I never brought home something as big as that. His eyes sparkled as if he were seeing a younger version of himself, but far more accomplished. Warmth filled my heart. Knowing how much my dad loved dabbing in the wilderness during his youth, I threw my arm around his shoulders and grinned. Dad, isn't this because you taught me well? If you hadn't shown me how to play with slingshots and bows, training my aim since I was little, how could I have hit the wild boar in the eye? If it weren't for you teaching me how to navigate through the woods, there's no way I'd have dared venture into the depths of the forest. I deliberately left unfinished the rest of my thoughts. The credit all goes to Dad to make him happy. Wang Xiaomei wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and suddenly recalled something critical. Her voice dropped, disbelief evident in her tone. Dongha, did you just say there's an even bigger one? A 500 or 600 gene behemoth. Is that true? Oh my heavens, you didn't get hurt, did you? She grabbed my arm nervously, looked me over from head to toe, and even touched my back, as if afraid I was hiding injuries and wouldn't confess. Dashin's eyes widened again, and his tobacco pipe almost fell to the ground. He quickly caught it, staring at me intently, doubting if he had misheard. I quickly reassured them, Mom, Dad, don't worry. I'm fine. Not a single hair's out of place. To prove my point, I spun around in place, showing that I was unharmed, and then, half-truthfully, began to recount the hunting experience, trying to set their minds at ease completely. Honestly, I didn't even dare venture deep into the mountains. I just wanted to scout around the forest's edge, maybe catch a few wild chickens or rabbits to add to our meals. Who'd have thought I'd run into that group of beasts? Meat offered right up to my doorstep. How could I not take it? I spotted an ancient pine tree, thick enough that 3 people together couldn't encircle it. I climbed up in a flash, even though the branches were so icy they stung my hands. The wild boars were snarling below me. I aimed my rifle at the largest of the bunch, a behemoth, a cannonball of a boar, and fired a shot. I hit it right in the eye. It collapsed on the spot, motionless. The herd panicked and scattered. In the boar herd, only one boar. The male was truly ferocious. The females were no real threat, even when they bumped into trees. I thought, since I started with one, may as well get more meat. After all, it was the village rifle I borrowed. Can't waste the resources. Who would have guessed those boars were so dumb? They kept running up to the tree and repeatedly ramming it with their heads. I took the chance to shoot a few more, aiming right for their vital spots. Only then did the remaining boars start wailing and fleeing. As for the piglets, they panicked and ended up at the tree roots, where I finished them off easily. I told the story lightly, deliberately withholding the heart-pounding danger and the moment I was surrounded due to misjudgment. This tale, of course, was a well-intentioned lie. I couldn't very well admit to my parents that I had deliberately provoked those life-threatening beasts. My dad is kind-hearted. He'd never feel at ease knowing I took such risks. As for my mom, she adores me to pieces, yet has no mercy when it's time for discipline. Her feather duster doesn't hesitate. To this day, I vividly remember her crying while smacking me, tears streaming as she scolded. It always left me feeling stifled inside, making endless promises to behave better, only to forget them right after. Looking back now, in my previous life, I truly gave my parents endless worries. Wang Xiaomei sighed with lingering fear after hearing the story. You foolish child. You can't be so reckless in the future. Those cannonball boars are incredibly fierce. A single hoof strike could kill. Is it hidden in the same old spot you and your dad used? She was referring to a hidden little cave in the mountain that Dad and I had discovered, tucked behind rocks. It was warm in winter and cool in summer. I nodded quickly. Yes, it's hidden there. Safe and sound. I sealed the entrance with branches and hay. Even wild dogs couldn't find it. In a bit, I'll head over to Third Aunt's house to borrow a mule cart. Just saying I'm taking 2 small wild boars into town to sell for some money. No one in the village will suspect anything. They're all too busy being happy, dividing up their meat and soup. Before daybreak, I'll set off to town and bring that big one along to sell too. I'll buy some things for the family with the money. Second sister's cotton jacket is years old. The cuffs are worn through and the cotton is spilling out. It's long overdue for a new one. As for fourth sister, her little jacket is one I outgrew as a child. It's patch over patch, looks freezing cold just seeing it. I need to buy her a brand new floral cotton jacket. As I was making plans, I suddenly felt a light smack on the back of my head. Stop wasting money. Wang Xiaomei glared at me, her tone resolute. Fourth girl isn't without a cotton jacket. The cotton from your childhood was thick enough, it'll keep her warm. So what if it doesn't look good? What's a little girl need to look good for? And your second sister doesn't need you worrying about her. She's got nimble hands. She can alter things herself. You're not allowed to buy anything. Bring the money back in its entirety. Got it. You may be capable of hunting wild boars now, but that's money earned at the risk of your life. Every cent is hard-earned. Otherwise, I'll have to teach you a lesson with the feather duster. As she spoke, she shot a warning glance at Chindashan. Chindashan immediately caught the hint, nodding in agreement, speaking earnestly. Listen to your mother. If you want to marry Xiaoxue, don't you want it to be grand? Do you have no awareness of your own reputation? Honestly, yesterday's actions made people change their view of you a bit, but Xiaoxue's mother is meticulous. The betrothal gifts can't be skimped on. And even that's not enough. You can't forget that she has a few uncles. They're no pushovers. If you can't present decent gifts, watch out, they might come beat you up. Thinking about Xiaoxue's robust uncles, even my dad seemed a little intimidated. I couldn't help but laugh bitterly. My mom had genuinely shaped big sis and second sis into selfless siblings who cared only for their brother. If this continued, little sis wouldn't escape the same fate either. I was the treasured child of the family, doted on by everyone. This overwhelming love strengthened my resolve even more. In this lifetime, I must repay it. I would be the sturdiest support for my sisters, and I'd ensure my parents enjoyed a peaceful old age. I would never let regrets linger as they had in my past life. I glanced toward the corner and saw fourth sister, Chen Xiaoyu. She had her head down, quietly tugging at the frayed sleeve of her faded, visibly shrunken little cotton jacket. When she noticed me looking her way, she quickly tucked her hand back. Her small face didn't show any resentment, only a hint of shy caution and a trace of repressed gloom. Right now, I dared not talk back. Otherwise, the feather duster mom had just crafted, the materials from the pheasant feathers I brought back yesterday, would no doubt be put to use. I guess this is reaping what I sowed. I could only nod repeatedly. Understood, understood, Mom, Dad, I'll listen to you. While conceding verbally, inwardly, I'd already made up my mind. Whatever needed to be bought for little sis would still be bought. After all, the money from selling the meat was in my hands. Once I brought something home, Mom wouldn't throw it out. At most, she'd scold me for a while. Being scolded and managed so closely by my parents, it actually made me feel rather happy. Chindashan shifted the topic, his tone turning serious. He knocked his tobacco pipe's bowl lightly against the edge of the Kong platform. Dongha, when you go to the county town tomorrow to sell the pork, take a detour to your big sister's place. I won't be giving you any more money. You should know by now what your big sister has been secretly sending to this house over the years. A handful of grain, a few eggs, those were all scrimped from her own mouth. It's time you stood up for your sister. Your brother-in-law, Lu Chong, is honest and simple, not much of a talker, but he's no fool. For him to squeeze out food to send over, that's because your big sister has been shouldering even more in his family and earning that share of care. He sighed deeply, took a long drag from his dry tobacco pipe, and continued. His family still has two younger, barely making ends meet, he said. To scrape something together during such tough times. As a family, we need to acknowledge it and repay such kindness. We can't let your elder sister feel cornered in her in-law's house all the time. Wang Xiaomei's eyes turned red again as she listened. Wiping her tears, she choked out. Our eldest daughter has truly endured hardship all these years. Married off, she hasn't had a single easy day. She hasn't tasted warm food, nor had a proper night's sleep. Thinking back, she remembered how radiant her elder daughter's face used to be at her wedding. Now, her cheeks were hollowed, and her cheekbones sharply protruding. The memory sliced through her heart like a knife. Hardship, my foot. Chindashan snapped, his tone firm, but the pain was evident in his eyes. She was the one who chose this path herself. Back then, didn't we persuade her? Did that stubborn girl listen to even half a word? Lu Chong's family was dirt poor, with piles of younger siblings to feed. We told her to wait a little while, to find someone with a better family foundation. But she was dead set on marrying that penniless boy. What could we have done? Beat the Mandarin ducks apart with a stick. And just look at her now. She comes home every time bringing along those couple of half-grown boys. They're her brothers-in-law. Not the least bit concerned about people gossiping. She drags them around like bodyguards. The words held frustration, but even more so, helplessness and heartache. She's just afraid that her in-laws would feel humiliated in front of us, afraid we'd make things difficult for Lu Chong. But do you think your parents are that kind of people? Humph. I couldn't help but recall my elder sister's stubborn yet faintly timid nature, along with those two strapping young brothers-in-law of hers who always had wary eyes for me, guarding her like little bull calves. I felt torn, a chuckle escaping my lips amidst the heart-wrenching ache. Life at my elder brother-in-law's house was tough beyond words. My sister's tenacity and sacrifices were the only pillars holding up her place in that unfamiliar household. All right, father, mother, don't worry. Tomorrow, I'll make a trip there. It's not far. I'll have lunch at sister's house. Thinking about the cargo on the cart, I quickly added, those few little wild boar piglets, keep 2 aside for eldest sister's household. They can either raise them or butcher them for meat. Those 2 boys of hers are in the middle of growing and clearly short on nutrients. I should meet them as well and get better acquainted. Whatever debts I owed them in a past life, I'd make sure to repay them bit by bit in this one. Before the words were even finished, the loud voice of the old village chief burst in from beyond the courtyard gate, brimming with cheer. Winter River, call your parents out too. We're heading to the brigade to divide the meat. You're a good kid. I always had faith in you. Bold enough, generous enough, righteous enough. Those villagers who got your wild boar meat today, mark my words. When your family faces something in the future, it'll become their problem, too. That's the rule passed down by the old ancestors. I couldn't help but smile. Grinning ear to ear, I quickly slipped on my shoes and rushed out. Uncle, come inside and warm up. It's cold outside. I hurried to support the old village leader, who was clad in an old padded jacket. Warm up for what? The old village chief, with his rosy-cheeked grin, grabbed my arm with a strong grip and started pulling me outside. Let's go, straight to the brigade first. The whole village is over there, old and young, from maidens to brides. They're all waiting on you, the main star. They need your word to get started. My second sister, Chen Xiaoyu, with her spirited nature, had already dragged our youngest sister, Chen Xiaoyu, ahead to join the excitement as soon as she heard there was going to be wild boar meat distributed. It was rare for the village to see such jubilance. It really felt just as festive as the days when pigs were slaughtered for New Year's celebrations. By the time I followed the old village chief to the gate of the brigade, I was already greeted by a wave of enthusiastic and genuine compliments from the fellow villagers. Smiles stretched across simple, honest faces, their gazes warm and earnest as they landed on me. Even the old-fashioned accountant, Li, who used to avoid me like the plague, now wore a rare smile. In both this life and the one before, it was the first time I'd been unreservedly praised by so many people, leaving me slightly embarrassed, scratching my head and laughing sheepishly. The old village chief guided me to the center of the crowd, raised a hand, and pressed down to quiet them. In a booming voice, he declared, Winter River has worked things out with all the men and women of this village. The meat shall be split in 2. Half of it will be distributed equally to everyone, calculated by head. Families with more members but fewer hands will be given a little extra to ensure everyone here receives at least half a pound of meat. And in doing so, may all of us share in Winter River's bravery and good fortune. The other half, including the bones and the meat near the bones, will be cooked in the brigade's big old iron pot right here. We'll stew it all together. The big bones will be cracked open for flavor. It'll make broth so fragrant, the aroma will carry for over a mile. We'll throw in some radishes, potatoes, cabbage, whatever we have on hand. The entire village will come together, warm up, and bid farewell to this winter chill. The village chief clapped me on the shoulder with such force, it almost knocked me forward. Shouting at the top of his lungs, he exclaimed, This credit, all this credit, goes to Winter River here. Does everyone agree? Agreed. Well done, Winter River. Never forget the well digger when you're drinking water. The roaring response from the crowd shook the skies, sending the children into excited giggles and leaps. 2 massive pots of bone soup simmered on temporary stoves for over 2 hours. The rich aroma of meat filled the entire village, making everyone's mouths water in anticipation. Even the elderly, who typically went to bed early, arrived leaning on their walking sticks. The menfolk gathered together, smoking dry tobacco and chatting. A few experienced old hands surrounded the wild boar, marveling at its plump size as they calculated its weight and oversaw the younger men about where to cut to ensure an even division, how thick the meat pieces should be, and how big to chop the bones. Meanwhile, the teenage boys crowded around me, their eyes full of admiration. In their hearts, I wasn't some wandering troublemaker, but the undisputed king among all the village kids. The biggest brother of them all. They clamored around, peppering me with questions about the thrilling hunt, and one even bravely asked if they could tag along the next time we ventured into the mountains. Standing nearby, Zhang Taiju puffed on a cigarette, watching me patiently humor the group of boys, his expression one of contented pride, like an old father with his children. Once the meat was ready, the atmosphere was electric. With one hearty shout of "Open the pots!" from the old village leader, the crowd surged toward the steaming cauldrons. The tantalizing scent seemed to pull everyone's very souls away. One pot contained soft, flavorful chunks of potato soaked in meat juices. The other held diced radishes, tender and infused with savory broth. The surface of the soup shimmered with golden dots of oil, spiced with eye-watering bits of dried chili pepper, all mingling with the scent of burning wood to make mouths water uncontrollably. The villagers, who rarely saw oily, rich dishes let alone meat, now had eyes gleaming with sheer delight as they inhaled the scent. Kids held rough, cracked pottery bowls, their eager gazes locked on the ladle, saliva nearly dripping to the ground as they urged their parents forward in hushed whispers. No matter the era, people can never escape the universal truth of how irresistibly good food smells and tastes. Not only had I divided real, tangible meat among them, but I had also stewed up 2 enormous pots laden with bone soup, sending its enticing aroma wafting for miles around. These 2 massive iron pots, each at least 5 feet wide, were set right in front of the brigade doors, steaming and bubbling as the entire village gathered. Everyone got their share. No one was left out. This gesture, this heartfelt offering, earned the respect of all. Not a single soul could find fault. Dividing the meat and receiving soup was orderly. Everyone queued up consciously. When they received that finger-wide strip of meat glistening with oil, their faces lit up with deep smiles. Using their fingers, they gently pinched the snow-white pork fat, carefully wrapped it in dry leaves or oil paper, and tucked it into the deepest pocket of their clothing. Those holding the hot soup, both adults and children, couldn't wait to blow on it and take a slurping sip of the steaming broth. Immediately, looks of satisfaction spread across their faces. The lively atmosphere lasted until after 10 p.m., when only a few young women stayed back to clean the pots and dishes. The 2 large pots were not tidied up immediately, still holding plenty of leftover meat bones and mushy vegetable remnants. The old village head smacked his lips with satisfaction, grinning as he said, "Leave it. Tomorrow, just add water, and we'll throw in the leftover scraps from the bottom of everyone's pans to boil together. The flavor will be even better. Nothing should go to waste. Tomorrow morning, bring your bowls here, and you can still enjoy a bowl of rich, oily broth. Soak some dry bread in it, and it'll be a treat." I saw Li Shui quietly walking home, her slender silhouette looking fragile in the cold wind, and immediately followed. When her courtyard door creaked shut behind her, I quickly stepped forward. As she was about to drop the latch, I hurriedly placed my hand on the door frame to stop it. "Who is it?" Startled, Li Shui froze and asked in a low voice. When she realized it was me, she immediately smiled, her eyes curved like crescent moons. Under the cool moonlight, her smile felt especially warm. "Brother Dongha, come in and sit. It's cold outside. Come in and warm yourself by the fire. My mother was just mentioning yesterday how you gave us too much bear meat. We've been blessed by your generosity. It's not too much, not at all." I didn't step inside but stood at the doorway, glancing in. The central room was dark. Only a faint yellow light from a kerosene lamp seeped through from the inner room. From there, I could faintly hear suppressed coughing. Aunt Lee didn't go to the community gathering. Has her old illness returned? Is her coughing bad? I asked, concern evident in my tone. Li Shui's gaze dimmed slightly as she softly replied, "My mother doesn't like crowds. When there are too many people, she gets breathless and fears her coughing will spoil everyone's fun." I brought back the bone soup and potatoes we were allocated. They're simmering on our small stove. I've kept it warm for her by the bed. "Brother Dongha, you even secretly hid a chunk of sinewy leg meat at the bottom of my bowl when serving the soup." Her voice grew quieter, tinged with shyness and gratitude. I smiled, revealing one hand that had been hidden behind my back, and held out a package wrapped tightly in thick oil paper. "This is for you, to help Aunt recover her strength." I paused, my tone growing serious. "When the snow melts and spring warms up in a little while, and the roads become easier to travel, I'll borrow a cart to take you and Aunt to the city hospital to get her properly examined. We can't keep dragging this out. Chronic coughing needs treatment. You don't need to worry about the money. I'll take care of it." Under the moonlight, Li Shui finally noticed the oil paper package I handed over and caught sight of something hanging from the barrel of my Type 38 rifle holstered on my shoulder. Her hands instinctively flew to her mouth in astonishment. She never expected that I'd bring her a cleaned and prepared pheasant. The bird had been plucked completely, its internal organs removed, cleaned meticulously. It was clear a lot of care had been put into it. This was a luxury item. She had only ever tasted pheasant once at her eldest uncle's house, and that fresh, exquisite flavor was unforgettable. Her uncle had mentioned before that pheasants were incredibly hard to hunt, and bringing one to a state-owned restaurant in the city could fetch over 10 yuan. That was 2 years ago. Its value on the black market must have only increased since then. "Brother Dongha, this is far too precious." Li Shui finally regained her composure and hurriedly pushed the package back toward me, her voice anxious. "A single pheasant can now sell for over 20 yuan. Do you know how much grain that could buy? Take it back. I can't accept it." The gesture was too generous. But I didn't give her a choice. reaching out and firmly catching her small hand that was pushing back against mine. Her hand was icy cold, with thin calluses from labor, yet still soft and delicate. I felt the warmth of her hand in my palm, looking at her incomparably graceful face under the moonlight, her expression both startled and flustered. I smiled gently yet resolutely. I softly squeezed her hand and, with a sly smirk, whispered teasingly, "Silly girl, you and I are officially courting now. The whole village knows. You'll be my wife one day. Isn't it only natural for me to bring my wife a little something tasty?" I leaned in slightly, my voice dropping to a low and steady pitch. "Even if this pheasant were worth 200 yuan, as long as my wife wants it, I wouldn't bat an eye finding a way to get it for you." My gaze burned with unwavering sincerity as I looked at her. Li Shue's lovely face turned instantly red, the blush spreading all the way to the tips of her ears. She instinctively tried to pull her hand back, but my grip was firm. My broad, warm hand enveloped her cold fingers, giving her an odd sense of comfort. I continued speaking in a soft voice. "When everyone else despised me and shunned me, you were the only one who stayed by my side, willing to believe in me. Xiao Shui, I've made up my mind about you for the rest of my life. Take this pheasant back to make some nourishing soup for Aunt. She hasn't had a proper appetite and is too frail. Her nightly coughing makes it hard for her to sleep comfortably. She needs good food to build her strength." I leaned in closer, my voice quieter but full of tenderness and seriousness. "That's my future mother-in-law we're talking about. I'm counting on her to live contentedly and help us look after our kids in the future." Li Shui was so overwhelmed by my straightforward, bold mentions of mother-in-law, wife, and kids that she couldn't stop blushing. Her heart drummed against her ribs as she bit her lip shyly. Her bashful, radiant appearance stirred something in me, and I almost couldn't resist leaning in to kiss her. We stood at her doorway, sharing soft and intimate words for quite some time, as the night deepened and the chill in the air grew colder. I eventually didn't go inside. It was late, and with us not yet married, staying over might invite gossip. As I bid her farewell and turned to leave, my chest was filled with joy. Recalling the brief but sweet and shy kiss she returned just moments ago, I couldn't help but smile widely, my steps light and buoyant. That night, I slept soundly. Before dawn the next day, the entire countryside was still enshrouded in pitch-black darkness, the world quiet save for a few scattered stars faintly twinkling at the horizon. Wang Xiaomei had already gone early to Third Aunt's household to borrow a mule cart. The sky was busy, and the injured leg needed rest even more. More importantly, everything was actually in my mind's space, so there wasn't any need to move them with effort. If Dad followed along, I'd have to come up with ways to cover it up, making it all the more troublesome. Saying goodbye to my family, I climbed onto the donkey cart amidst my parents' worried gazes and set off. The biting cold wind of midwinter, sharp as knives wrapped in icy shards, lashed against my face. I pulled my thick cotton-padded coat tighter around me, curled up on the flat cart, the sound of the cart's wheels crunching against the frozen earth mixing with the snorting of the gray donkey. After braving the cold wind for nearly an hour and a half, I finally arrived at the foot of the mountain near Uncle Kuei's place. Initially, I planned to gather more game to sell, maybe even head into the mountain once more. But yesterday, Dad mentioned my elder sister's situation. His words weighed on my heart like a stone, making me change my mind immediately. Heading into the mountains to hunt could be done anytime, but checking on my elder sister couldn't wait. Our family life had only just started to improve. Dad and Mom could even afford to eat meat now. I couldn't let my elder sister continue to suffer at her in-laws' house, pinching and scraping for things to send back to her maternal family while enduring the resentment of her siblings-in-law and the gossip of the village. I could imagine the immense pressure she was under. Moreover, the direction to Lujiatun, where my elder sister lived, was another path into the mountains. The forest terrain over there was relatively flat, and I was familiar with it. After delivering the goods, I could take my brother-in-law's 2 teenage sons into the mountains for a round. First, to show them my skills, and second, to foster some closeness. That way, they wouldn't wrinkle their noses every time they saw me, like I was some useless parasite leeching off their sister. Just over a mile away from the entrance of Lujiatun, I stopped the donkey cart. Here stood a few clusters of tall, dead brambles, a spot I had accidentally discovered before as a temporary hiding place. Glancing around and confirming the area was deserted, I moved quickly. Shielded by the cart and the brambles, I focused my mind and pulled out the largest sow from my storage, weighing approximately 150 or 60 pounds. I pulled out a machete and, with a swift and practiced motion, sliced the meat into 2 thick slabs. Then, I pulled out 2 plump, skinned rabbits coated with a light frost, along with a pheasant whose tail feathers shone brightly. These were neatly arranged on the cart before being covered with a torn burlap sack. On top of this, I casually placed a small bundle of firewood for disguise. Only then did I climb back onto the cart, flick the whip, and drive the gray donkey toward Lu Jiatun at a relaxed pace. I must have spent a bit too much time on the road. By the time I leisurely arrived at Lu Jiatun, the sun was already up, though its pale light couldn't disperse the chill of the morning. Most people still clung to the warmth of their Kong beds, reluctant to rise. Only a handful of elderly folks, habitual early risers, sat sipping bowls of thin cornmeal porridge. Faint plumes of steam curled up from the rims of their crude ceramic bowls as they leaned against cold door sills or windbreak walls, wrapped in dreary morning lethargy or lazily chatting about this and that. From a distance, the low braying of the donkey and the muffled rumble of the wheels rolling over frozen ground caught the attention of a few elderly women near the village entrance. They were the first to raise their bleary eyes and spot me, a young man bundled in a thick cotton coat, face flushed red from the cold, driving a donkey cart into the village. One particularly sharp-eyed woman recognized me, puckering her lips disdainfully. Well, if it isn't that boy from the Chun family in Zhangjiatun, Chen Dongha. He's here again. A grim-faced woman clicked her tongue, setting down her bowl of coarse ceramic with a look of scorn. Bet he's here to mooch off his brother-in-law Lu Chang again. Coming so early in the morning. Can't even let folks have some peace. Poor Lu Chang. Curse his bad luck to get saddled with a brother-in-law like this. Always coming around every few days to scrape off the fat. She deliberately emphasized the words scrape off the fat, with a tone sharp enough to send spittle flying from her mouth. Ain't that the truth? An old man next to her, holding a long tobacco pipe yet unwilling to light the tobacco, chimed in. His bowl of porridge was forgotten in his hand. I heard that boy owes 300 yuan in debts. Heaven above, that's a fortune we're talking about. Rumor has it he's cobbled money together from all over, borrowed quite a chunk from folks in this village. Even 5 cents from one household and a buck from another. All in total, must have nicked over 50 yuan. Lu Chang's own family is barely scraping by, yet they're still pinching food out of their rations to help his wife's maternal family. What are they thinking? The man shook his head with disapproval written all over his face. Ain't that the truth? Another woman, having just swallowed the last mouthful of her porridge and now scraping the bowl bottom with relish, nodded emphatically, her face puckered in disdain. If it were my family, I'd have kicked that ungrateful wife out long ago. That brother-in-law is nothing but a bottomless pit, sucking the life out of his sister. Her voice wasn't too loud, but carried perfectly on the breeze, laden with the distinct mix of rural gossip and malice. They traded barbs and snide remarks without a care, speaking their jeering words as though without consequences. Yet, if they were put in Lu Chang's shoes, with 2 teenage sons and 3 little girls at home to feed, how would they act? Lu Chang might be an honest man, but he wasn't a fool. He was perfectly aware that his wife, Chen Xiaoxia, truly lived up to the phrase, the eldest sister acting as a mother. She was always the first to get up and the last to rest at night, tirelessly managing the household. Not only did she take care of the daily needs of her 2 teenage brothers and 3 younger sisters, but she also did all the mending and laundry herself. Yet, she didn't even own a single decent piece of clothing. Their household was already crammed with children, and one more wouldn't make much difference. But Chen Xiaoxia gritted her teeth and decided, if she were to have another child, that month of postpartum confinement, who would handle the myriad chores of their struggling home? They were already stretched thin, barely eating 1 meal a day. No one was starving, but they weren't full either. She couldn't bear to watch her own child suffer the same hardship, and she feared that bringing another mouth into the family would be the straw that broke the camel's back, completely sinking their precarious household. So, she had resolved not to have any more children. She thought she'd wait until her younger brothers were old enough to earn a living and support the family. Then she might reconsider. My donkey cart slowly approached, the 2 slabs of pork hidden under casually scattered pine branches. Because if there's one thing I understand, it's that wealth should never be flaunted. Stop right there. A sudden sharp yell rang out from behind me. The voice was familiar. I turned around to see 2 teenage boys charging at me through the morning mist, their expressions brimming with hostility. I recognized them immediately. They were Lu Chang's 2 younger brothers. Leading the charge was the taller one, Lu Erqiang, with Lu Sanxiang, red-faced and neck bulging, trailing not far behind. Their father, old Lu, didn't know a single word of Chinese characters, so naming his sons was a straightforward affair. Every name bore the character for strong, as he hoped that each generation would be stronger than the last. In the countryside, names were often given with such simplicity. Seeing this familiar sight approaching, 2 young men. Instead of showing any nervousness, a playful smirk crept up on my face. They'd never treated me nicely in the past, rolling their eyes to the heavens every chance they got. If not for the fact that they were family, linked through my elder sister and her husband, I might have already taught them a lesson or 2 about showing respect. Well, Well, no manners at all. I leisurely dusted off the front of my coat, my voice slow and drawn out. My elder sister is your sister-in-law, after all. When you see me, shouldn't you at least call me brother? Call you brother? Uft. What makes you worthy? Lu Erqiang was already storming up to me, trembling with anger. His voice cracked as it rose, nearly on the verge of tears. If it weren't for you, my sister-in-law's life could have been 100 times better, and now you're here again? What do you want this time? Planning to ruin us even more. Lu Sanxiang followed closely behind, his eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely at the donkey cart behind me. And you even came with a cart? Not satisfied with what you've already taken? Planning to strip our family bare this time? Haven't you emptied us enough already? What else could you possibly want? He sniffed hard and continued. Chen Dongha, if you were a real man, you'd clean up your own mess without dragging everyone else down. What do we owe you? My sister-in-law doesn't owe you a damn thing. How dare you show your face here? I raised an eyebrow, looking at their twisted expressions and the misunderstood cart, and let out a helpless chuckle. Why so riled up? This time, I'm really not here to take anything. Not here to take anything? Lu Sanxiang snorted like he'd just heard the biggest joke in the world. He jabbed a finger dangerously close to my nose. Then what? You came here to bring something? The sun must be rising from the west. Who the hell are you trying to fool? Exactly. Lu Erqiang spat on the ground. Everyone in Zhangjiadan knows your reputation. A weasel doing good for chickens? Spare me the joke. The onlookers in the village seemed to agree immediately. An elderly man with a white beard chimed in first. Exactly. Not even a 3-year-old would fall for that. Coming here with a donkey cart to give gifts? Huh. Just trying to play nice before taking everything they have left, aren't you? A woman in a blue headscarf interjected. A nocturnal cat never visits for no reason. What are you scheming to take away this time? A dark-faced man took a step forward, pointing at the cargo under the cover of the donkey cart. Cut the crap. What shady things are you hiding in that cart? If you've got guts, show us. The helplessness in my expression deepened. Facing this crowd, none of whom believed a single word I said, I shook my head and sighed. There's no reasoning with you people. Fine, think however you want. Still trying to play innocent. Lu Erqiang's fists clenched so tightly that the veins bulged out, and his jaw was audibly grinding. Do you know how much trouble you've caused my brother? Nights without sleep, going door to door, begging for every last penny, wearing out even the soles of his shoes. He nearly shouted. Do you know how hard it was to scrape together those 50+ yuan? Every single cent and dime came from cutting back on their own meals. And now what? Thanks to you, the Lu family has become the laughingstock of this entire village. Haven't you ruined us enough already? The two brothers were breathing heavily, their chests rising and falling, red-eyed as years of pent-up grievance and frustration finally overflowed. In the past, they'd held back out of love for my elder sister, Chen Xiaoxia. Every time they saw her wiping away tears with a sorrowful look on her face whenever my name came up, the brothers couldn't bear it. Their elder brother, Lu Chong, had been both father and mother to them, raising them with great care. After their sister-in-law entered the family, she treated them like her own brothers, prioritizing them in every aspect, from food to clothing. Out of gratitude for this, when I came prowling around in the past, they had gritted their teeth and endured. But today was different. Here I was, the very source of their family's suffering, shamelessly arriving with a donkey cart. Was I planning to take away even the last scraps they had left? They had had enough. Before their elder brother left the house or their sister-in-law woke up, they decided to block me at the door and chase me away, even if it meant getting a beating afterwards. Listening to their accusations and looking at the growing crowd of villagers closing in around me, the smirk on my lips didn't fade. Instead, it deepened. That smug, careless expression completely infuriated everyone. The early risers, elderly men and women, the farmers armed with hoes heading to the fields, the women holding babies or busy cooking. Like fish drawn to the scent of blood, they quickly gathered. Chen Dongha, are you trying to drag the reputation of the entire Zhangjiaton village into the mud along with you? The white-bearded old man spat heavily again. Having someone like you in our village, even your ancestors would jump 3 times in their graves out of shame. Exactly. The woman in the blue headscarf placed her hands on her hips. Your sister Xiaoxia is such a kind and decent woman. She's been married for years and doesn't even dare to have children. Isn't it all because of her blood-sucking brother? What is your heart made of? Ice or stone? The dark-faced man roared in his gruff voice. In my book, good-for-nothing brothers-in-law like you, who bring nothing but trouble to their families, ought to have their legs broken and be thrown into the mountains to feed the wolves. A skinny villager squeezed into the crowd. I heard the Li family from Donghua village lost 3 chickens last month. Don't tell me that had something to do with you. The young woman holding her baby chimed in. Look at his laid-back demeanor. Does he seem like someone living an honest life? I heard he ran up gambling debts and got chased down by debt collectors. Guess who stepped up to handle that mess? Lu Chong. What? Gambling debts. Mud that just won't stick to the wall. Xiaoxia's entire life is going to be ruined because of him. And now he's back asking for more money? Isn't 50-something yuan enough? As if Lu Chong's family has even a cent left to spare. Totally. Didn't you see he brought a donkey cart this time? He's probably planning to take away their pots and pans to settle his debt. The more venomous the crowd's accusations grew, the clearer and lighter the smile on my face became, even tinged with an almost peculiar sense of relief. To the villagers, my expression was brazenly provocative. Several young men, around the same age as the Lu family brothers, couldn't hold back any longer. They rolled up their sleeves, ready to make their move. The two Lu brothers, faces flushed red, clenched their fists tightly until the joints cracked audibly. At this point, drowning in a sea of criticism, anyone with even the slightest sense of shame would have been long gone. Yet here I was, still standing there, smiling. Damn it. Why are we wasting time talking? Everyone, get him. Do it. Stand up for the Lu family brothers. Beat him. He needs a wake-up call. The crowd churned like an angry tide, shoving and pushing, ready to strike. At that tense, make-or-break moment, I suddenly moved. The smile on my face disappeared in an instant. My gaze swept over the enraged brothers and the encroaching mob. Shaking my head, I seemed to abandon any effort to explain. Taking 2 steps back to the donkey cart, I grabbed the bundles of dried pine branches covering the cargo and yanked them aside in one swift motion. With my other hand, I flung off the tattered sackcloth draped over the cart. Take a good look, all of you. The sackcloth flew aside, exposing the cargo in the first rays of morning light. Is that a pig's hind leg? All eyes widened in astonishment. A cold breath was drawn in. 2 large, plump wild boar haunches, several sturdy wild rabbits, and a few brilliantly feathered pheasants. The dark red lean meat, snow-white fat, and pheasants with iridescent tail feathers, like 3 silent bolts of lightning, struck everyone hard. The air instantly froze. The clamor was abruptly stifled, and the silence was so oppressive that even the drop of a needle could be heard. The elderly, who had been cursing and grabbing handfuls of dry food, forgot to swallow. The righteous indignation on the villagers' faces, spewing saliva in their protests moments ago, was replaced in an instant by ultimate shock. Lu Erqiang and Lu Sanqiang, who had been brimming with anger, felt like a bucket of ice water had been poured over their heads. Their eyes widened as they stared intently at that pile of goods, luxuries unthinkable even during the new year, with their minds completely blank. But after the dead silence, doubt quickly festered. The black-faced man who earlier called me a weasel was the first to snort mockingly. Has the sun started rising from the west? Just you? And you managed to get your hands on all this stuff? This remark was like water splashed into a pan of hot oil, inciting a wave of suspicion among the people. Could he have stolen it from someone? Muttered the woman with a blue headscarf in a hushed voice. Look at those chicken feathers. They don't look like the native chickens we raise. Erden's yard dogs were barking fiercely the other night. Could it be? Old Hunter Lee from the east side of the village lost a rabbit before the new year, and his door latch had been tampered with too. Could it be he used the money he borrowed from Brother Chong to put on a show and shut us up? Yes. With his track record, that's probably it. The murmurs grew and cascaded into another wave of mistrust. The initial shock was quickly overtaken by scorn for having seen through his deceit, and the anger, which had momentarily dissipated, began to surge anew. I stood by the cart, expressionless, but a sharp glint of coldness flashed in my eyes. I didn't waste time talking. Whirling around abruptly, I moved so fast that no one saw exactly what I did. Suddenly, a Shui Lianzhu rifle, its scratched barrel exuding a deadly air, was in my hand, retrieved from the corner of the cart. The old stock pressed firmly into my shoulder. Instinctively, the villagers gasped and stepped half a pace back in unison. Even the black-faced man who had been yelling the loudest moments ago shrank his neck. I didn't even look at them. The muzzle rose so swiftly it left a mere afterimage. I didn't even bother aiming carefully. My hand, holding the rifle, adjusted its angle slightly by instinct. The target, a plump dove, perched unsuspectingly on the high branch of the great poplar at the village's edge, preening its feathers some dozens of paces away. What are you doing? Lu Erqiang's voice broke into a scared falsetto, assuming I had been driven to embarrassment and was about to turn violent on the crowd. It wasn't just him. Almost everyone feared the same. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. The gunshot shattered the calm of the morning, as deafening as a clap of thunder exploding from a clear sky. Gah! The dove let out only half a screech before, in a shower of broken twigs and falling leaves, a gray lump of flesh plummeted straight to the frozen ground with a heavy thud. The hearts of everyone present hammered as though struck in unison by that single shot. Bodies shuddered. The more timid women clutched their ears with suppressed screams, the men paled, and a few children began to cry in fright. Time seemed to stand still. My shoulder recoiled slightly from the shot, the muzzle still trailing faint swirls of acrid smoke. My face remained indifferent, as if I'd merely brushed away some dust just now. I didn't even glance at the dove. With a crisp click, I worked the rifle bolt to eject the spent shell and then chambered a new round in one fluid motion, a movement smooth and practiced, sending chills down the spines of everyone watching. The cold scrape of metal against metal resounded piercingly through the eerie quiet. Only after completing this did I leisurely lower the rifle and rested it casually over my shoulder with one hand gripping the stock. Then, under the stunned, horrified gazes of hundreds, I strolled unhurriedly to where the dove had fallen. With the toe of my boot, I nudged the still quivering bird corpse. Meh, a bit lean, I muttered disdainfully under my breath. Bending down, I pinched its talons as though picking up a dead rat, and without a second glance, I tossed it backward. The dove, with its torn neck dangling, traced a small arc through the air and landed squarely among the bleeding pile of wild boar and pheasants on the cart with a dull thud. The mingling tang of blood and gunpowder saturated the air, assaulting everyone's senses. Only then did I lift my gaze, sweeping my eyes over the utterly silent crowd, pausing briefly on the faces of the loudest accusers from moments ago. My lips curved into an imperceptible sneer. Steel. My voice wasn't loud but pierced with icy clarity into every ear, freezing them to the bone. There's plenty of beasts in the mountains. Why the hell would I bother? Now, the silence was absolute. Truly, utterly dead. All that remained was the howling winter wind laced with the bitter scent of blood and gunfire, and the rough, heavy breaths and hammering heartbeats of all present. The man who had accused me of thievery moments ago flushed a deep, liver-red hue, his lips quivering but unable to utter a single word. The woman in the blue headscarf darted her eyes away, avoiding my gaze entirely. Lu Erqiang and Lu Sanxiang found their legs weakening beneath them, looking at the rifle slung on my shoulder, exuding its aura of latent death, then at the fresh kill of the dove on the cart, juxtaposed with the heap of haunches and feathers of the wild game. The duo felt a cold chill creep from the soles of their feet straight up to their scalps, their hairs standing on end. Was this still the same lazy, good-for-nothing Chen Dongha who only knew how to sponge off others and stir up trouble? And that marksmanship? No way it was a fluke. That precision, that swiftness. He was clearly a seasoned hunter, maybe even fiercer than that. So, those spoils on the cart, did he really bring them back from the mountains with this very rifle? Then, when he said earlier he wasn't here to take anything, the sheer whiplash of having their worldview shattered struck the brothers and the rest of the villagers like a blow, leaving them reeling. I couldn't even be bothered to speak further. Pulling the still warm rifle, with its lingering smell of discharged powder, out of my hand, I casually jammed it into the gap by the cart, as if discarding a fire poker. Dusting my palms, I walked to the side of the cart and took hold of the rein ropes again. Hiya! The dilapidated donkey cart lurched forward with a creaking groan, rolling past the still-stunned brothers and the stiffened villagers. The wheels scraped noisily over the frozen dirt path, each jarring screech grating on their hearts like a slow grindstone. It wasn't until the cart had traveled 7 or 8 paces away that the villagers jolted awake from their nightmare-like stupor. Bless my ancestors. That shot just now. He didn't even look, just raised his hand and nailed it. Swallowing hard, someone felt an icy chill on their nape. Where did he get that gun? And when did he learn such godly skills with it? Steal? They said he'd stolen it? God, we nearly ended up crossing the wrong person. So all those things were really hunted by him. The crowd erupted, not with anger this time, but with a mix of shock, fear, and something akin to awed submission to an unfathomable power. Every gaze clung to the receding outline of the donkey cart, clung to that rifle propped up on it, radiating an aura of invisible menace. Lu Erqiang and Lu Sanxiang exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they saw an inescapable fear. The two of them had been standing right in the front earlier, the closest to the muzzle of the gun. The scorching heat wave, the deafening explosion still reverberated in their ears, and the image of the turtle dove's neck getting blown apart remained vivid before their eyes. Fear had completely overpowered anger. That familiar figure driving the cart now felt incomprehensibly strange and unfathomably deep. At some point, their clenched fists had loosened, and their palms were covered in cold sweat. The thought of blocking the door had already dissipated like smoke, leaving only the dazed relief of surviving a catastrophe and a growing worry about their elder brother. What exactly was Chun Dongha here for? Brother-in-law Lu Chang had gotten up before dawn. All he had last night was a thin gruel made from wild vegetables, and now his stomach was growling emptily. The family had a few sparse acres of farmland, And while others hunkered down during the agricultural off-season, Lu Chang couldn't stand idleness. He would go scrounge for work wherever he could find it. No work, no meals. He had some basic carpentry skills, was diligent, and wasn't picky, so many sought him out for odd jobs. He worked from dawn till dusk every day, trying to earn as much as he could. Even if it was just a dime or two, he was the family's hope. In the mornings, he usually skipped breakfast, drinking a couple of ladles of ice-cold well water to stave off hunger before heading out. Today, he had taken on a job to make a cupboard for old Zhang in the neighboring village, which could earn him a bit more than 10 yuan. It was a big project, so he had to start early. As he pushed open the creaky, broken wooden door, a bone-chilling gust of wind rushed in, making his patched and worn-out cotton jacket shiver. Out on the road, by his dilapidated courtyard gate, a familiar figure was pulling a donkey cart to a stop. The young man driving the cart glanced in his direction. Lu Chang's face, now a pale blue from the cold, showed a bitter smile as he let out a familiar sigh. He rubbed his chapped hands together, summoning the courage to step into the cold wind as he crossed the threshold. Dong! Dong! His eyes were filled with astonishment, but it was quickly followed by that stiff, weary smile. Dong-ha, brother-in-law. Everything that could be borrowed has already been borrowed. The last time you took away that 4 taels of meat, I knew it was your sister's idea to send some meat your way. I didn't stop her. It was my fault for not doing better as a brother-in-law. His voice was weak, a mixture of hunger and worry. But don't worry, I've taken on another big job recently, making a cupboard for old Zhang's family. I'll be working for more than 20 days, and they promised me 11 yuan. When it's finished, I'll try my best to scrape together more to send your way. You can try speaking to the debt collectors too. 300 yuan isn't an easy sum to gather all at once. We'll have to pay it back bit by bit, but when days are better, I promise we'll settle it all. His tone was laden with exhaustion and helplessness, crushed under the weight of life's struggles. He clearly thought that my early visit must be another quest for money. Looking at my brother-in-law's face, cracked and weathered from the cold, his thin and tattered cotton jacket, his hunched body braced against the wind, and hearing his almost pleading promises, a wave of sharp sorrow surged through my chest, tightening my throat. This brother-in-law didn't have much ability, honest and simple to the point of seeming cowardly, but for my elder sister, Chen Xiaoxia, he was utterly devoted. He would rather go hungry and face the cold than let her suffer. In my past life, my sister worked hard all her life without enjoying any blessing, but at least she had a peaceful end. With her husband, though poor, they supported each other through thick and thin. Her biggest regret in that life was that they never had children, a result of the crushing burdens from Lu's family. Later, when her husband's 2 brothers and 3 sisters made something of themselves, they treated her like their own mother, showing endless filial piety. But as for me, their younger brother-in-law, they regarded me with hostility. When I eventually became successful and tried to help by offering some money, Lu Erqiang, the most hot-tempered among them, threw the money bag back at me, hitting me in the face. He said they didn't care for my filthy money and told me to get lost, claiming I wasn't worthy of setting foot in their household. Thinking of everything from my past life, I took a deep breath to suppress the sourness and guilt in my heart, then gave the most heartfelt smile I could muster. Brother-in-law, you've misunderstood. I didn't come today to ask for money. I was wrong before, making things harder for the family and for my elder sister. I turned slightly, pointing to the cart where something heavy lay beneath a sack, its outline barely concealed. Today, I've come specifically to bring some meat. For you, for my sister, and for the younger ones. I paused for a moment, watching as disbelief filled brother-in-law Lu Chang's eyes, then continued earnestly, Brother-in-law, in the past, I didn't understand how hard it was for you and your family. You know what kind of people my parents are? They always thought my sister was treated unfairly here, so their words were often harsh. But this time when trouble fell on our family, not a single person in the village stepped forward except for you, brother-in-law. You didn't hesitate and ran around trying to pull money together for me. I'm indebted to you, and I'll remember this kindness, Lu Chang. My voice grew quieter, laced with deep remorse. Brother-in-law, I've been so awful before, causing you and my sister so many troubles. Today, I'm here to apologize. With that, I bowed deeply in front of him. Lu Chang froze. It was as if a silent bolt of lightning had struck the very top of his head. He stood motionless, his mind a blank slate. His mouth hung open, and his clouded eyes were filled with astonishment. In the villages for miles around, I had been infamous as a troublemaker, hot-tempered, quick to throw punches if a conversation didn't go my way. Nobody dared cross me. Toward him, my brother-in-law, I was always condescending and never gave him a kind look. But now I was bowing to him, apologizing, talking about bringing meat. He blinked hard, rubbed the eyes stung by the chilly wind, doubting whether hunger had made him hallucinate. I knew his heart was constantly weighed down by guilt toward my elder sister, Chen Xiaoxia. He was grateful to her for being like a mother, raising his almost grown brothers and the little sisters who were still crying for food. Such a heavy burden crushed down on both of their frail shoulders. He always felt that he had dragged his wife into poverty. So even when she sent whatever precious grains or occasionally saved eggs back to her parents' home, he never dared to say a word. Seeing my bow and the genuine sincerity in my demeanor, he finally snapped back to his senses. A wave of panic overtook him as he rushed forward a couple of steps, his rough and calloused hands grabbing my arm and lifting me up hurriedly, his voice trembling. Dongha, stand up. What are you doing? You can't do this. It's too much for me. Flustered and tongue-tied, the man who was used to simple honesty had never faced anything like this before. I allowed him to pull me upright, letting the tension ease as a bright and clear smile spread across my face. A smile of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Brother-in-law, no need to distinguish between us like strangers. From now on, whenever I venture into the mountains and make good finds, I'll make sure to save a portion for you. You, 2 younger brothers, and 3 younger sisters, all growing kids. As the old saying goes, half-grown boys can eat a man out of house and home. They can't just survive on thin porridge and pickled vegetables. They need meat to have strength. As I spoke, I strode purposefully towards the donkey cart and yanked off the tightly secured tattered burlap sack and bundle of firewood. When the sack was opened, it revealed 2 massive slabs of wild boar meat, with a distinct marbling of red and white fat, looking succulent and still emitting a cold, bloody scent. Beside them were 2 plump rabbits and a large, glossy-feathered wild pheasant. Lu Chang followed my gaze. The pile of fresh meat and game lay bare under the cold morning light. His eyes nearly popped out of his head, his Adam's apple bobbed, and his stomach let out an explosive growl. It had been nearly 3 years since so much meat was seen in this household. Last year, during the Chinese New Year preparations, he had labored for half a month to earn just 4 ounces of pork lard. The smell of it when rendered into oil. But then I showed up, took all the remaining bits of crispy lard residue and a small lump of congealed oil, without a word of thanks, and even berated him soundly before leaving, accusing him of being useless and starving my sister to skin and bones. Guilt-stricken, he had restrained himself from arguing back. Even when his 2 younger brothers were ready to lash out, he held them back firmly, silencing them with fierce glares. But now, on this donkey cart were 2 whole slabs of pork, totaling at least 150 to 160 pounds. Not to mention the fat rabbits and the large wild pheasant. It felt like a dream. The overwhelming shock made his mind buzz, his lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word. Hearing the commotion at the doorway, the rest of the family came running out. Lu Erqiang and Lu Sanqiang followed. Both were so malnourished from years of barely having enough to eat that their scrawny frames looked like walking sticks, and their ragged padded jackets hung loose around their thin bodies. Their sallow faces flushed red with embarrassment. They recalled the remarks they had freshly thrown out earlier and now wished they could dig a hole in the ground to hide. Next stumbling out were 3 little girls. The eldest, 12-year-old Lu Yulan, was slightly more mature and sensible. Then came 10-year-old Lu Yumei, followed by 8-year-old Lu Yujiu, the youngest. Corn gruel still clung to the corners of their lips. Each had large heads, scrawny necks, and emaciated, sallow complexions. The youngest was sniffling with a runny nose, her wide eyes fixed hungrily on the contents of the cart, a small finger placed in her mouth. Finally, my eldest sister, Chen Xiaoxia, emerged. She was clad in an old padded jacket, faded and patched at least 7 or 8 times over. Tied at the waist with a coarse hemp rope, her silhouette appeared all the more fragile. Her hair was carelessly pinned up with an old cloth, and her face bore the weary lines of long-term hardship. Her cheekbones were slightly prominent, and her dry, cracked lips were devoid of color. But as soon as she saw me standing at the door, her deep-set, yet gentle eyes immediately lit up. "Dongha," she called out, her voice husky with emotion. I stared at this family, and my eyes finally landed on my eldest sister. A pang of anguish struck my chest, and tears welled up without warning. I gritted my teeth to keep them from falling, swallowing back the lump in my throat. In my past life, I had been the most selfish bastard alive. I never paid close attention to my sister and brother-in-law struggles. I only viewed my brother-in-law as a powerless, weak man unworthy of my sister. Just last year, I had scolded him over that mere 4 ounces of pork lard, accusing the Lu family village of bullying him for being honest and kind. Looking back now, my behavior was despicable, deserving of heaven's wrath. Thankfully, heaven had heard my regrets before my death and granted me this second chance. Suppressing the rush of emotions, I forced a light-hearted smile and strode over with wide steps. "Sis, I've come to visit you." My voice, thick with barely restrained emotion, sounded hoarse as I spread my arms wide. Under the astonished and inquisitive stares of everyone in the Liu family, I gathered my eldest sister, so thin that a gust of wind could knock her over, into a powerful hug. Standing almost 6 feet tall, I was robust and sturdy. My sister, though also tall at nearly 5'7", felt feather-light in my embrace, no more substantial than a bundle of dried twigs. Her bones dug uncomfortably against me, and her frail body trembled slightly, whether from cold or excitement, I didn't know. It felt as if my heart was being gripped by icy hands. My eldest sister, however, seemed panicked. She quickly pushed me away. "Didn't you manage to scrape enough money together? Is that scumbag Li Ergo planning to send you behind bars?" I shook my head immediately. No, not only did Li Ergo apologize, but he also paid me back 500 yuan. The truth came out. Your younger brother acted bravely for justice. Before, I was an idiot. I didn't know how tough life had been for you. But going forward, I'll be your rock. If you're short on food or clothes, you can come home to take whatever you need. No matter how many mouths to feed, our family can support them. I deliberately raised my voice, letting it carry out into the courtyard, where I knew the gossipy women from the neighborhood were eavesdropping with their heads poking around. I had caught every word of their spiteful comments earlier and could imagine how much my sister had endured their taunts in the village. My sister opened her mouth to speak, but before she could, I had already reached into my pocket, pulling out 10 crisp banknotes and firmly pressing them into her palm. "Sis, take this money. And don't blame our parents too much. Don't you know your own temper? You've been as stubborn as a mule since you were a kid. Now that your brother is earning some money, our parents have no say over me. From now on, I've got your back. I only ask for one thing. Brother-in-law has to treat you well." I glanced at the two scrawny boys beside her and grinned widely. "Just look at you two, in such bad shape that you're like dried bamboo sticks, ready to be blown away by the wind. Do you have the guts to head into the mountains with me today?" Liu Erqiang and Liu Sanqiang were already dumbstruck. In the past, when they had visited relatives in Zhang family village, their sister-in-law wouldn't even allow them past the courtyard. The villagers gossiped relentlessly, calling their sister-in-law's brother a good-for-nothing drifter. But now, staring at this cart piled with meat and the stack of new, ink-scented banknotes, their perception was utterly overturned. This wasn't some drifter. This was a fortune god descended from the heavens. "Donghe, this meat and money, you better take it back. Your brother-in-law can't accept them," Liu Chong stammered, rubbing his hands together, his face flushed red, clearly overwhelmed by the unexpected generosity. Before he could finish, I rolled my eyes at him and interrupted. "Who said it's for you? This is for my sister. The meat and money are hers to decide what to do with. Even as her husband, you come after her in ranking. Don't you understand what it means when they say, the eldest sister is like a mother? Back when I was running around in open crotch pants, it was her who carried me on her back." Liu Chong didn't know how to respond. I seized the opportunity. "Brother-in-law, is it all right if I take these two boys into the mountains?" Before he could reply, I was already at the cart, uncovering the maple branches to reveal the pump-action shotgun. Grabbing a handful of gold-hued bullets, I poured them into my pocket with a metallic clink, my sharp gaze settling on the two boys. The two of them exchanged wide-eyed glances before instinctively looking towards my sister, waiting for her nod. That made me smile. These two didn't fear their own big brother. Instead, they seemed more afraid of my sister. It was obvious. She was the true decision-maker in this household. "Hey, what are you two standing around for? What's the use of staring at my sister? I already told you, she can't boss me around. So how about it? Coming with me or not? If you do, meet. Do we want it?" The two nearly shouted, excitement and apprehension gleaming in their eyes. Big sister crossed the distance in 2 quick strides, fast as lightning, and grabbed me by the ear with a tight grip. "You little rascal. Causing trouble, aren't you? Do you think I can't handle you?" Big sister, spare me. My dear sister, we're outside. Give me some face in front of others." In an instant, I lost all my bravado, shrinking like a deflated balloon, grimacing and pleading for mercy. The commanding stance I had earlier was completely wiped away. Moments ago, I had been full of swagger, but now I was being subdued by my elder sister, who was more than a head shorter than me, without a shred of resistance, repeatedly begging for leniency. The villagers standing around were utterly stunned, their eyes nearly falling out of their heads. They had thought I was some fierce, untamable troublemaker, but it turned out I was entirely cowed by an older sister. Head hanging low, I obediently followed Big Sister into the house, massaging my still smarting ear, silently grumbling to myself. Where does Big Sister's fiery temper come from? Dad, upset at most, would silently smoke, and Mom, at her worst, would nag endlessly. But this forceful, take-charge attitude of hers, guess I better tread carefully around her from now on. No wonder she had managed to rein in these two young lads like docile quails. Seizing a moment of opportunity when Big Sister turned away, I signaled to the two boys, quickly drawing out 2 handfuls of candy. Several pieces of white rabbit mixed with brightly colored fruity hard candies, which I had specifically picked from the goodies stored in my space. Here, treat yourselves. Be nice to my sister from now on, and if you dare make her upset. I leaned closer, lowering my voice to a menacing tone. You better watch out, or I might use this gun and make a neat hole in someone. Before my warning had even cooled, my head was smacked hard from behind. You little scoundrel, who are you planning to shoot? Big Sister was furious. I flinched, instantly swapping out my menacing expression for a sheepish grin. Sister, I was just trying to scare them, make them behave. They'll be my good brothers from now on. As I spoke, I stuffed the candies into the hands of the two boys, Lu Erqiang and Lu Sanqiang. The two stared at the colorful sweets in their hands, recalling the stories they had heard before. They were filled with gratitude and guilt. Their big sister-in-law treated them like her own brothers, and now it turned out her brother was also a good person. From now on, aside from their elder brother and his wife, Chen Dongha was the closest brother they had. They'd willingly sacrificed their lives for him. I knew perfectly well how to deal with these two teenage boys. Big Sister's assertiveness in the Lu family would, to a great extent, rely on these two young lads in the future. As for my brother-in-law, sigh, hopeless to count on him. He's too honest, the type to think he's gaining even when being taken advantage of. After hauling the meat into the kitchen, Big Sister spoke, her tone low but full of authority. The meat our little brother brought is family's own food. Make sure to store it properly. I immediately caught her drift and, before she could finish her words, grabbed each of the brothers by an arm and dashed out. Hey, what are you doing? Big Sister's voice trailed behind us as I ran far out of the yard. Only when we were some distance from the house did I slow my steps. The two boys surrounded me right away, energetically pestering me about the gun, their eyes locked on my bulging pockets. Call me brother from now on. I kept walking as I declared. Want to play with guns? Your aim is way off. First, practice with bows and arrows. If not, at least get skilled with slingshots. You've got to hit your target steadily first. And do you know? I added, with a playful sneer, 1 bullet costs 50 cents. Do you have any idea how much candy that could buy? The two immediately shook their heads, finally gaining some direct appreciation for how precious bullets were. As a smirk played on my lips, I said, all right, no more idle chatter. I brought the gun, and the bows and arrows are back there too. Listen up, if you catch some prey today and bring it back, your sister-in-law might go easier on you. If you come back empty-handed. Just wait for a good spanking. And remember, without me leading, never ever head into the old forest by yourselves, even if it means dying. I wasn't counting on these two rookies to be of much actual help. This outing was mainly so they could witness my skills firsthand and understand that Big Sister had strong family backing, the unyielding kind of backing. Especially Lu Erqiang, with his quick temper. He needed someone to hold him in check so he'd understand surviving on mountain provisions wasn't as easy as it seemed. A bowl of favor granted is worth a bushel of troubles. Let grace come too easily, and it only breeds resentment. With the two boys in tow, I led the way down the path into the dense, uncharted old forest behind our village. Perhaps our fortune was turning after a streak of bad luck, because we hadn't gone more than roughly 15 minutes into the forest when I abruptly froze in my tracks and yanked both of them behind a towering old tree. The two boys, thoroughly puzzled, were just about to inquire when they caught the sharp sternness in my gaze. That sharp look sent chills down their backs. It was so familiar. Their sister-in-law always looked at them that way before scolding them. A single glance that turned them mute with terror. But my gaze was even sharper, colder, and it scared them into holding their breaths, not daring to make a sound. Peeking my head out halfway, I looked toward the snowy, open slope ahead. That one glance almost made my heart leap out of my chest. Not far off, about 300 meters away, stood one large and one smaller sika deer. The two were quietly nibbling on the moss beneath the snow. The tightness in my throat increased as adrenaline surged, my heart pounding like a drum. This was the kind of luck hunters dreamed of but seldom encountered. Roe deer meat could fetch 1.5 yuan per pound in the market. Being deer species too, they weren't bad. But compared to sika deer, roe deer weren't even in the same league. In these times, sika deer meat alone would fetch more than 3 yuan a pound, with a complete, quality deer hide going for upwards of 20 to 30 yuan. A fully grown male roe deer might sell for 80 yuan at best, but this male sika deer alone, easily 300 yuan, at the very least. Not to mention the highly nutritious, fatty, and flavorful venison. Even the smaller female sika deer was still extremely valuable. The two deer, however, were exceedingly alert, lifting their long necks every so often, their ears twitching attentively and scanning for any signs of danger. The slightest disturbance would send them bolting instantly. Thankfully, we were downwind, with open visibility, so we hadn't been detected yet. Pulling back my head, I whispered in a voice low as a mosquito's buzz, but carrying undeniable authority. The two of you stay utterly hidden. Stay put and don't move an inch. These two deer, it's me who's taking them down. With that, I crouched low like a shadow blending into the snow, moving forward by crawling close to the ground. A barely audible rustle was the only thing heard as I pressed forward through the snow. The two boys, jaws nearly dropping to the snow, watched me disappear into the thick drifts, like an agile snow snake, leaving behind a faint, barely visible trail leading forward. They couldn't even make out my figure anymore. I was relying on the snow to mask my scent, ensuring the deer's keen noses wouldn't pick up my presence. Sika deer in the old forest were cunning creatures. Hunters rarely managed to catch them. Their natural vigilance and value as hunters' prime targets had driven them to be careful and elusive. Covering a distance of 300 meters, it took me the better part of half an hour to crawl my way there. Throughout, the biting chill from the snow continually seeped into me, making my exposed skin feel like it was being pricked by needles. My hands and feet were numb with cold, but I gritted my teeth and pushed through. Those two deer kept grazing within a range of a few dozen steps, diligently searching for food amidst the snow. They frequently lifted their heads as if tracking any threats, keeping their ears tuned to their surroundings every few seconds. This continued. Looking upward once, my ears were alert, catching the sound of the wind. Crawling to a spot about 80 meters from the deer, I dared not move further. The gust swirled at this angle. Any closer, and my scent or the faintest sound might expose me. If I scared off this prize so close to my grasp, I'd regret it bitterly for the rest of my days. I quietly drew out my repeating rifle, moving so gently it was as if caressing a feather, overly cautious about even the faintest metallic friction. Resting the stock firmly against my shoulder, the icy touch of the steel jolted my senses awake. My fingers were so cold they felt numb. I had to breathe warm air on them several times before regaining a little feeling. Under the trees behind me, the two brothers were so tense their palms were sweaty, their eyes glued to the snowy slope. They even held their breath. Lu Erqiang whispered nervously. "Third brother, why isn't he moving?" Lu Sanxiang clenched his fist, his voice trembling. "I don't know. He's already got his gun aimed. Stop talking. This deer is keener than a rat. I've heard it's incredibly precious, worth a small fortune." Just as the two were holding their breaths, so long their lungs were about to burst. Bang! A crisp gunshot shattered the forest silence like a boulder smashing into a calm lake. The loud sound startled the brothers, making them jump. Lu Erqiang's eyes widened in shock. He clearly saw the larger buck, as if struck by an invisible hammer, with a mist of blood bursting from its neck. It collapsed heavily to the ground, its limbs spasming violently, clearly beyond saving. Before he could even catch his breath, I sprang up from the snowy ground like a nimble leopard. With a swift clatter, I chambered another round and, without hesitation, fired again, the muzzle flashing a burst of light. The second gunshot echoed sharply across the mountain range, sending a flock of distant birds fluttering into the sky. The startled doe let out a mournful cry. Blood splattered from its hindquarter, and one of its back legs was clearly crippled. Its running posture instantly became distorted, its speed dropping significantly as it stumbled and limped down the slope in escape. With no time to lose, I bolted toward the buck that had already fallen. This deer couldn't be directly stored in my hidden space. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to explain its sudden disappearance later. I urgently shouted toward the brothers' hiding place. "Erqiang, come over and bleed it out." Quickly, the buck's tremors were already weakening as blood gushed from its body, staining the white snow a vibrant red. I magically produced a water pouch I had prepared in advance, emptied of its water. The thick, warm deer blood gushed into the pouch. This was a true treasure. Mixed with some strong liquor, it would be perfect for boosting my father's health. The two brothers, snapping out of their trance, scrambled over in a frenzy, rolling and crawling across the snow. As they reached the enormous deer carcass, catching sight of the flowing blood, they were excited and flustered. I shoved the pouch into Lu Erqiang's hands, speaking quickly. "Catch it against the wound. Don't waste a single drop. This is essential blood. I'm going to chase that doe." Before the words even fully left my mouth, I was already sprinting after the animal like a whirlwind, leaving only shallow footprints on the thick snow, my speed startlingly fast, a skill honed through years of navigating these mountains. The two brothers were left gaping in astonishment. Finally, they understood the meaning of my earlier remark about them not being able to keep up. My methodical stalking earlier had been quieter than the slyest fox in the forest. This was no ordinary street rogue, as the rumors claimed. "Brother, was everything we heard about him before just nonsense?" Lu Sanxiang's voice trembled with a mixture of awe and disbelief. Do you think skills like that can be learned overnight? Lu Erqiang shot a heavy glance at the pouch in his hand, then down at the massive buck lying on the ground, before wiping his face with an exaggerated gesture. Only now did they realize how tough life must have been for their elder sister in the past. From this point forward, a steady supply of meat seemed inevitable. Staring at the blood-soaked deer, Lu Erqiang's stomach growled from the aroma stirred up by the metallic scent of blood. Swallowing hard, he reminded, "Quick, match the pouch with the wound. Don't spill even a drop." They had only caught a few mouthfuls of blood when a third gunshot echoed in the distance. Both of them quickly looked up, just in time to see the fleeing doe collapse suddenly on a distant snowy slope. It knelt forward on its forelegs, struggled for a moment, then fell lifelessly still. My figure could be seen jogging toward it. The doe's down, Lu Sanxiang whispered in excitement. Lu Erqiang let out a sigh of relief and continued gathering the blood with utmost care, determined not to waste a single drop. However, unbeknownst to us all, as I began dealing with the buck and moved toward the doe, a silent, unseen danger was steadily closing in. I reached the spot where the doe had fallen. As I approached, I noticed it was lying atop a young fawn that had just been born. The fawn was already lifeless. Damn it, I cursed under my breath. But in the mountains, this was the law of survival. Nature's brutal course spared no sympathy. I bent down to drag the doe, preparing to return and regroup with Lu Erqiang and the others. A significant amount of the doe's blood had already drained out when it fell, such a waste. I quickly used my hand to plug the wound and directed my thoughts to my system storage. Surprised, I discovered that the blood I touched could miraculously be stored directly into the system space, condensing mid-air into a floating blood sphere. Elated, I squeezed the area around the deer's heart as I could, managing to extract another small cluster of blood to store away. But then, a sudden chill of dread climbed up my spine like a serpent's icy tongue, paralyzing me in place. It felt like death itself was looming over me, its venomous eyes locked onto me. This wasn't an unfamiliar feeling. It was the intuition honed by countless encounters on the knife's edge of life and death. Almost simultaneously, a desperate, cracked scream came from afar. Lu Erqiang's voice. "Donghaji, behind you. There's something behind you." Every hair on my body stood upright. My body reacted faster than my mind could process, spinning me around at lightning speed. What I gripped in my hand was no longer the rifle, but a knife, a hunting blade used for dressing game. From the corner of my eye, I caught a massive yellowish-brown blur streaking toward me, accompanied by the reeking stench of blood, closing the distance between us in a heartbeat. A leopard, a fully grown one. Its fur was filthy, but its powerful frame exuded agility and lethal grace. It moved with the speed of a golden lightning bolt. Clearly drawn by the scent of the deer blood, it had been quietly stalking, leveraging the terrain and wind to mask its approach. It now seized the moment, attacking boldly while I was hunched over, entirely focused on the doe carcass. The timing was flawless. Man and beast, within a blink, we were less than 2 meters apart. The leopard's gaping maw revealed razor-sharp teeth, aimed straight for my throat. Its claws, ready to rend flesh, followed inches behind, poised to bring me crashing down to a bloody end. Behind a tree, Lu Erqiang and Lu Sanxiang were too stunned to think, rushing toward me without a plan. Time slowed to the breaking point. I felt every fiber of my being tighten, responding instinctively with the muscle memory honed through years of martial practice in advanced knife combat. My body twisted and released an explosive reaction. There was no time for conscious thought, only the primal desire to live. I arched my back sharply into a reverse bend, my torso forming an exaggerated bow shape, a movement well beyond the limits of an ordinary human. At the same time, my left foot anchored into the snowy ground, while my right foot slid backward, angling my entire body to the left. Snowflakes scattered. Without hesitation, my right hand swung the hunting blade in a reverse grip, slicing upward in a fast and direct lunge along the trajectory of my retreat. A flash of steel. The leopard lunged. My evasive maneuver. The timing was just right. Thud. A muffled sound that sent chills down one's spine echoed. The dull blade, wielded with all my strength and precise angle, cut through the soft underbelly of the leopard like slicing through leather. The strike carved a massive, 60-centimeter-long gash in the leopard's stomach. Scalding hot entrails, mixed with blood, spilled out onto the snow with a squelch. Steam rose as the air became thick with a metallic stench, intensifying the bloodiness several times over. Arg roar. The leopard let out a harrowing and shrill wail. It hit the ground, rolling and convulsing, its front paws desperately trying to cover the fatal wound, but it was futile. Blood and guts continued to gush out in torrents, dyeing the snow an eye-piercing scarlet. I had struck successfully. Without pausing, I immediately took several steps backward, creating distance. Rubbing my nearly strained lower back, I kept my eyes fixed on the dying leopard, my heart pounding wildly. That strike just now came entirely out of instinct. If I had been a fraction slower, it would have been me lying there with my belly sliced open. "Stop howling. You're not going to make it. I'll give you a quick release," I said, panting heavily and lifting the blade once more. The leopard, unable to understand human words, was driven by pain to unleash its final ferocity. Its single bloodshot eye locked on me, filled with hatred, and it let out a menacing growl, still attempting to lunge forward. Staying calm, I retreated another step, keeping the blade unwaveringly pointed at it and my entire body on full alert. The leopard struggled several times, each effort causing more of its organs to spill out. Finally, it collapsed completely, unable to stand. Its throat released a wheezing noise, like a broken bellows, and the vicious light in its eye gradually dimmed until it was extinguished altogether. Lu Erqiang and Lu Sanxiang's footsteps froze abruptly, stopping a short distance away like two petrified statues. Everything that had happened in that split second, my crouch, slide, draw of the blade, the seamless flow of movements, had completely surpassed their comprehension. The flash of the blade, the burst of leopard's blood and entrails, were all seared into their minds. Either of them, had they been in my place, would have been torn apart with their heads twisted off before they could even register what happened. "What are you two standing there in a daze for? Get over here and help me, damn it. My back's nearly broken." My voice rasped out. I twisted my waist slightly, a sharp pain shooting through me. This revealed my core weakness. Strength had increased, sure, but my flexibility was still lacking. My foundation needed more work. The adrenaline rush from earlier masked it, but now that it had subsided, my lower back felt sore and numb. Training flexibility was tougher than anything. A single split could make anyone writhe in pain. But there were no free lunches in life. I had to persevere and practice diligently when I returned. Today, I only encountered a leopard. Had it been a tiger, I might not be standing here talking about it. I had no intention of carelessly losing my life to one of these beasts someday. It was only then that Lu Erqiang snapped out of it. He hurried over to me. Under the dim light, he saw clearly the extent of my condition. From my thighs down, my cotton pants had frozen stiff into solid, ice-covered blocks, resembling two chunks of frozen logs. Panicked, he started frantically unbuckling his belt. "Brother Dongha, where are my pants? What if your legs get frostbitten?" I grabbed his hand to stop him. "No need, watch this." Both my legs felt like frozen popsicles, rapidly losing sensation. It would take over half an hour to descend the mountain, and staying in this condition would undoubtedly lead to frostbite, leaving me permanently afflicted by cold sensitivity. Out here in the wilderness, with temperatures well below freezing even during the day, I knew I had acted brashly chasing the leopard down by the river. My thoughts spun rapidly. I reached for the machete and walked toward the leopard, which had only one breath left. Crouching down, I aimed for its vital spot and mercifully ended its suffering. Then, without hesitation, I began skinning it. Having mastered advanced blade techniques, even something as intricate as butchering a cow seemed trivial. Skinning the leopard was a breeze. In no time, I had stripped off the entire leopard hide, still warm from its body heat. Using handfuls of clean snow to wipe away the bloodstains, I wrapped the steaming leopard skin tightly around my frozen legs without a second thought. It was like being swathed in two thick felt blankets. A wave of animal warmth instantly wrapped around my ice-cold legs. The two brothers stared at me stupidly. I smirked, pulling up one corner of my mouth. "What are you gawking at? I'm not trying to dress like a woman in a skirt. This is about survival, saving these two legs. You don't get it, do you? Do you even know how much this leopard skin is worth?" The brothers shook their heads, their gazes glued to the fur wrapped around my legs. I waved a finger smugly. "At least this much, $100. It was my estimation. In my previous life, I hadn't personally hunted a leopard before, so I wasn't sure of the exact market value. But as I saw it, creatures like tigers and leopards were among the fiercest predators in the forest. A slight step down would be the lynx, those cunning beasts. Even its meat could be used in medicinal purposes, making it a true treasure. Compared to that, leopards fell a little short. Selling this hide for $100 seemed appropriate. Lu Erqiang's jaw dropped, his eyes widening to the size of saucers. It finally dawned on him that when Brother Dongha handed out money to support his family so nonchalantly, it wasn't mere fortune, it was survival earned from rolling around with his life on the line in the icy wilderness. Had it not been for him pushing Lu Erqiang out of the way earlier, Lu Erqiang couldn't bring himself to follow that thought. As he stared at my leopard hide-wrapped legs, his eyes brimming with respect and lingering fear. Seizing the moment, I asked, "By the way, if it had been one of you earlier when the leopard attacked, do you think you'd have reacted in time?" The two of them shook their heads furiously, their faces pale. Exactly. I grew serious. To be honest, if the two of you hadn't been sharp-eyed and warned me earlier, it could have been curtains for me as well. Do you know why hunters make big money but no one in the nearby villages dares to do this job? They shook their heads again. Just one thing, life. I slapped the bloodied leopard skin on my legs. You've got to pin your life to your belt and trade it for money. Today we struck gold, an old leopard and 2 deer. What a haul. Let's get them loaded up and head home. Time to show those folks in your village a thing or two. Let them see that I, Shin Dongha, am not some good-for-nothing troublemaker. All the gossip and rumors, they're just nonsense. And let's boost your elder sister's reputation while we're at it. From now on, your Lu family can walk tall in the village. The 2 brothers nodded like chickens pecking at grain. Their earlier terror were replaced with excitement. When they returned to the village, they had to make sure those who looked down on their family and ridiculed their sister would take a good hard look. Whatever little disdain they had held for me just moments ago, the fleeting remnants of seeing me as a street-brawling rascal, vanished completely, leaving only awe. The strength I had gained from honing my blade techniques let me effortlessly hoist the 70-kilogram leopard carcass onto my shoulders. With its organs removed, only skin, bones, and meat remained, the weight pressing heavily against my back, soaking it with blood. I didn't mind. My cotton pants were long frozen and icy. Only the leopard skin around my legs shielded me from the biting wind, and I could only quicken my pace to keep warm. The brothers, Lu Erqiang and Lu Sanxiang, dragged and tugged the 2 deer with all their might. Malnourished and weak, they hadn't eaten properly today apart from a small bite to tide them over. They were utterly spent. On a mountain road, we bumped into a few villagers gathering firewood. From a distance, they saw the 2 Lu brothers followed by a blood-soaked figure carrying a fierce beast with a strong, wind-like stride. Stunned, they froze where they stood, even forgetting to pick up the tools they had dropped. By the time the 3 of us carried our spoils back to the dilapidated Lu family yard, those who had been peeking around the entrance, hoping to sniff out a bit of meat, were completely dumbfounded. Most of these people had likely heard that I had given the Lu family a large slab of pork, which made them green with envy and eager to take advantage. But the scene before them went far beyond their wildest imagination. Before even stepping inside, my loud voice, loud enough to ensure the entire village could hear, rang out. Elder sister, come out and see. We struck it big in Jingshan today, took down a leopard, and brought back 2 deer along with it. All of it's yours. This leopard skin, you can make warm hats for brother-in-law, the 2 boys, and the 3 girls. The deer hide is thick, perfect for making lined jackets. Just look at the whole family freezing without proper winter clothes. It simply won't do. Hearing the shout, Chen Xiaoxia rushed out in a flurry. The first thing she saw was me in clothes frozen stiff and stained with semi-dry blood. My ragged cotton coat and pants reeked of predator, wrapped in pungent leopard skin at the thighs, and I had a bloody leopard carcass hoisted over my shoulder. A scene as grisly as it was tragic. Nostalgia and sorrow rushed up to her nose, and her eyes immediately turned red. Her lips trembled, and she was just about to scold me for being so reckless, but when her gaze met mine, a smile in my eyes melted her resolve. All her worries caught in her throat. In that moment, she understood. Her kid brother had risked life and limb today, all to stand tall for her and bring her pride. She couldn't help but think of the gossiping women in the village who had disparaged her. Accusing her of subsidizing her family in secret and using her husband's resources to support her brother. Seeing her brother like this now, a warm yet bittersweet feeling surged in her chest, impossible to suppress. Years ago, when she married into the hardship-stricken Lu family, it was all for Lu Chang's promise. From here on out, you have the final say in this household. Years down the line, she had thought all the bitterness would have to be swallowed alone, never imagining that her little brother, barely grown and not even married yet, would instinctively come to her defense in such a way. Just from today, bringing back this haul and risking his neck for her, who would ever dare say her brother was a lazy, good-for-nothing ever again? I dumped the heavy leopard carcass squarely in the middle of the yard, and blood immediately seeped out onto the frozen ground, staining a massive patch crimson. Rubbing my frozen numb hands and stomping my feet, frost crystals scattering everywhere, I turned to look for Lu Chang. Lu Chang was just as stupefied. His jaw fell open as he stared first at the leopard and deer on the ground, then at his brother-in-law, looking both ragged and overpowering. He opened his mouth, but not a single word came out. Today, he hadn't gone out to do woodwork. He had specifically taken the day off to host his sister-in-law, who showed up unexpectedly with meat. But little did he expect, his brother-in-law would go out for one wander and bring back such ferocious beasts. The couple stared at the pile of prey before them, half in a daze, as if dreaming. But the villagers who had gathered couldn't hold their tongues any longer. Their opinions were loud and feverish. My god, he really killed a leopard? Who's still saying Qin Dongha is just a loafer? A man who can take down a leopard has got to be a top-notch warrior. That little brother-in-law of Lu Chong's is something else. The Lu family finally sees its day of glory. Listening to the crowd's comments, Lu Erqiang and Lu Sanqiang both subconsciously straightened their backs, their faces brimming with pride and honor. Glancing at the two stunned young men, I couldn't help but scold them with a good-natured chuckle. What are you standing there like idiots for? Go boil some hot water. Or are you planning to let me freeze these legs of mine into popsicles? I then turned to the dazed Lu Chong and asked, Brother-in-law, where's the place for boiling water for a bath? Chase those deer through the river, so my pant legs are soaked through. I'll have to trouble you tonight to let me stay and dry out my clothes. Big sister will help me get these cleaned, won't she? Lu Chong snapped out of his daze and nodded furiously. His words came out stuttering. Stay. Stay as long as you want. I'll head right over to Zhangjiaton to tell Dad and Mom so they won't worry. I quickly stopped him. Brother-in-law, don't tell them I went into the mountains. Just say I was wandering around and got my pants wet. Didn't want my legs to freeze. Chen Xiaoxia chimed in firmly, with a glare that carried a warning. That's right, just say that. Tell the truth, and they'll storm over here to yank his ears. And Mom's rolling pin will definitely find its mark on him. She shot me a pointed look. I immediately put on my most fawning grin. See? My big sister really loves me. Standing with hands on her hips, Chen Xiaoxia gave a cold laugh in the tone of their mother. Oh, you can stop buttering me up. Once I get you cleaned up, let's see how I deal with you. Jumping into a freezing river in the dead of winter. Do you have a death wish? Her sharp tone was sharper, but the care beneath it was obvious. The crowd of villagers burst out into laughter. They all knew Chen Xiaoxia was a spirited woman who could manage a household and kept the mild Lu Chong in check. But they hadn't expected that the notorious brawler Qin Dongha, infamous for being fearsome in fights and bold enough to hunt a leopard, would turn into such a pushover in front of his elder sister. Clearly, in terms of bloodlines, every storm has its stillness. Lu Chong didn't even wait for lunch before rushing to Zhangjiaton to deliver the news. When he arrived at the Qin family house, he simply told them that Dongha had gotten his pants wet playing outside, and to avoid catching his legs cold, decided to sleep over to dry them, promising to send him back by tomorrow morning without fail. This explanation hardly raised an eyebrow. Qin Dashan, knowing his son didn't lack toughness, didn't think twice before handing Lu Chong a pair of his own thick cotton pants. Have him put this on to warm up. Tell him to make sure he comes back tomorrow and no more stirring up trouble. Wang Xiaomei issued some worried cautionary reminders of her own while urging Lu Chong to walk carefully on the way back. That was exactly the response I'd expected. Meanwhile, back at the Lu house, I was curled up in Lu Erqiang and Lu Sanqiang's well-padded quilts, cuddled warm and snug at the innermost corner of the heated Kong bed, with only my face exposed. Chen Xiaoxia, wielding the straw broom meant for sweeping the Kong, gave my heavy quilt a few good symbolic whacks, the thwopping sounds sharp and intimidating. Making a show-off of yourself? Jumping in the river, are you? Who asked you to be such a show-off? Though her scolding carried bite, every hit landed over the generous layer of the quilt, landing without actual pain. Ow, that hurts. Go easy, sis. I know I was wrong. I really do. I squirmed exaggeratedly beneath the covers, putting on a shamelessly dramatic display of yelping and wailing, my antics painfully over the top. But with every sweep, Chen Xiaoxia's initial anger eased as her gaze flicked to my pale, frostbitten face, still drained of life's colors. Her breath grew shallower, her ire soon spent. A few more mutterings of disapproval, and she tossed the broom aside, heading to the outer room to clean up the bloodied cotton pants. Letting go of my theatrical display, I peeked out from under the corner of the quilt and lowered my tone to call the two Lu boys, who had been peeking in sneakily by the doorway, to come over. Unlike me, they hadn't been so lucky tonight. Before heading out to clean, Chen Xiaoxia had given Lu Chong firm orders, and as a result, both lads had received a few solid kicks to their posteriors, not light ones either, leaving the two sulking as they shuffled over, their backsides still stinging hotly. I put on a serious expression as I looked at them, deadpan. You see that? Going into the mountains for a hunt. It's not about reckless courage, and it's not about dumb luck either. It's about real skill, real experience, and real reflexes. Life is something you only have one of. I emphasized every word. So listen up. Moving forward, you two better not set foot in the mountains unless I'm leading the way. Got it? Especially not in the depths of the old forest. Don't even dream about it. The two of them rubbed their sore behinds and nodded repeatedly, this time truly taking my words to heart. Don't just look at all the good stuff I brought back today. Think about the danger. I caution sincerely. Out of 10 trips into the mountains, you'll encounter life-threatening animals 9 times. The scent of blood is like an invitation to them. If you can't handle the job, don't take it on. Lucky for you, I was with you today. According to the old hunter's rules, if we went into the mountains together, no matter who did the heavy lifting, any harvest involving blood has to be equally split among the three of us. My brother-in-law already sent me a pair of cotton pants. After we eat, I'll take the two of you to town to sell the game. The money we get, we'll split 3 ways. The two of them panicked. Lu Erqiang shook his head like a rattle drum. Dongha bro, no way. All we did was follow you around like fools, didn't contribute a damn thing, and only dragged you down. We cannot take a cut of that money. If my brother finds out, he'll beat me to death. Lu Sanxiang, red-faced with anxiety, chimed in. Yeah, we did absolutely nothing, so we can't take it. Without you, we'd both be dead by now. I grinned. Rules are rules. Even if all you did today was tag along, you can't get any less than your share. This is the code of the trade. Those who accompany each other share the spoils. Every trade has its rules. Switching my tone, I continued. You two think I'm pretty skilled right now, huh? That's only because you haven't seen a real veteran hunter. Those guys have skills that are out of this world. No need for guns. They can use their craftsmanship alone to dig pits, set traps, and still bring home the prey. Now that's the real deal. I'll teach you step by step later. How to set traps, how to recognize animal paths, and how to place snares and traps around the outskirts of the forest. Remember, only the outskirts. Stay out of the deep woods. You're not ready for that yet. My point was clear. Teach a man to fish rather than just give him a fish. I planned to teach them a safe way to make a living that could feed their families and provide some extra income. Today's close call was mainly to give them a taste of the dangers of the mountains and establish some ground rules first. At the dinner table, I shoveled the meat my elder sister kept piling into my bowl while chatting with Lu Chang about my plans to set traps on the outskirts and lay fish baskets by the riverbanks. Chen Xiaoxia, watching me speak in an organized, methodical way, couldn't hide the delight in her eyes. The changes in her little brother truly surprised her. But the terrifying scenes from earlier still lingered vividly in her memory, leaving her uneasy. When I paused to drink water after talking myself hoarse, Chen Xiaoxia put down her chopsticks, her expression turning serious. You're well aware of how dangerous the mountains are. Try not to go deep into those big gorges anymore. I know talking sense to you won't work. You've made up your mind. But think about it yourself. Mom and Dad's hair is already half white. Do you think they have it easy? Second sister is about to get married, and fourth sister is just reaching school age. You're their only brother, their only safety net for the future in their in-laws' homes. I, as your eldest sister, have my own family and kids, so I'm not worried for myself. But if something really happens to you, who will support them when they're bullied? Who will stand up for them? Her gaze locked on mine as she dabbed at her tears. Her tone carried an unprecedented earnestness. You'd better start valuing your life more. From now on, this family's depending on you. Forget about me, I'll handle my own things. Even if you stop worrying about me. She pointed at Lu Chang, Lu Erqiang, and Lu Sanxiang, who were eating quietly. I still have your brother-in-law. And with him, there are these 2 brothers. They're honest and real family. I chuckled and pointed at the 2. Sister, I think these lads are pretty reliable. Good stock. Didn't dote on them for nothing. Even though they're from the Lu family, they're still your younger brothers-in-law, our real kin. I'll visit often and teach them how to set traps and snare rabbits and birds. I promise I won't take them into deep mountain territory for dangerous chores. And more importantly, I leaned closer, lowering my voice with a hint of mystery. I noticed that stream running out of your village. The water's fast, likely an underground river surfacing there. It's hiding something valuable. Something valuable like what? Lu Erqiang and Lu Sanxiang, all startled, perked up, their eyes suddenly shimmering. A kind of fish called the fine-scale fish. It's worth its weight in gold. And soft-shell turtles. A pound of them can fetch $7 or $8, no problem. In a few years, maybe even $10 or $20 a pound, and the prices will keep climbing. Just think about it. Catch one turtle and trade it for enough grain to feed your family for who knows how long. Fine-scale fish, soft-shell turtles. The Lu brothers practically shouted in unison, utterly bewildered yet eager. Even the usually reserved Lu Chang set down his chopsticks, his interest piqued. Could such treasures really be in this tiny mountain stream? All their lives, they'd thought the river only had the usual common fish like carp and minnows. They wanted to learn. Lu Chang's lips moved, as if trying to speak, but he said nothing. Yet his eyes said it all. I understood my brother-in-law's yearning gaze. Smiling, I said, Brother-in-law, the river hasn't frozen solid yet. Let's do this. After dinner, we'll head into the county, sell the leopard and the 2 spotted deer first. After that, you'll come back home with me. I'll take you to see our dad. He's an expert at weaving wickerwork. He can make us a few weighted fish baskets. I'll teach you all how to set the baskets, specifically to catch those valuable fine-scale fish and turtles. This job is low risk and steady cash. And just like that, the plan was set. Upon reaching the county, I quickly found Kagong. When Kagong heard that I'd hunted a leopard and snagged 2 spotted deer, and then noticed the lot I had with me, a simple carpenter and 2 scraggy young lads, he immediately understood the situation. But being a man of business, he didn't pry. After inspecting the goods, Kagong lit his pipe, took a few puffs, and told it straight. Brother, honesty is the name of the game. Leopard skins are rare these days, valuable, but with no market. This one's well-preserved, easily worth 200 yuan. Including the meat and bones, I'll give you 280 in total. I gave a quick nod. Fair enough, Kagong. I trust your word. He then examined the 2 spotted deer and clicked his tongue in regret. Spotted deer are treasures. Their antlers, blood, and hearts are all in demand. But you didn't preserve the blood, and it's been frozen, not as fresh as last time. Still, we've worked together before, and your goods are solid. Let's call it 300 yuan total for both. Thought I'd throw in some luck with the numbers. Straightforward as always, Kagong. I laughed, accepting the money. I knew full well that Kagong would turn a profit when he flipped these, but the price was fair by current standards. The individual economy was still in its infancy, and the market wasn't that big yet. A solid 580 yuan, a thick stack of 10 yuan bills in my hand. Without even looking at my own share, I shoved the hefty wad directly into my brother-in-law Lu Chong's large hands. Startled as if he'd been burned, Lu Chong refused profusely, his face reddening while he stammered. Dongha, no way. That's too much. You risked your neck for this. We didn't do anything. Damn. I pressed down on his hand with such force that he couldn't break free, speaking in an unusually earnest tone. Brother-in-law, we're family. There's no need to be so formal. I already told the 2 boys about our rules. What we earn together, we split evenly. No exceptions. If we mess this up, I won't be able to keep my place in this line of work. Besides, you're my brother-in-law, but in my eyes, you're like my own brother. And those 2 boys are my brothers too. Take this money home. Stock up on some grain and cotton for the family. It's not easy for Big Sis to keep everything together with such a large family. As for catching fish, don't worry. When I say something, I mean it. I'll teach you in a bit. Lu Chong clutched that cold, blood-stained wad of cash, feeling its hefty weight. He looked at my sincere face, and the stoic man's eyes suddenly reddened. Over the years, his wife had quietly supported her family, and he had never complained, sometimes even giving a little extra. He knew their household relied entirely on his capable, strong-willed wife, who had endured so much being with him. Now, his brother-in-law had come for the first time, bringing $100, over 100 pounds of pork, and had even risked his life with his 2 younger brothers to venture into the mountains. And all the earnings? They were handed over to him. Even someone as reserved as Lu Chong could feel the depth of this gesture. Gripping those $580 tightly, as if holding his family's future, his throat choked up. He solemnly swore to me, his voice tinged with emotion. Dongha, my good brother. No need for pretense. Let me make this clear. From now on, in our Lu family, if anyone dares to mistreat your sister Chen Xiaoxia, I'll be the first to deal with them. I'll break their legs and kick them out. On his normally honest face, there was for the first time a hint of fierceness. His gaze swept over the 2 dumbfounded younger brothers. Seeing my brother-in-law so serious, I felt a warmth in my heart and grinned widely. I believe it. From now on, our 2 families are like blood brothers, closer than ever. I paused for a moment, then squinted at him teasingly, purposely curling my lips in mock annoyance. But, brother-in-law, aren't you too timid? Even afraid of Big Sis? I made sure my voice was just loud enough for Lu Erqiang beside us to hear. Scratching the back of his head, Lu Chong gave a hearty but sheepish laugh and admitted honestly, afraid. Really afraid. You don't know how your sister is. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was obvious. Uft. Just then, behind me, Lu Erqiang couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. What are you laughing at, brat? I whirled around and glared at him, trying to save face. You think you'd do any better? Lu Erqiang wasn't at all intimidated. Instead, he shot back mischievously. Dongha bro, if you're not afraid, then why didn't you fight back just now? Wrapped yourself in a blanket, crying loudly in the corner. I heard it clear as day. I choked on my words, feeling my face flush with embarrassment, and waved him off. Beat it. Adults are talking, kids stay out of it. Everyone glanced at each other, and then burst into hearty laughter. In that laughter, the terror of the leopard, the icy river water, and our frozen legs seemed to meld away, just a little. After this day of shared trials and camaraderie, my bond with Lu Chong and the Lu brothers deepened profoundly. We were no longer distant relatives connected only by my sister, but brothers who could share both the loot and laughs, backing one another up. I got them on a mule cart heading back toward Qinjiatin, taking advantage of the same route. The frigid wind swept across the open plains as evening descended. By the time the cart rattled its way to my family's yard, night had fully fallen. The The sound of cart wheels crunching through snow pierced the stillness of the air. The fence gate creaked as it opened, and my dad, Shindashin, appeared in the dim yellow light, holding a smoking tobacco pipe and draped in an old padded coat. The moment he spotted his son-in-law Lu Chong, his nose reddened from the cold. A rare smile broke across his stern face. In the past, he'd often grumble that this eldest son-in-law of his was too simple, as dull as a post, incapable of uttering 3 words of wit or dealing with social niceties. Yet deep down, he still approved of this man who always kept his family in mind, even if he wasn't good at expressing it. "Xiangzi, you're here? Come inside quickly. It's freezing out," my dad called out, only for his smile to falter as he glanced behind him and caught sight of me, bundled up with only my eyes showing. His expression immediately darkened. Humph. He shot me a glare. My mom, Wang Xiaomei, also came out to greet us, but she grumbled, "It's completely dark, and you still have to escort this idiot back? Come inside and warm up." Despite her scolding tone, her hands acted swiftly, serving a big bowl of stewed meat that had been warming on the stove. The glossy, fragrant dish made my mouth water instantly. "Xiangzi, get up on the Kong and eat." Her voice was full of concern. Lu Chong hurried to explain, "Dad, Mom, it's just that Dongha got his trouser legs wet playing in the snow earlier. I was worried he might get frostbite, so I let him stay at our place overnight and brought him back before it got too late." He tried to make it sound casual. "Playing in the snow?" My dad tapped his pipe against the edge of the Kong, his voice tinged with doubt. "A grown man playing so much he soaks his pants." He didn't press further but warned me sternly, "You'll stay put at home tomorrow, understood?" Meanwhile, my mom fussed over her son-in-law, asking after his journey and whether he'd been cold or tired along the way. My dad watched Lu Chong's hesitant expression, unable to resist saying, "If you've got something to say, spit it out. No need to stand on ceremony between a father-in-law and son-in-law." After pondering for a moment, Lu Chong finally smiled bashfully. "Dad, I'd like to ask if you could teach me how to weave fish traps. Dongha's going to teach me how to fish." My dad chuckled, waving it off as if it were nothing. "Of course. I've been a bamboo craftsman my whole life, and Dongha here has no interest in picking up the trade. If you're willing to learn, I'll teach you, though it's no easy job, mind you. Passing on a craft first requires trust in a person's character. Even something as ordinary as bamboo work is a skill born from generations of labor and tradition. Every trade has its customs. Valuable expertise isn't sold for gold, but is willingly passed on to worthy hands." My dad valued Lu Chong's honesty and dependability. I had initially planned to ask my dad for his help, but hearing my brother-in-law's request made me realize he didn't want to trouble his father-in-law and was determined to carry the responsibility himself. He was a straightforward man, and entrusting the craft to him would surely put my dad at ease. Moreover, decades later, bamboo weaving might even become recognized as a cultural heritage. I grinned and said to Lu Chong, "Big brother-in-law, head home with the boys for now. Come back tomorrow to learn from my dad." As the saying goes, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. Master this craft, and you'll always walk with confidence wherever you go. "All right," Lu Chong responded firmly, his eyes glistening. This little brother-in-law of his had completely reshaped his impression today. That thick wad of cash I'd handed him, an amount he couldn't save even after years of hard labor, had been given without hesitation, simply because I knew how tough things were for his family. With this money, his wife wouldn't have to wear a frown all day, and they'd finally have the confidence to start thinking about having kids. My dad placed a piece of meat into his bowl. "It's just bamboo weaving, not a big deal. You're a grown man. Don't shed those cat tears, or people will laugh at you." After dinner, Lu Chong took his 2 younger brothers and returned home. After finishing cleaning up the dishes, my mother called me to the kitchen's side, lowered her voice, and asked, "Did you take all 3 of them into the mountains for hunting today?" I was startled. "Mom, how did you figure that out?" My mother rolled her eyes at me and grabbed my hand for a closer look. "That old shirt of yours, the armpit seam has a tear that wasn't there before. There's pine resin and grass debris on the back shoulder too. But the most obvious thing is," she paused for a moment, her voice dropping even lower, tinged with concern, "your brother-in-law's hands were shaking at dinner tonight. He clearly overexerted himself doing heavy labor, and then, having been starving, suddenly had a feast." I grinned sheepishly, tacitly admitting it. My mother sighed and patted the back of my hand. "Your brother-in-law is as honest as an ox. The entire household depends on your elder sister's fiery nature to hold things together. With this kind of situation, what kind of woman would willingly marry into that hardship? Only your sister was genuinely resolute in choosing him. Thankfully, she wasn't wrong about him. He's truly devoted to our family. You should help him, that's only right. But as for those 2 younger brothers of his, they look at you like you're some kind of deity in a temple. It's too much. Be careful. They're young and might act recklessly out of ignorance. If you take them out in the future, make sure to be even more cautious. Her words warmed my heart. She saw right through everything. Dad had surely noticed too, but probably chose to stay quiet since I handled things properly. I answered her softly. Mom, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I've already talked things over with my brother-in-law. Today I specifically took them to introduce them to Master Koei, so they'll have a proper place to sell wild goods in the future and won't be taken advantage of. From now on, when I go into the mountains, I'll stick to safe areas. Nothing will happen. We had a heartfelt mother-son conversation for a while longer. Although she was still worried, my calm demeanor reassured her somewhat. In the end, she brought up the matter of the 500 yuan owed by Liurgu. Tomorrow will be the third day, and that scoundrel is probably planning to default. His uncle is the village head over in Li family village. They have the numbers, and they're not easy to deal with. Let's just take the loss and let it go. You mustn't go there alone to stir up trouble. I agreed verbally. I know. But my mind was already formulating a plan. Back off. Those wolves would only press harder. But I also knew my mother was right. Storming into Li family village alone wouldn't be bravery. It would be stupidity. I'd have to use my head and find another way. Night fell, and I lay on the heated earthen Kong bed. The first small goal of my second life was accomplished. The family finally had some decent meals. But that was far from enough. I had to ensure my parents lived a blessed life, my sisters enjoyed good days, and those venomous snakes eyeing us in the shadows were crushed entirely. The night in the village was as dark as pitch. Resting my head on the silence, I soon drifted off to sleep. But in the latter half of the night, I suddenly sat bolt upright in bed, not even bothering to put on my padded pants as I instinctively reached under the Kong for my gleaming wood-chopping knife. The survival instincts honed in life and death arenas of my past life ran deep in my bones. That sudden heart palpitation moments ago in my dream was a chilling signal, a warning that danger was closing in. A moment's hesitation could cost my family's lives. I held my breath and listened intently. The shallow, stifled breathing outside the wall, the faint sound of something knocking against a bucket, and, most alarming of all, the increasingly overpowering stench that stung my nose and made me nauseous. Kerosene. Someone was pouring kerosene. Someone was trying to burn the house down. A cold chill surged from the soles of my feet to the crown of my head. This was the dead of night, when people slept most deeply. The house's earthen walls were sturdy, but the roof was made of timber beams and thatched with layers of dried corn stalks and reed grass. Drenched in kerosene, a single spark would consume it all. When the beams collapsed and the flames sealed the exits, anyone inside would be trapped like caged birds. Rage exploded within my chest. Gripping the wood-chopping knife, I moved like a shadowy panther, opening the door soundlessly. My bare feet stepped onto the frozen snow, each step steady as stone, as I circled around to the back of the house. A group of dark figures was furtively dousing the base of the wall with kerosene. Two others were laboring to stack corn stalks and sorghum under the windows, hoping to make the fire burn faster and hotter. There was no time to hesitate. I pounced like a ghost, moving so fast that only phantoms of my figure lingered. The back of the knife struck the napes of necks with accuracy and force. 7 or 8 burly men went down without so much as a whimper and crumpled lifelessly into the snow. As I stared at the limp bodies sprawled like dead dogs, violence churned in my eyes. I wanted nothing more than to raise my knife and end these pests for good. But reason clamped down on my fury. These men were not masterminds, only pawns. Killing them would inevitably lead to retribution. If Uncle Hat named me a murderer in an investigation, no explanation could absolve me. Taking a life was no trivial matter. Even justifiable, it would invite trouble I couldn't afford. I wouldn't gamble my family's future. I quickly returned to the house to dress, but in those few moments, my toes had already gone numb from the cold. Inside, sounds of stirring arose. I'd woken my parents. Third, what the heck are you up to in the middle of the night? My second elder sister, Chin Xiaoyu, rubbed her eyes, stepping out sleepily, followed by our younger sister, still groggy. Dad came out too, draped in a coat. Seeing my grave expression and the knife in my hand, his heart sank. Dad, second sister, I said in a low voice, suppressing my rage. Someone tried to burn our house down. I've already subdued them. I want to call the village together to identify them. This grudge must be settled fully. Winter River, hurry. Get your village head uncle and grab the copper gong. My father growled, trembling with fury, his tone cracking. By the dim light of a flashlight, he saw the kerosene-soaked piles of wood around our earthen house and the strangers lying inertly in the snow. A surge of blood rushed to his head. He didn't recognize any of these people. Their clothing resembled the riffraff from a few poor villages nearby, not urban thugs. While I had mingled with troublemakers in the past, I was familiar with most gang leaders. If city hoodlums were behind this, someone would have tipped me off. The first face to pop into his mind was Li Ergu's smirking one. That bastard had suffered greatly the last time, cornered with no choice but to promise me 500 yuan as penance. Clearly, he didn't have the money and, fearing jail, had lashed out like a cornered dog with this despicable scheme. He thought annihilating us would wipe out the evidence entirely. Without further fuss, I sprinted to the village head's house. The copper gong rang out urgently, its sharp bang bang bang, echoing through the silent winter night. Bang bang bang. Something serious has happened. People of Chun family village, wake up. Grab your weapons. This sound was the village's highest alarm. The last time it rang this way was over a decade ago, when a bear broke into the village. In an instant, all of Chun family village jolted awake. Pinpricks of light from kerosene lamps flickered in windows, and the men tensed instantly. Wild animals have invaded the village? Grab your weapons. Quickly. Terrified, the women clutched their children tightly and retreated into the corners of their heated platforms. The men hastily threw on their clothes, rushing outside. Those with hunting rifles grabbed them. Those without grabbed iron pitchforks, mountain axes, steel rods, and shovels, dashing frantically toward the source of the resounding gong. A few anxious men pulled pinewood kindling from the firewood stacks and struck matches to light them into torches. The elderly village chief, seeing some people wielding torches and running over, stomped his feet anxiously and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Put out the damn torches. All of them. Quickly." Winter River's house is surrounded by oil-soaked firewood stacks. A single spark, and it'll all catch fire. He quickly led others to block those carrying torches, forcibly extinguishing the dangerous flames. Only a few wealthier households dug out their flashlights, their faint beams swaying in the darkness. "Uncle, what happened? Is it bandits?" A crowd gathered around the old village chief, their faces filled with alarm and suspicion. For years, nothing like this had ever happened in Xinjia village. No one had dared sneak in during the dead of night to harm anyone. The village chief, both furious and anxious, shouted hoarsely. Someone, brazen beyond belief, snuck in during the middle of the night wanting to burn down the house and kill people. Winter River caught them red-handed. They're being pinned down behind Winter River's house right now. What? The crowd erupted in astonishment, all collectively gasping. This was scarier than wild beasts from the mountains. Petty thefts and mischief were commonplace in these times, but sneaking into someone's home in the middle of the night to set fires and murder? Unheard of. Who in the world would do such a despicable thing? Fed up with living. God damn his ancestors. Who was it? Outrage flared like wildfire among the crowd as they surged toward the back of my house with the old village chief leading the way. Several beams of flashlight light illuminated the firewood stacks and the 7 or 8 men lying on the ground. Furious curses exploded from the crowd. My heavens, they want to wipe out the whole family. Such a heartless thing to do. What kind of grudge could they possibly have against Winter River's family? Who else could it be? It has to be that bastardly Urgu. Who else would have the guts to do something so vile? Damn it. Just the other day, Winter River was sharing meat with everyone, and that scumbag dares to retaliate. Gnashing their teeth in rage, the villagers' anger spread like a blazing fire among them. Since my last time handing out meat amidst a snowstorm, the villagers' opinion of me had shifted dramatically. No one called me a delinquent anymore. Even if I had fought and brawled before, at least I did it face to face. At worst, it was just a few scuffles here and there. What young man hasn't got a bit of grit? But to resort to such an appalling act of extermination, annihilating an entire household, it was absolutely intolerable. Standing at the forefront of the crowd, I cupped my hands toward the dense throng of people. Fellow elders, brothers, aunts, and ladies, I deeply apologize for disturbing everyone in the middle of the night. I bowed deeply, my teeth clenched, and declared, "There are 2 reasons I've asked everyone to come tonight. First, to help identify which divine beasts these scoundrels belong to. Second, to serve as witnesses. This matter tonight, it absolutely must not end just like this.